Welcome to Cello. At readcello.com, you create personalized novels based on your input. You can also find a library of ebooks and audiobooks just like this one. This free audiobook of The Echoes of Eldoria is brought to you by readcello.com. Enjoy the book. The Echoes of Eldoria has been written and narrated by the amazing team at readcello.com. Dedication. This book is dedicated to the escapist. The Echoes of Eldoria. Aeliana wakes up amid scattered scrolls and magical artifacts, her cozy room filled with the aroma of herbs from her prior experiments. Sunlight streams through the window, casting playful shadows across the wooden floor. She stretches, feeling the familiar weight of anticipation in her chest. Rubbing sleep from her eyes, she takes in the clutter around her. The remnants of late-night studies, the remnants of spells attempted but not quite mastered. The vibrant colors of her collected components stand out against the neutral hues of her surroundings, a testament to her relentless pursuit of knowledge. With a soft sigh, she begins to make her bed, tucking the sheets neatly into place, her mind already wandering to the day ahead. Would today bring new insights? Perhaps a chance to explore the deeper mysteries of magic? As she finishes tidying up, Aeliana pauses, glancing outside. The lively sounds of Eldoria drift through the open window, where vendors call out enticing offers and children laugh in the streets. The familiar resonance of the city fills her with warmth, yet a slight ache of longing tugs at her heart, urging her toward adventure. She shakes off the feeling and heads to her small desk, cluttered but inviting. Today, she decides she will explore the town. Today, she will seek out those who share her passion for magic and perhaps find answers to the questions that linger in her mind like faint echoes. Aeliana picks up her notebook and a favored quill, ink still freshly flowing. As she writes down her intentions for the day, a smile dances on her lips. She feels the promise of magic, both the potential within her and the wonders of the world waiting just outside her door. Her resolve strengthens with each stroke of the quill, setting her sights on the adventures that lie ahead. Aeliana dons her cloak, smoothing the fabric over her shoulders, feeling the comforting weight as it settles around her. She steps outside, her heart racing with the promise of adventure. The bustling marketplace greets her, alive with vibrant colors and animated chatter. Merchants hurl enticing offers, and the scent of freshly baked bread wafts through the air, mingling with the rich aroma of spices. As she walks through the narrow cobblestone streets, Aeliana's eyes dart from stall to stall, taking in all the magical curiosities on display. A shimmering potion catches her eye, its contents swirling in mesmerizing patterns. She pauses to engage with the vendor, a warm smile blossoming on her face as she converses with him about the potion's properties. But her attention is soon caught by a flash of scrolls across the way, stacked high like towers. Aeliana quickens her pace, weaving in and out of the crowd until she stands before the stall. Each scroll promises hidden knowledge, and the thrill of discovery courses through her veins. She exchanges a few coins for a scroll filled with ancient runes, her fingers tingling at the thought of unlocking its secrets. As she tucks the precious scroll into her satchel, she feels the rush of anticipation building within her. Each moment in the marketplace broadens her horizons, fueling her curiosity to learn more about magic and the world around her. Today, she knows, will be the first step toward the adventures she craves. As Aeliana browses the stalls in the marketplace, she spots her best friend Myra at the corner engaging with a group of children. Mira's laughter rings out, light and infectious, drawing Aeliana closer. "Come on, let's see if we can catch some enchanted butterflies." Mira laughs, her eyes sparkling with mischief, as she motions to the children. Aeliana can't help but smile, the sight of Myra brightening her day. "You're gonna wear them all out," she calls, shaking her head in amusement. Myra grins, undeterred. "I just want to show them the wonders of magic. Besides, they are so fun to catch." Aeliana joins her friend, watching as the children dart around, hands outstretched, eager to capture the elusive creatures. The shared joy of the moment fills Aeliana with warmth, a welcome contrast to her earlier focus on her ambitions. After the chaos settles, Aeliana approaches Myra, catching her breath. "I bought a scroll with ancient runes. I can't wait to see what it reveals." Myra raises an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Ancient runes? Are you sure you're ready for that? They can be tricky. Aeliana shrugs, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. I want to learn everything. I can handle it. Myra studies her friend, sensing the deeper longing behind Aeliana's words. Just promise you'll be careful, okay? Promise, Aeliana replies, reassured by the bond they share. They resume their exploration together, laughter and enthusiasm blending with the vibrant atmosphere of the marketplace, a testament to their friendship and shared dreams. As Aeliana and Myra wander through the marketplace, Aeliana pulls out the ancient map she had tucked away. She unfurls it against a nearby stall, its edges crinkled and worn from age, revealing intricate designs and forgotten places. Look at this section, Aeliana exclaims, tracing her finger over an unfamiliar area. There are markings for hidden locations we've never explored. Myra peers at the map, brow furrowed with concentration. Do you really think we can find those places? They could be dangerous. Aeliana meets her gaze, excitement bubbling within her. Isn't that the point? There's so much out there. Knowledge, magic, adventure. We can uncover secrets no one else has. Myra hesitates, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. But we don't know what we're getting into. What if we get into trouble? Every great mage started with risk, Aeliana counters, determination shining through her voice. We'll be careful. We can draw on what we've learned. Taking in her friend's fiery enthusiasm, Myra softens. Okay, but let's promise to look out for each other. I don't want to lose you to some wild adventure. Aeliana nods, the seriousness of the vow grounding her excitement. Absolutely. We'll go together. Always. They share a moment of understanding, solidifying their bond. Aeliana carefully folds the map, excitement mixing with a sense of responsibility, ready to embrace the journey ahead, knowing they'll navigate it side by side. As Aeliana and Myra continue to explore the marketplace, they notice a disturbance at the edge of the square. A commotion unfolds as a group of townsfolk gathers, their voices rising in agitation. What's going on? Aeliana asks, curiosity piquing. Myra shrugs, her expression cautious. Let's check it out. They navigate through the crowd, which is thick with murmurs. Eliana's heart races, feeling the tension in the air. Parting a few people, they reach the front to see a familiar merchant, Darren, arguing with a cloaked figure who stands defiantly, arms crossed. I'm telling you, those crystals are worth far more than you claim, Darren insists, anger evident on his face. The cloaked figure responds with a smirk. They belong to the forest. One little trinket won't be worth your life. Aeliana glances at Myra, sensing the unease in her friend's demeanor. We should intervene, she says, steeling herself. Are you sure? It could make things worse, Myra warns, concern flickering in her eyes. I won't let them intimidate Darren, Aeliana replies, her voice firm. She steps forward, projecting confidence as she addresses the cloaked figure. This isn't the way to resolve grievances. We can come to an agreement without threats. The figure's eyes narrow, surprise mixing with annoyance. And who are you to dictate terms? Aeliana stands tall, meeting his gaze. I'm someone who believes in fairness. Let's talk this through. As the crowd watches, the air thickens with anticipation, and Aeliana feels the weight of the moment. This interaction is not just a negotiation. It's a test of resolve, a chance to stand up for what is right. The cloaked figure studies Aeliana for a moment, weighing her resolve. The crowd holds its breath, tension palpable in the air. You think you can just waltz in and change the rules? He sneers, but Aeliana can see a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. If we keep allowing fear to dictate our actions, we'll lose everything, she replies, her voice steady. I'm not asking you to back down, just to talk this out. There's a better way. The murmurs in the crowd shift, some nodding in agreement. Myra stands behind Aeliana, sensing the momentum change. We all want the same thing, peace and safety in Eldoria. Let's find common ground. With the crowd's support growing, the cloaked figure shifts his stance, appearing less aggressive. Peace doesn't come without cost. You should know that, he retorts, but there's a hint of calculation in his tone, as if he's considering her words. Aeliana takes a step closer, leaning into the space of the moment, and it doesn't come through intimidation. We're stronger together. Let's forge a new agreement, one that benefits us all. Darren watches, a mix of admiration and relief washing over his face. The tension in the air begins to dissipate, replaced by a slow, cautious curiosity as onlookers take in the exchange. Finally, the cloaked figure sighs, his posture relaxing. Fine, I'll hear you out, but remember, words are cheap. He gestures for Aeliana to lead the way. As they walk toward a quieter corner of the square, Aeliana feels a surge of confidence. This was not just about negotiating, it was about standing up, advocating for fairness, and leading by example. Little did she know, each action taken here would ripple forward, shaping her journey in ways she hadn't yet imagined. Chapter 1: The Awakening. Aeliana stood in the town square, her heart racing with anticipation as she surveyed the surroundings. The atmosphere felt heavier than usual, charged with unspoken tensions following her confrontation with the cloaked figure. Merchants hurried past her, their voices blending into a dull roar, yet Aeliana remained focused. She needed to prepare for what lay ahead, to ensure her group felt secure and united after recent events. With a deep breath, she pulled out her map, tracing the routes they would take to explore the hidden regions of Eldoria. Around her, the familiar sights brought a sense of comfort, but also a reminder of the dangers lurking beyond the borders of the city. The vibrant colors of the marketplace contrasted with the shadows of treachery she had witnessed. Determined to solidify her plans, Aeliana made her way toward the common meeting area where she hoped to gather her allies. She mentally rehearsed what she would say, wanting to inspire confidence and commitment in the wake of the upheaval. I'll need to reach out to each of them, Aeliana thought, gauging the level of trust she had built with her friends. She felt a growing sense of responsibility, knowing that their safety depended not only on her knowledge, but also on her ability to connect and lead. As she reached the meeting spot, she noticed a few familiar faces already gathered, their expressions varying from hopeful to guarded. Aeliana took another deep breath, preparing to address them and navigate the complexities of their shared mission. She could feel the weight of the moment settle around her, a mixture of expectation and resolve propelling her forward. As Aeliana approaches the gathering, she quickly assesses each person's demeanor, noting the tension that lingers among her allies. "Thank you all for coming," she begins, her voice steady but warm. "I know things have been uncertain, but we have an opportunity to strengthen our mission and support one another." She pauses, scanning their faces, ensuring they feel heard. "We need to focus on what we can accomplish together, and that starts with a clear plan." Jarek leans forward. "What's our next move? We need to decide on our approach to uncovering what's happening beyond the city." His urgency echoes Eliana's own feelings, and she sees a spark of determination in his eyes. "I agree. We need to gather more information about Kale's forces and re-establish our supply lines," Aeliana responds, detailing the next steps on their map. She points to a few locations she believes could hold valuable insights and resources. Suddenly, a newcomer arrives at the edge of the group, a familiar figure, Kale himself, appearing disheveled and breathless from his hasty entrance. Murmurs ripple through the crowd, some expressing distrust while others seem curious about his sudden presence. "Let's hear what he has to say," Aeliana insists, maintaining her poise. "We need every piece of information if we're going to move forward." The group shifts uneasily as Kale steps closer, looking both humbled and guarded. "I've come to warn you," he starts, tension coursing through the air, and Aeliana braces herself for the implications of his words. This development complicates the atmosphere, causing some of her allies to express uncertainty about Kale's reliability. "Can we trust him, Aeliana?" one of them whispers, challenging her earlier declaration and forcing her to navigate the fine line between leadership and caution. In that moment, Aeliana recognizes the importance of decisive action and how her choices must reflect the trust and unity they need in order to succeed. Kale takes a deep breath and steps into the circle of allies, the challenging gazes of the group weighing heavily on him. Aeliana senses tension thickening the air as whispers circulate among her friends, skepticism merging with curiosity. "I know I've made mistakes," Kale begins, his voice steady but laced with an underlying urgency. "But I'm here to help. There are forces at play that you don't fully understand." Aeliana watches her friends, noting the hesitance in their expressions, especially Jarek, whose arms are crossed defensively. "What could you possibly provide that we don't already know?" he challenges, skepticism palpable in his tone. Kale glances around the group, acknowledging the distrust. I overheard plans concerning an impending attack on Eldoria, he states, his eyes darting toward the nearby trees as if expecting danger. They're targeting vulnerable areas, places you might consider safe. I can help you prepare. Aeliana feels the tides of uncertainty turning as whispers rise, some mulling over Kale's offer while others remain resolute in their doubts. This is a defining moment, and she senses the pressure mounting around her. Your information could help us, she states, cautiously weighing the potential for both betrayal and insight. But trust needs to be built. Kale nods, understanding the gravity of her words. I can lead you to their camp, he offers, the promise hanging in the air like a bargain yet to be cemented. The group murmurs amongst themselves, feelings of distrust simmering as Aeliana assesses their responses. We need to discuss this together, she urges, her voice rising to guide the conversation. But I believe we should consider Kale's proposal. We can't afford to overlook any advantage we might have. This choice hangs heavily on her shoulders, forcing Aeliana to navigate a landscape filled with emotional complexities while trying to unite her friends around a common goal. She knows that trust won't be easily won, but if they are to succeed, they must find a way forward together, despite the shadows of uncertainty lurking nearby. As the group deliberates on Kale's proposal, tension crackles in the air. Jarek steps forward, arms still crossed, and challenges. You expect us to just trust you after everything? You could lead us into a trap. Aeliana can feel a wave of frustration cresting within her, the mistrust bubbling just beneath the surface. We need to think about the information he possesses. If it's valid, it could change everything for us. Mira nods thoughtfully but interjects. What if this is just a ruse to get us to lower our guard? We can't ignore the risk involved. Kale shifts uneasily at their accusations, his expression a mixture of hurt and defiance. I'm trying to help you. I've seen what they're planning. You can't afford to dismiss it lightly. The conversation heightens as secondary characters begin to weigh in, echoing Jarek's skepticism while also acknowledging the possibility of Kale's newfound allegiance. If he genuinely wants to assist, we can't ignore the advantage, another group member remarks, highlighting the divide in their beliefs. Feeling the pressure of differing opinions, Aeliana raises her hands, seeking calm. Let's not lose sight of our mission. If we continue to bicker, we may lose our chance to act effectively against our enemies. Her voice carries authority, and the group begins to settle down, at least partially. Yet, Aeliana knows that trust doesn't come easily, especially with someone like Kale, whose loyalties have been questionable. She feels the weight of responsibility pressing down on her as she turns to Kale. If we agree to this alliance, we'll need assurance that you're with us entirely. We can't afford any more betrayals. Kale meets her gaze, sincerity flashing in his eyes. I'm here for the right reasons now. This moment of honesty hangs in the air. Aeliana can recognize the potential for growth, not just in herself but in Kale as well. With a new resolve, she decides to push through the obstacles and take a step toward unity, aware that navigating this conflict is pivotal for the group's success. With the discussion still swirling around them, Aeliana feels a flicker of determination ignite inside her. If we're going to make this work, we need everyone on the same page, she declares, looking each member of her group in the eyes. She turns back to Kale, her voice steady. You need to earn our trust through action. Show us what you can do. Guide us to the enemy base, but if anything feels off, we'll part ways. Kale nods, a flicker of relief flashing across his face. Fair enough. I'll lead you where we can gather intelligence. Jarek still looks skeptical. And what happens when we reach this base? We can't just waltz in without a plan. Aeliana takes a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility. We'll scout the area first. We'll observe their movements before making any decisions. Mira, sensing the tension, adds, we should ensure our escape routes are clear too. We can't afford to be cornered again. Aeliana feels the group's energy shift as they start to strategize together, everyone brainstorming ways to approach their next steps. Ideas flow and conversations overlap, creating a buzz of collaboration that is invigorating. Let's organize into pairs for scouting, Aeliana suggests, her leadership unfolding naturally. She scribbles notes and divides the roles among them, ensuring everyone has a clear task. Jarek takes a moment to reassess Aeliana's decisions, noticing her confidence rising as she navigates the discussions. "Looks like you've got a plan," he admits, sounding slightly impressed. "Thanks," Aeliana replies with a small smile. "But it takes all of us to make this work." As they finalize the details, Aeliana can feel a renewed sense of unity forming within the group. Her past experiences have equipped her with the insights to foster collaboration and commitment among her allies. Today, she recognizes that leading is as much about listening and adapting as it is about directing. With a shared understanding in place, they prepare to take the next step toward facing whatever lies ahead, the air thick with determination as they embrace the challenge together. As the group prepares to leave, Aeliana feels a mix of anticipation and trepidation wash over her. She looks at each of her friends, their faces a blend of determination and uncertainty. "Remember, trust each other," she reminds them, her voice firm. "We're not just fighting for ourselves, but for everyone in Eldoria." With that, she glances back at the path leading into the dark expanse of the forest, an unwelcome sense of foreboding creeping into her thoughts. But she knows they can't turn back now. Aeliana leads the way with Jarek and Mira flanking her side, forming a protective triangle. As they step into the shades of the trees, the familiar scents of the forest fill the air, earthy, rich, and tinged with magic. With every step, Aeliana feels the pulse of the forest around them, urging them forward. "Stay alert," she instructs, her senses heightened from the previous encounters they faced. They progress cautiously, and Aeliana signals for them to halt as they approach a clearing filled with echoing rustles and distant calls. "We need to scout it out," she whispers, her instincts sharp as she focuses on the sounds echoing around them. Glancing at Jarek and Myra, she sees them nod in agreement, ready to implement the strategy they devised. "Let's split into pairs for the next phase," Aeliana suggests, her heart pounding. "We'll cover more ground that way." As they prepare to move, Aeliana quickly pairs herself with Myra, sensing that together they can match each other's strengths. Jarek joins a hesitant Kale, a choice that creates an undercurrent of tension, but one that is necessary for unity. "Got your back," Jarek murmurs to Kale, the trust between them still a work in progress. With the group settled, Aeliana feels the weight of leadership embrace her, their eyes glimmering with faith in her guidance. As they embark on their new mission, she knows the path ahead will challenge them all, but she stands resolute, ready to face whatever awaits. Chapter 2, Crossroads of Trust. Aeliana and her group creep through the dense underbrush, the sounds of the forest surrounding them like a live tapestry. Each rustle of leaves and distant call of creatures heightens her senses. Sunlight filters through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that dance around them, making the path ahead seem both inviting and foreboding. "Keep your eyes peeled for any signs of trouble," Aeliana whispers, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and apprehension. She leads the way, shifting her focus from the map to the surrounding environment, aware that danger could lurk behind any tree. As they navigate deeper into the forest, Aeliana spots broken branches and faint footprints in the soft earth, remnants of previous travelers. "We're not alone here," she murmurs, but Jarek glances skeptically. "Let's hope they're friendly," he replies, his voice low and cautious. Aeliana feels a swell of determination within her, recalling the lessons she learned about adaptability and intuition. "We can't let fear control us. We're stronger together." She gestures for the group to pause as she examines the footprints more closely. "These tracks look fresh. We should tread carefully." Just then, a sudden noise off to their right startles them. A thicket of bushes rustles violently, causing everyone to tense. Aeliana raises her hand, signaling for silence, and scans the area. Whatever is out there could be a threat or an opportunity, and she knows instinctively that this is a pivotal moment in their quest. "Stay alert," she urges, her voice steady as they collectively brace for whatever might emerge. Each member's heartbeat quickens as they await the unknown, the air thick with tension and anticipation, as the adventure into the heart of the enchanted forest truly begins. Aeliana watches the bushes quiver, tension radiating through her body as her instincts heighten. With a sharp intake of breath, she takes a cautious step forward, her heart pounding in her chest. Let's see what it is. Prepare yourselves, she whispers, her voice barely above a breath. As she edges closer, the undergrowth parts and a slender, ethereal creature emerges, its fur glistening with an iridescent hue. The creature's large, curious eyes reflect the dappled light filtering through the leaves, and it pauses, seemingly assessing the group's presence. Aeliana feels a wave of relief wash over her, a smile tugging at her lips. It's just a forest spirit, she breathes, lowering her weapon slightly. The tension in the air begins to dissipate as the others relax, a mix of wonder and intrigue replacing their earlier apprehension. Mira steps closer, her eyes wide with excitement. Look at how beautiful it is. We should try to approach it, she suggests, her voice vibrant with enthusiasm. Aeliana nods in agreement, feeling a swell of confidence as they navigate this unexpected encounter. Let's be gentle, Aeliana cautions, taking the lead as she kneels to meet the creature's gaze. Slowly, she extends her hand, palm upward, hoping to establish a connection. The spirit hesitates at first, but inches closer, drawn to Aeliana's calm demeanor. As the spirit sniffs her hand, Aeliana feels an exhilarating connection to the magic of the forest, a reminder of the wonders that lie beyond the hidden dangers. She exchanges a glance with Myra and Jarek, the shared expression of awe amplifying their bond with one another. Thank you for coming to us, Aeliana whispers to the spirit, her heart swelling with reverence. The creature emits a soft, melodious sound, as if acknowledging her. The encounter not only reinforces Aeliana's belief in the magic of the forest, but also empowers her to trust her instincts more deeply. This moment marks a turning point, igniting her confidence as a leader and preparing her for the challenges still to come. As Aeliana interacts with the forest spirit, she senses a ripple of energy in the air. The creature appears to respond to her emotions, its eyes glowing with understanding. Aeliana looks back at Myra and Jarek, who share her awe, their earlier tensions momentarily forgotten. Do you feel that? Aeliana asks, her voice tinged with wonder as she gestures to the vibrant aura surrounding the spirit. Mira nods, entranced, while Jarek maintains a guarded stance. Whatever it is, let's not forget we're still in the forest, Jarek reminds them, a hint of caution in his tone. Aeliana sees the flicker of anxiety in his eyes and recognizes the need to balance exploration with vigilance. I understand, Aeliana replies, drawing herself up, but we can't ignore the opportunity this presents. Let's see if it can guide us further. Just then, the spirit takes a step back, flicking its tail toward a hidden path that leads deeper into the woods. Aeliana's heart races with anticipation. That must be a sign, she exclaims, excitement bubbling within her. Myra steps confidently beside Aeliana. Let's follow it, she urges, her enthusiasm contagious. Jarek hesitates, eyeing the shadowy depths of the new path, but Aeliana places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Trust me, we'll stick together, she assures, her conviction underscoring her growing leadership. With that, the group begins to follow the spirit along the winding trail, their earlier uncertainties transforming into a collective sense of adventure. As they walk, Aeliana engages with her friends, discussing what they might discover ahead. She feels a connection to her allies growing stronger, empowering her to embrace the magic of the forest and the prospects that lie in wait. With each step, she becomes more certain of her role as a leader, ready to face whatever challenges may come their way. The path narrows as Aeliana, Myra, and Jarek follow the spirit deeper into the woods. The trees loom high above them, their leaves whispering secrets in the gentle breeze. Aeliana's senses are sharp, attuned to the surrounding magic that seems to dance along the air. Suddenly, the spirit darts off the path, causing Aeliana to falter. Wait, she calls, instinctively reaching out. The creature pauses and looks back at them, its gaze expectant as if it wants them to follow. This doesn't feel right, Jarek warns, his earlier hesitance returning. What if it's leading us into danger? Aeliana glances at Myra, who bites her lip in uncertainty, torn between curiosity and caution. We can't lose sight of it now. It could lead us to something amazing, Aeliana urges, her heart racing with the potential discovery. Reluctantly, Jarek nods. Okay, but let's remain cautious. We can't afford to be caught off guard again. As they venture further, darker shadows begin to creep in around them, making the forest feel increasingly foreboding. Aeliana's heart pounds as jagged branches claw at the edges of the narrow path. She can recognize the unease in her friend's body language, and she gathers her resolve, pushing aside her own fear to support them. "Stay close," she whispers, her voice steady despite the rising tension. "If anything happens, we stick together. No one gets left behind." The spirit beckons them forward, seemingly unfazed by the darkening surroundings. Aeliana senses its determination and draws strength from it. "It believes in us," she says aloud, trying to infuse the group with reassurance. As they follow, she contemplates the risks they're taking. Each step into the unknown leads her closer to both adventure and danger, and she knows that they must rely on each other more than ever. This is not just a test of their skills, but of their unity, and Aeliana feels the weight of her leadership pressing on her shoulders. She is determined to navigate the challenges ahead, fueled by the trust she has built with her friends. As they delve deeper into the heart of the forest, the atmosphere shifts. The air grows heavier, tinged with an ancient magic that feels both exhilarating and unsettling. Aeliana finds herself glancing over her shoulder, half expecting shadows to close in on them. Unexpectedly, the spirit halts before a massive, gnarled tree, its trunk twisting upward like an ancient guardian. The creature gestures toward it, and Aeliana steps forward, curiosity piqued. "What's so special about this tree?" she wonders aloud, tracing her fingers along the textured bark. The others join her, intrigued but wary. "It looks like it's been here for a long time," Myra comments, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've heard stories about trees like this, watchers of the forest." Just as Aeliana is about to touch a branch adorned with glimmering leaves, a low growl reverberates through the air. The group freezes, tension snapping like a taut string. Aeliana's heart races as she scans the surroundings, realizing they are not as alone as they once thought. "Stay together," she commands, her instinct kicking in. She moves to position herself between the tree and her friends, ready to confront whatever threat may emerge. Suddenly, out from the underbrush leaps a hulking beast, a creature with fur as dark as the night and eyes glowing like embers. The air thickens with urgency as Aeliana knows they must act quickly. "We need to distract it." Jarek and Myra exchange anxious glances, unsure of their abilities in the face of such a menace. But Aeliana feels the confidence building within her. "I can create a diversion. Just trust me," she assures them, her voice steady despite the looming threat. Drawing upon her magical training, Aeliana prepares to cast a spell, feeling the energy swell within her. She realizes the importance of not just her power, but of her leadership and assurance in this frightening moment. With a fierce determination, she channels her magic, ready to protect her friends and stand her ground against the beast that confronts them. Aeliana's heart pounds in her chest as she focuses her energy on the spell swirling within her. The creature snarls, its eyes locked onto her with an intensity that sends a jolt of adrenaline through her veins. She knows she must act swiftly. With a commanding voice, she shouts, "Now! Create a distraction!" She gestures toward Jarek and Mira, urging them to follow her lead. Jarek, catching the urgency in her words, unleashes a flurry of rocks nearby, causing a loud crash as they tumble through the underbrush. The beast turns its head sharply, confusion flaring in its eyes as it shifts its focus away from Aeliana. Aeliana takes this moment to unleash her magic, raising her hands as she channels the energy. "Lumos ignis," she announces, sending a beam of shimmering light toward the beast, illuminating the clearing with a brilliant glow. The creature roars, startled by the sudden brightness, its instincts kicking in as it thrashes about. With the distraction working, Aeliana feels a surge of adrenaline and purpose. "Now, move," she calls, guiding her friends forward. Myra, emboldened by Aeliana's command, throws a handful of herbs that release a fragrant smoke, adding chaos to the creature's confusion. As they dart around the massive tree, Aeliana stays on high alert, ensuring her friends remain close. "We need to reach that ridge," she urges, her eyes darting to a higher vantage point just beyond the clearing. Jarek nods, adrenaline coursing through him as they make their way toward the ridge. "I never thought you'd be this good under pressure," he shouts, admiration mixing with exhilaration as they push forward. Aeliana feels a swell of pride at his words, knowing she has transformed from a hesitant participant to a decisive leader in the heat of the moment. The creature still rages behind them, But Eliana's focus remains on the path ahead, the challenge unnerving yet invigorating. As they reach the ridge, Aeliana glances back, observing the confused beast still thrashing against the remnants of their distractions. There's no time to linger. She takes a deep breath and prepares for the next phase of their journey, her resolve solidified by the experience. She understands that each step forward deepens her trust in her abilities and the bonds between her and her companions as they continue to navigate the unknown. Chapter 3, Embers of Resolve. As Aeliana and her friends reach the top of the ridge, they pause to catch their breath, taking in the breathtaking view of the forest sprawling below them. The vibrant greens and shimmering hues of the leaves create a dazzling tapestry, but the beauty is tinged with an underlying tension from their recent encounter. "Looks like we're safe for now," Jarek states, glancing back at the disturbances below. "But we can't stay here for too long." Aeliana nods, her heart still racing from the adrenaline, but her thoughts turn to the next steps in their mission. "We need to determine our next move carefully," she says, scanning the horizon for signs of danger or hidden paths. "Let's go deeper into the forest," Myra suggests, her eyes gleaming with excitement and curiosity. "We might be able to find more clues about Kale and his plans." Aeliana watches her friends' eager expressions and feels a surge of responsibility to lead them wisely. "We should gather information, but let's not lose sight of the risks involved." As they gather in a circle, Aeliana spreads out the remnants of the map, laying it flat against the rough surface of the ground. They trace the routes with their fingers, noting potential locations where Kale might be operating. Her gaze flickers to her companions, and she senses the bond between them strengthening. "We'll need to rely on one another more than ever," she states firmly. "Communication is key. If anything goes wrong, we must be ready to adapt." Just then, a rustling sound comes from the bushes below, drawing their attention. Aeliana's instincts flare, and she motions for silence, her senses heightened. The calm of the moment is swiftly replaced by anticipation as they await what might emerge from the thicket. "I hope it's not another creature," Mira whispers nervously, the tension palpable. Aeliana quietly assesses their surroundings, remembering the importance of staying vigilant. "Whatever it is, we face it together," she reassures them, feeling the weight of leadership resting on her shoulders, but knowing she has the strength and support of her friends behind her. The sight of the horizon fills her with hope, even as uncertainty looms just beyond their view. Aeliana steeps herself in the resolve to uncover the truth, ready to confront whatever challenges the forest holds. Aeliana peers into the dense foliage, heart racing with anticipation. The rustling intensifies, and she motions for everyone to remain quiet, straining her ears to catch any additional sounds. Suddenly, a small figure bursts through the leaves, a mischievous sprite, its wings shimmering like sunlight on water. It flits around the group, giggling and darting in circles, seemingly oblivious to their previous tension. "Well, this is unexpected," Mira breathes, a mix of relief and bewilderment painting her features. Aeliana relaxes, sensing the sprite's playful energy contrasting with the earlier danger. "Do you think it can help us?" she wonders aloud, the prospect of receiving assistance tingling in the air. The sprite hovers before them, tilting its head curiously. "You seek the truth, yes? Follow me," it chirps, before zipping back into the underbrush. The invitation feels like a beckoning toward adventure, igniting a flicker of excitement in Aeliana's heart. "Should we trust it?" Jarek asks, hesitating. His protective instincts kick in once more, aware of the potential risks of venturing deeper into the forest. Aeliana glances at Myra, gauging her thoughts. "We've faced challenges before, and this could lead us to valuable knowledge," she states, her voice steady. She feels a surge of confidence, knowing that each decision they make is part of their journey, and trusting her instincts more than ever. "Let's see where it leads," Myra replies with newfound enthusiasm, catching Jarek's reluctance and turning it into cautious curiosity. "Agreed," Aeliana says, stepping forward as she gestures for the others to follow. With the sprite guiding them, they navigate through the winding underbrush, excitement and uncertainty weaving together. Each step into the unknown, reinforcing Aeliana's growth as a leader, willing to embrace whatever lies ahead. As they move, she revels in the thrill of discovery, understanding that this unexpected turn could lead them to the answers they seek. The sprite leads Aeliana and her friends through a vibrant labyrinth of greenery, the air thick with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the soft sounds of nature humming around them. As they follow closely, the sprite flits from flower to flower, occasionally pausing to glance back, ensuring they keep pace. "Over here," it calls, darting toward a large cluster of ancient tree roots that twist and tangle like living sculptures. Aeliana feels a thrill of anticipation, sensing that they are nearing something significant. As they approach, the sprite hovers above a shimmery pool of water nestled among the roots. "The truth lies beneath," it sings, pointing to the shimmering surface with a tiny finger. Aeliana kneels beside the pool, gazing into the depths. "What do you mean? What's beneath?" she asks, tilting her head as the water reveals sparkles of light dancing just out of reach. "We can summon the spirits," the sprite exclaims, excitement escaping in its voice. "They hold secrets of the past." "Spirits?" Yarrick interjects, skepticism sharpening his tone. "How do we do that? What if they're hostile?" Mira steps closer, intrigued. "We have to at least try. If there's a chance to learn something crucial, it's worth it," she argues, looking at Aeliana for support. Feeling the weight of her friend's eyes on her, Aeliana takes a deep breath. "All right, let's summon them," she declares, determination steadied by her confidence in her friends and their shared mission. The sprite dances around the pool, chanting an incantation that weaves through their ears like music. Aeliana watches as the water starts to ripple, energy swirling at the surface. She feels a connection forming between her and the magic of the forest, a reminder of her journey thus far. As the water begins to glow with an otherworldly light, shadows flicker beneath its surface, and the sprite's excitement is palpable. Aeliana senses both the risk and the potential for immense knowledge, her heart racing in anticipation of what might emerge from the depths. The energy builds, creating a moment charged with possibilities as they collectively stand on the verge of unveiling the secrets hidden in the forest. As the incantation swirls around them, the water in the pool begins to bubble, glimmering with vibrant colors. Aeliana feels a rush of energy coursing through her veins, intertwining with the magic of the forest. The sprite flutters eagerly, urging the group to stay focused. Suddenly, the surface of the water convulses, and a spectral figure rises slowly from the depths. The air around them grows colder, electrified with anticipation. Aeliana's breath catches in her throat as the spirit, ethereal and glowing, takes shape before them, eyes shimmering like stars. "Who dares awaken the spirits of the forest?" the figure demands, its voice echoing as if from the very earth itself. Aeliana can feel the weight of expectation in the air, each word hanging like a challenge. "We seek wisdom," Aeliana replies, her voice steady despite the awe flooding her senses. "We need to understand the disturbances that threaten Eldoria." The spirit hovers before them, scrutinizing their faces. "Many come seeking power, few come seeking truth. What makes you worthy of my counsel?" Aeliana can sense the doubt lingering in the spirit's tone. She glances at her friends, who are equally entranced, their fates hanging in the balance. "We are united in our quest to protect our home," she states firmly. "We've faced challenges and will face more, but we seek your guidance to ensure we do not fail." The spirit seems to contemplate her words, a flicker of interest glimmering in its eyes. "Trust is earned, not given freely," it warns, and the weight of the moment hangs heavy as Aeliana feels her heart race. Just then, Kale's voice breaks through the tension, stepping forward with a blend of reverence and opportunism. "Perhaps we can barter," he suggests, a tone of self-interest underlying his proposition. "We have resources. Surely the spirits have something to share for a trade?" Eliana's stomach sinks at his words, sensing the discomfort ripple through the group. "This isn't about bargaining. It's about understanding and collaboration," she retorts, reasserting control over the situation. The spirit watches closely, intrigued by the unfolding dynamics. The entire exchange forces Aeliana to remain poised under the pressure. She recognizes the delicate balance between their goal and the stakes woven throughout the encounter, determining that they must stay true to their purpose to earn the spirit's trust, despite the glint of opportunity that Kale represents. Aeliana feels the atmosphere shift as tension rises between Kale and the forest spirit. She steps forward, her unwavering focus piercing through the confusion. We're not here to negotiate for power, Kale. We need guidance to protect Eldoria. The spirit's gaze sharpens at Aeliana's words, intrigued by the sincerity in her voice. You speak of protection, yet one among you seeks to barter for personal gain, it states, its tone reflecting both caution and curiosity. Kale opens his mouth to protest, but Aeliana cuts him off, sensing that this moment could pivot the entire encounter. What Kale has to offer is not what we seek. Our unity and intent are what matter. We must earn your trust together, not through selfish motives, she emphasizes, her conviction radiating in the clearing. The spirit tilts its head, observing Aeliana with keen interest. Very well. If you wish for my guidance, you must also understand the responsibilities that come with it. Aeliana nods, her heart pounding as she realizes that her words have struck a chord. We're ready to learn. We need to know what we're up against and how to harness the strengths within us, she asserts, the sheer determination in her voice echoing against the trees. Myra shifts closer, sensing the spirit's intrigue. We leave behind our doubts and work together for Eldoria, she adds, her supportive tone reinforcing Aeliana's position. The spirit seems to reflect on their declarations, the tension easing slightly. Indeed, to walk the path of wisdom requires courage and unity in the face of darkness, it replies, a hint of approval softening its voice. Aeliana bites her lip, a mixture of relief and anticipation surging through her. This was a critical moment, one that could strengthen their resolve. Confident in her growth and the supportive dynamics forming among her allies, she feels a sense of clarity. Let us prove our commitment, and we will earn your guidance, she promises. The spirit nods, a faint glow emanating from its form. Very well then, but be warned, knowledge comes with trials. Prepare yourselves for what lies ahead. With the spirit's words hanging in the air, Aeliana takes a deep breath, ready to embrace the challenges ahead, knowing that their journey is only just beginning. Aeliana exchanges determined glances with Myra and Jarek, feeling energized by the forest spirit's words. What trials? Aeliana asks, her curiosity heightened as she prepares for the challenges ahead. The spirit hovers closer, its glowing form pulsating softly. To earn my wisdom, you must prove your worth through the trials of the forest. Trials? What do we need to do? Jarek queries, his brow furrowing with concern, while Aeliana steps forward with unwavering resolve. You must face the trials of courage, wisdom, and trust within your group, the spirit explains, gesturing toward the dense tree line. For each challenge reveals something about yourselves and your unity. Aeliana's heart races as she exchanges glances with her friends. This was an opportunity to strengthen not just their bonds, but their abilities as well. We accept your challenge. We're ready to prove ourselves, she answers, her voice steady. Myra nods, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Whatever it takes, we'll face it together. The spirit sinks back into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a trail of shimmering light. Then let the trials begin, it calls, the voice echoing softly as it fades into the shadows. With the spirit's words lingering in the air, Aeliana turns to face the forest, resolve tightening within her. The trees loom like silent guardians, whispering secrets and secrets yet to be unveiled. Let's stay close and keep our focus, she instructs, rallying her team as they step further into the unknown, determined to face the obstacles that lie ahead. Each step resonates with purpose, and Aeliana feels the importance of their mission pressing upon her. This journey would challenge them in ways they couldn't yet imagine, but she knows they must push forward to uncover the truth and protect their home. As they delve deeper into the heart of the forest, Aeliana remains anchored by the faith she has in her friends and the lessons they've learned together. Chapter 4, Shadows of Betrayal. Aeliana leads her companions deeper into the enchanted forest, the air thick with magic and the unknown. The vibrant colors around them begin to blur as they enter a more secluded area, filled with towering ancient trees that seem to whisper secrets to one another. Stay close, she instructs, her voice steady but laced with anticipation. Each step echoes the lessons learned, the importance of unity guiding her as they navigate through the thick underbrush. Suddenly, the foliage rustles violently, and Aeliana's heart races. Instinctively, she turns to face the sound. The group halts, eyes darting around in search of the source. "What was that?" Myra whispers, stepping closer to Aeliana, who feels the weight of responsibility settle heavily on her shoulders. In that moment, a small creature darts out from the bushes, a curious, wide-eyed rabbit. It pauses just in front of them, its fur glistening with enchanting hues. Aeliana breathes a sigh of relief, the tension dispersing as she lets out a small laugh. "Just a rabbit. We're fine." Her friends chuckle, the laughter lightening the mood, but Aeliana knows the forest holds deeper secrets. She takes a moment to ground herself, remembering the gravity of their mission. "Let's keep moving," she says, determination flooding her voice as she gestures for them to proceed. The rabbit hops away, vanishing into the underbrush, reigniting Aeliana's curiosity about the mysteries still hidden within the forest. As they walk, Aeliana remains vigilant, scanning the pathways while allowing herself to appreciate the beauty surrounding them. Each rustle of leaves, every flicker of light, heightens her anticipation for what lies ahead. She knows there are trials to face, but with each step, she becomes more confident in her abilities and her role as a leader. The group's energy shifts, blending nervousness with excitement, propelling them forward on this path of discovery. Aeliana scans the towering trees, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension as they venture further into the forest depths. Every sound seems amplified in the stillness, the whispers of the wind weaving through the branches like ancient voices guiding them. Suddenly, they come across a large clearing, the ground covered in soft moss and illuminated by shafts of sunlight breaking through the canopy. In the center stands a massive stone altar, etched with runes that shimmer faintly in the light. Aeliana's heart races at the sight, intuition stirring within her. "This looks significant," she says, stepping closer to examine the runes, her fingers tingling as they brush against the cold stone. "Do you think it's one of the places from the map?" Mira asks, peering over her shoulder with intrigue. "Maybe," Aeliana replies, her mind racing with possibilities. "If we can decipher what it means, it might help us with our next step." Jarek leans in, his brows furrowing as he studies the etched symbols. "It looks like some kind of ancient magic. We need to be careful. It could be a trap." Aeliana nods, reminded of their earlier discussions about being vigilant. "We should set up a perimeter to guard against any surprises," she suggests, recalling the lessons about caution and strategy they learned from previous encounters. As they begin to organize their efforts, Kale steps forward, examining the altar closely. "What if we can use this to our advantage? Maybe it can amplify our magic," he proposes, his enthusiasm lingering beneath a veil of skepticism. This suggestion raises eyebrows among the group, and Aeliana feels the tension resurface. "We should be cautious, Kale. We don't know what might happen if we tamper with it," she warns, determined to keep the group focused on safety. "Or we could unlock more power," Kale retorts, a hint of challenge in his tone. Aeliana's resolve hardens, sensing the implications of his words. "We'll approach this as a team. If we decide to use the altar, we need to be united in our intentions," she emphasizes, reinforcing the importance of collaboration and mutual trust. As they gather supplies to secure the area and prepare for whatever magic lies ahead, Aeliana feels the weight of their choices resting heavily upon her. This moment signifies a step into deeper unknowns, and she understands that every decision they make from here on must reflect their unity and purpose. As Aeliana steps back to assess the altar, she senses the gravity of their situation press down on her. The runes pulse subtly, and she can feel magic radiating from the stone, a sensation both intoxicating and intimidating. "We need to be prepared for anything," she asserts, gathering the group's attention. "Let's work together to decipher these runes before we decide our next move." Kale, eager to take the lead, steps forward, a flicker of determination in his eyes. "If we can harness this power for the upcoming challenge, it might just give us the edge we need. I'll start checking the runes closely." Jarek crosses his arms, skepticism cutting through the air. "We can't rush this. What if it backfires? We can't afford to lose anyone again." His protective instincts kick in, making it clear that trust is still fragile within the group. Aeliana catches Kale's frustrated glance, feeling the tension swell as the two clash over their differing approaches. "Kale, I understand your eagerness, but we must ensure we comprehend what we're dealing with first. Rushing could lead us into danger. We need to be smart about this. The atmosphere thickens with unspoken doubts, and Aeliana takes a moment to reevaluate her path forward. How about this, she proposes, trying to diffuse the situation. We each take turns observing the rune's properties. Working together means we can spot any potential traps more effectively. Myra nods in agreement, her supportive demeanor providing a buffer against the rising tension. I'll fetch the crystal from my bag. It may help us gauge if the runes will respond well to our magic. As Mira rummages through her belongings, Aeliana focuses on Kael, hoping to bridge the gap between them. If we combine our magic, we can approach this with a unified front. We all want the same outcome, to protect each other and succeed. The group exchanges glances, and Aeliana notices a slight shift as Kael's expression softens. Fine, he relents, but if something goes wrong, we move my way next time. Despite the lingering tensions, Aeliana feels a wave of resilience wash over her. The importance of her role as a leader ties together their strengths, allowing her to guide their efforts even through conflict. As tasks are assigned, the group finds a rhythm, a shared focus, born from the importance of their mission, setting the stage for the choices they must make ahead. With a newfound sense of purpose, Aeliana watches as Myra carefully places the crystal on the altar, its facets gleaming under the dappled sunlight. The group gathers around, their anticipation palpable as they wait for any signs of magic emanating from the runes etched into the stone. I'll go first, Aeliana offers, stepping confidently toward the altar. She draws a deep breath, feeling the energy surrounding her. Raising her hands, she begins to summon the magic she's been cultivating. Lumos Ignis, she whispers, channeling her essence through the crystal toward the runes. The air crackles with energy as the runes respond, glowing faintly at first before erupting into radiant light. Aeliana's heart races, a surge of elation washing over her at the sight of the intricate patterns illuminating the forest. This moment feels like validation of her journey, proof that she has learned and grown. However, just as she starts to feel the thrill of success, the light flickers ominously, the runes suddenly dimming. A surge of panic courses through her as she observes the foreboding shadows creeping back around them, hinting at an unexpected complication. What's happening? Jarek demands, his voice laced with concern. Stay calm, Aeliana responds, trying to keep her focus amid the rising tension. I need to adjust the spell. Something is off. Kael, eager to contribute, says, I'll help. Maybe my energy can stabilize it. He steps forward, but Aeliana holds up her hand. No, we need to do this together. Everyone's energies must align. Mira's eyes dart between Kael and Aeliana, sensing the friction. We can't afford to disagree right now, she urges, her worry evident. Taking a deep breath, Aeliana redirects her focus, reminding herself of the importance of cooperation. Let's synchronize our attempts, channeling our magic together. Trust in each other. As they each position themselves around the altar, their fingers touching the crystal's surface, Aeliana feels the synergy building. Together they breathe in unison, focusing their thoughts on one goal, harnessing the energy of the forest to fortify their connection and strength. The runes flare once more, their light becoming more stable as they channel their combined magic, illuminating the entire clearing with a brilliant glow. In this moment, Aeliana realizes that each challenge faced has prepared her for this very instance, reinforcing her commitment to teamwork and understanding in their pursuit of knowledge and safety. With the runes ablaze in radiant light, Aeliana feels a rush of exhilaration, yet she remains aware of the necessity for caution. The success of their spell feels fragile, balanced on the edge of uncertainty. We need to harness this energy to our advantage, she exclaims, rallying her group as the glow bathes them in a warm, enchanting light. Myra, filled with enthusiasm, exclaims, This could lead us to a deeper magic. We need to move quickly before it dissipates. Jarek nods, his earlier doubts fading as he steps forward, prepared to follow Aeliana's lead. Let's explore what we can do with this. Aeliana directs their focus, feeling each member's energy meld together. They form a circle around the altar, united in purpose. We'll channel this light and see where it leads us, she instructs, her resolve radiating confidence as they collectively commit to the next phase. As they begin to chant a new incantation in unison, the atmosphere shifts, growing dense with magic. Aeliana's heart beats in rhythm with the pulse of the energy swirling around them. She knows that success hinges not just on her abilities, but on the cohesion of the team. The strength they possessed together was forged through every trial they faced. Then, without warning, the brilliant light contracts, flickering with a hint of frustration. The spirit's warnings echo in her mind, taunting her. Aeliana realizes that they must maintain their focus or risk losing their connection with the magic entirely. "Don't break the synchronization," she urges, grounding herself in their collective determination. With her heart racing, she shifts her strategy, adjusting her spellcasting to complement her allies' strengths. "Let the energy flow through each of you. Let it guide you," she breathes, offering reassurance as she channels her magic into the mix. The runes respond, brightening as the group's energies align. Aeliana feels a swell of pride at their unity, understanding that this moment represents not just her victory, but the group's growth as a collective. With each heartbeat, she embraces the challenge ahead, knowing they are ready to face whatever awaits them in their continued journey. As the light emanates from the runes, Aeliana feels a surge of energy flow through her. The magic expands outward, filling the clearing with a bright brilliance that dances across the trees and flickers in the air like fireflies. "Can you feel that?" Myra gasps, eyes wide with wonder as she gazes at the dazzling spectacle unfolding around them. "Yes, it's incredible," Jarek exclaims, his earlier skepticism completely washed away, replaced by awe and exhilaration. Aeliana can sense the excitement building within the group, an electric buzz that amplifies their collective energy. Aeliana directs their focus toward the altar, feeling the intensity of the magic push and pull, guiding her instincts. "Let's use this energy to amplify our connection to the forest. We can uncover what lies ahead," she declares, her voice ringing with confidence. The team members nod in agreement, and they each reach out, placing their hands on the altar, feeling the magic envelop them as they channel their intentions toward the future. Aeliana guides them in a shared vision of their mission, revealing their goal to protect Eldoria from the encroaching darkness. Just as they seem to gain a grasp on the powerful force surrounding them, the initial brightness starts to dim again, sending ripples of anxiety through Aeliana. "Focus," she urges, her heart racing as the group tightens their grip. "We need to stay synchronized." With a deep breath, Aeliana channels her magic with renewed intensity, encouraging her friends to do the same. "Together," she calls, feeling their energies meld into one fluid current. The altar glows fiercely again, and Aeliana feels a pulse of clarity washing over her, understanding that each moment of uncertainty they faced had been a stepping stone, preparing them for this powerful collaboration. Every challenge had strengthened their resolve and connection. As the runes flare to life, Aeliana realizes that they have tapped into something profound. They stand at the threshold of discovery, ready to harness the magic surrounding them to uncover the secrets of the forest and the path ahead. Chapter 5, A Gathering Storm. With the magic from the altar still lingering in the air, Aeliana feels a rush of excitement mixed with expectation. The path ahead unfolds like a story waiting to be written, and her heart swells with determination. As they take a moment to gather their thoughts, Aeliana spreads the map on the ground once more, tracing their next course with her finger. "If we follow this route, we'll reach the valley where the ancient texts suggest we might find the artifact," she explains, looking up to gauge the group's reactions. Myra leans over, her eyes bright with enthusiasm. "That valley is rumored to house creatures of light. This could be our opportunity to learn more about magical energies." Jarek chimes in. "But what if they're hostile? We should be prepared for anything." His caution serves as a reminder that not all encounters are friendly, and Aeliana feels a flicker of apprehension flare up in her chest. "He's right," she acknowledges, appreciating his perspective. "We need to be ready for potential threats, but we can't let fear hold us back. We'll approach carefully and stay vigilant." Just then, a gust of wind sweeps through the clearing, swirling leaves around them as if echoing the excitement and unease that hang in the air. Aeliana takes a deep breath, grounding herself amid the excitement. "Let's finalize our roles," she says decisively, her leadership channeling through her words. We'll need scouts to check the perimeter while others gather supplies. Cooperation will be key to navigating whatever lies ahead. Mira nods enthusiastically, and Aeliana feels a renewed sense of purpose as she sees her friends rallying together again. The earlier worries about the dangers ahead fade slightly as they plan their next steps. With tasks assigned and a clear direction set, Aeliana feels more assured in her role. She realizes that her growth isn't just about being a leader. It's about fostering a sense of unity and strength within the group, drawing upon their shared experiences and trust. As they prepare to embark on the next leg of their journey, Aeliana's heart races, fueled by excitement and determination. Whatever challenges await, she knows they are ready to face them together, and the forest seems to hum with newfound possibilities. As Aeliana stands at the edge of the forest, she feels a mix of anticipation and apprehension as the group organizes their preparations. She watches Jarek and Myra gather supplies, their movements purposeful and quick. Turning her focus back to the map, Aeliana studies the routes with a keen eye, memorizing landmarks and potential threats. We have to be mindful of the valley's terrain. There could be areas we can't traverse easily, she reminds the group, wanting to ensure they are fully prepared for the challenges ahead. Got it, Myra says, pulling out a few items to add to their supplies. I'll keep an eye out for anything we can use along the way. Jarek approaches with a bundle of herbs in his hands, a hint of pride in his voice. And I've gathered these, useful for healing. We might need them if things get rough. Aeliana feels a swell of appreciation for their efforts, but there's a nagging thought in the back of her mind. Thank you both. Just remember to stay close to each other. We have to watch each other's backs, especially in unknown territory. As they finalize their preparations, a low growl breaks the tranquility of the forest, causing everyone to freeze. Aeliana's heart races as she looks in the direction of the sound, adrenaline coursing through her. Everyone stay alert, she commands, her voice cutting through the tension. We need to form a defensive position. The growl echoes again, closer this time, sending a chill down Aeliana's spine. She turns to her friends, assessing their readiness. Jarek, take the lead position. Myra, stay close to me. We'll face whatever this is together. Her confidence remains strong even as uncertainty looms. The group takes their positions, embodying a collective strength forged through shared experiences. Aeliana reminds herself that they have overcome challenges together before, solidifying her resolve to lead them through any obstacles they may face. As they brace for the impending confrontation, Aeliana feels the weight of her responsibilities, but also the fire of determination. They will navigate this trial as they have all the others, together. Aeliana's heart pounds as the growling intensifies, the sound reverberating through the trees. She feels the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end as a massive creature emerges from the shadows, its eyes gleaming with a fierce intelligence. The beast, a monstrous wolf-like creature with glistening fur and powerful limbs, sniffs the air, honing in on their presence. Aeliana's instincts kick in, and she can feel her breath quicken. Everyone, get ready, she commands, positioning herself in front of Myra, who steps back instinctively. Jarek grips his weapon tightly, a mix of fear and determination etched across his face. Can we reason with it? Myra whispers, fear lacing her voice. Aeliana shakes her head, knowing that this creature is likely a protector of the forest and may not respond to gentle approaches. We need to show that we're not a threat, but we must also be prepared to defend ourselves. In that moment, she remembers the magic they learned from the forest spirit, the importance of showcasing their intent. Hold your ground, but don't attack unless it comes for us, she instructs, her voice steady. Kale, who has been silent during the creature's emergence, speaks up. How do you know it won't immediately attack us? We might not have that kind of time. Aeliana can feel the dynamics shifting as doubt arises again. We won't know unless we try, she counters, the words spilling out with more conviction than she feels. If we can communicate with it, we may avoid a conflict. The creature shifts its weight, eyeing them with a mixture of curiosity and caution. Aeliana takes a deep breath, channeling the lessons from their adventures, the need for unity, understanding, and trust. I need to try this, she says firmly, stepping forward slowly, hands raised in a gesture of peace. As she approaches the creature, she speaks softly, her voice calm. "We mean you no harm. We're just passing through to protect our home." The beast tilts its head, watching her intently, the growling subsiding for a moment, indicating that Aeliana's words have a chance to resonate. "Stay close," she whispers to her friends, though she knows she must demonstrate that she's serious about forging a connection. With each step, Aeliana feels her resolve strengthening, her heart aligned with the intentions of the forest. "Trust me," she murmurs, focusing her energy and channeling it toward the creature, hoping to communicate their sincerity and courage. In this crucial moment, Aeliana knows that embracing both her vulnerability and her power is essential to see this encounter through. As Aeliana stands just a few feet away from the creature, she feels her heart race, the tension between them palpable. The wolf-like beast inches forward, nostrils flaring, testing the air. Aeliana holds her breath, straining to maintain eye contact, hoping to establish a connection. "Please," she whispers, her voice gentle yet firm. "We don't wish to harm you. We're here to protect our home from a greater threat." The creature pauses, its gaze piercing as it seems to contemplate her words. Aeliana's friends watch with bated breath, feeling a mix of hope and fear as they stand ready for any sudden movements. Suddenly, the beast lowers its head slightly, a sign that perhaps it understands her intentions. In that moment of vulnerability, Aeliana reaches into her satchel and pulls out a small, glowing crystal, the same one they used to channel their magic from the altar. "Look, this is for you," she offers, holding it out like a peace offering. "It's a symbol of harmony. Accept it, and we will leave without conflict." A low growl rumbles in the creature's throat, and Aeliana senses her friends stiffen, readying themselves for an attack. But she remains steady, focusing all her energy on the crystal and the creature before her. "Please," she repeats, her voice filled with sincerity and desperation. As her heart pounds, she feels the forest around her respond, drawing energy from the environment. Aeliana channels that magic into the crystal, creating a soft, radiant glow that pulses in rhythm with her heartbeat. Slowly, the creature steps forward, intrigued by the light. It sniffs the air once more, and Aeliana feels a surge of hope as the beast inches closer, its curiosity overcoming its earlier aggression. "Trust is built with offerings, just like this," she murmurs, careful not to make any sudden movements. As the creature raises a paw and gently touches the crystal with its nose, Aeliana breathes a sigh of relief. The growl subsides entirely, and a moment of stillness settles over them as the creature acknowledges the offering. Aeliana exchanges glances with her friends, a mix of awe and relief washing over her. In this moment, she feels the power of connection, understanding that their willingness to face fears and work together is the true magic of this journey. With a sense of triumph stirring within her, she knows they are forging not only a path forward, but also a bond with the protectors of the forest. With the crystal now touching the creature's nose, Aeliana observes a remarkable transformation in the beast's demeanor. The initial hostility dissipates, replaced by a calm curiosity. The spirit deep within the woods seems to vibrate with energy, illuminating the clearing around them. Aeliana holds her breath, awestruck by the shift. The creature raises its head, and in a heartbeat, the air around them thickens with a warm, tangible magic, enveloping Aeliana and her friends. "This is incredible," Myra gasps, her eyes wide as she takes in the scene, both terrified and amazed by the unexpected connection forming before them. Jarek remains cautious, still keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings. "Let's not get too comfortable. We don't know how long it will last," he warns, though Aeliana catches a glimmer of hope in his voice, mindful of the change in his attitude. The creature circles around Aeliana, its movements fluid and graceful, as if it acknowledges her efforts. Aeliana feels a rush of empowerment, a recognition that her ability to communicate beyond words has forged a bond with the guardian of the woods. "Thank you," she whispers to the creature, her voice softening as she realizes the significance of this moment. "You've shown us that trust is possible, even in the face of fear." The creature pauses, and in a flash it emits a soft hum. The very sound resonates with Aeliana, and she realizes it's a response, a recognition of the bond they've created. Encouraged, she extends her hand, palm open, willing to connect further with the spirit. As the creature gently nudges her hand, Eliana's heart swells with hope. This magical interaction is unlike anything she has ever experienced. It cements her belief in the goodness of collaboration and unity, giving her strength to face the looming uncertainties. In this pivotal moment, Aeliana understands that the lessons learned and the connections made will guide her as they navigate the trials ahead. The forest spirit has not only become a guardian of their journey, but also a beacon of the potential that lies within their growing alliances. Aeliana feels prepared to face future challenges, her confidence bolstered by the power of trust and connection. As Aeliana shares this moment with the creature, she feels a wave of warmth wash over her, igniting a profound sense of purpose. The energy of the forest swirls around them, filling her with a conviction that she can't fully articulate but knows is essential. Now we know that alliances can be formed even in the darkest times, she expresses, glancing at her friends, who are equally spellbound by the unfolding magic. Myra takes a step forward, her face alight with excitement. This changes everything. If we can connect with the protectors of the forest, our mission becomes stronger. Aeliana nods, her mind racing with the implications. We must remember this moment when we face our enemies. It's a reminder that unity is our greatest strength. Jarek, still amazed, adds, I didn't think we'd be able to forge such a bond. It's impressive how quickly we've come to trust one another and the spirit. His acknowledgement reinforces Eliana's sense of achievement, solidifying the connections they've built amidst the turmoil. As the spirit gently nudges her hand once more, Aeliana gathers her thoughts, feeling the weight of her leadership settle comfortably on her shoulders. We should make our way toward that valley now, she says, gesturing down a less thickly wooded path the spirit seems to point out. With this newfound knowledge and our allies by our side, we are prepared for what lies ahead. With renewed confidence, they begin to follow the spirit deeper into the woods, the forest now feeling less intimidating and more like a nurturing environment. Eliana's heart swells with determination, embracing the mysteries of the journey. As they proceed, she glances at her friends, seeing in their expressions the same excitement and commitment she feels. Each step into the heart of the enchanted forest signifies not just a physical journey, but an emotional and spiritual one as well, ready to shape their destinies and strengthen their resolve against the challenges ahead. Chapter 6, The Heart of the Conflict. Aeliana and her group tread carefully along the narrow forest path, the sounds of nature surrounding them as they move deeper into the enchanted forest. The air is thick with mystery and magic, an ever-present reminder of the challenges they face. Suddenly, a chilling howl echoes in the distance, sending a strong shiver down Aeliana's spine. She exchanges worried glances with Myra and Jarek, her heartbeat quickening. That didn't sound like any creature we've encountered before, she whispers, her voice barely breaking through the ambient noise of the forest. We should move quickly, Jarek urges, scanning the area for any signs of danger. Aeliana feels the weight of his words, the urgency coursing through her as adrenaline pumps through her veins. Just then, a branch snaps nearby, causing the group to tense, instincts kicking in. Aeliana turns to face the sound, her heart racing. Stay alert. We need to be ready, she commands, positioning herself between her friends and the source of the noise, grounded yet anxious. The underbrush parts, and a figure emerges, a gaunt wolf-like creature, larger than any they had faced before, with eyes that burn like coals in the dim light. Eliana's breath catches in her throat, the reality of the wild threat looming before them. Back! We need to fall back, Mira shouts, moving instinctively, but Aeliana stands firm, a blend of fear and determination igniting within her. Wait, she calls out, feeling a surge of courage replace her fear. We have to try to communicate. Are you crazy? Jarek exclaims, his eyes wide with disbelief. That thing looks ready to pounce. I won't let fear dictate our actions, Aeliana insists, gripping her staff tightly, her voice steadying as she addresses the creature. If we can show it we mean no harm, we might stand a chance. The creature regards Aeliana with an intense gaze, and she can see its muscles tensing, ready for an attack. Every nerve in her body screams for her to retreat, but she holds her ground, fighting against the instinct to run. A moment passes as she weighs her options, gathering her resolve to lead her friends through the impending danger. "Prepare yourselves, but don't act aggressively," she instructs, focusing on the situation, channeling her magic quietly but powerfully, feeling the pulse of energy thrumming beneath her skin. She knows this is a defining moment, a test of her growth as a leader and a protector. As they brace themselves for what might come next, Aeliana stands poised between her friends and the creature, ready to face whatever unfolds, her determination shining like a beacon in the shadows. Aeliana takes a deep breath, steadying her resolve as she steps forward slightly, keeping her hands visible to indicate she means no harm. The wolf-like creature's gaze is penetrating, and she can feel her heart pounding in her chest. "We don't want to fight," she speaks clearly, her voice calm yet firm. "We are merely passing through." The creature growls lowly, its stance aggressive. The air vibrates with tension, and Aeliana senses her friends tightening their grips on their weapons behind her. "Easy, everyone," she says, trying to project confidence. "Trust me, I can try to reach out." With that, Aeliana focuses her energy, drawing on the magic she learned from the spirit and channeling it through her staff. She gently emits a soft light, wrapping it around herself in an attempt to soothe the creature. "I'm Aeliana, and I come in peace. I know you guard this forest, and I respect that." In response, the creature cocks its head slightly, curiosity breaking through the initial aggression. Aeliana tries to maintain eye contact, keeping her movements slow to avoid startling it further. "We seek guidance. We need to understand the growing darkness that threatens Eldoria," she adds, her passion for their cause flaring to life. The creature's growl softens, and it steps back slightly, still wary but intrigued by her words. Aeliana takes the opportunity to clarify her intentions. "We want to help. We are not here to disrupt your home." Behind her, Myra whispers, "What if it doesn't understand? It could attack us at any moment." Aeliana casts a quick glance backward, seeing the apprehension in her friend's eyes. "It will understand if we give it a chance," she reassures, feeling a deep sense of responsibility for both her allies and the creature before her. "This is our chance to bridge a connection." At that moment, the creature sniffs the air again, its gaze flickering between Aeliana and the surrounding trees. Aeliana continues to focus her energy, hoping to convey their sincerity through her magic. As tension hangs in the air, she prepares herself for whatever the creature might do next, knowing that this interaction could change the course of their journey. Aeliana watches the creature as it shifts its weight, the tension in the air tangible. The wolf-like figure leans closer, its powerful form radiating both majesty and latent threat. She can sense the uncertainty swirling within her friends, their nervousness palpable. "Stay calm," she whispers, urging them to maintain their composure. Myra bites her lip, eyes wide as she grips her staff tightly, while Jarek remains poised, ready to act if necessary. Suddenly, the creature snorts and takes a few steps forward, closing the distance between them. Aeliana's heart races, but she refuses to flinch. "We're here for mutual understanding," she reiterates, pressing her palms together in a gesture of peace. In that moment, a faint sound catches her attention, a rustle from the nearby bushes. Aeliana's instincts kick in, and she glances to the side. "We need to watch our surroundings," she insists, breaking eye contact with the creature to assess the area. The beast seems to recognize her shift in focus and pauses, tilting its head in curiosity. Aeliana senses a flicker of communication, as if they're in a strange dance of power and understanding. "Look at it," Myra whispers, awe creeping into her voice. "It's actually listening to you." Aeliana nods, her determination growing as she realizes the significance of the moment. "That's because we're trying to connect, not fight. We need to demonstrate respect." Feeling the energy of the forest pulse around them, Aeliana decides to show the creature they are allies, not threats. She moves slowly, extending a hand once more, the magic in her fingertips glowing softly. "I'm here to help." The creature's eyes flicker, a glimmer of comprehension shining through. After a tense moment, it steps back, its body language shifting from confrontation to curiosity. Aeliana watches as understanding unfolds in the creature's posture, sensing an opportunity forming. "See?" she breathes, her confidence swelling as the beast lowers its head slightly, acknowledging her presence. "We can work together." With the path to cooperation opening, Aeliana feels a surge of hope. As they stand on the precipice of a new beginning, she understands that this pivotal moment could lead to forging a powerful bond with the protector of the forest, shaping the direction of their journey. Aeliana feels a rush of relief as the creature relaxes, its growl fading into a low hum. The moment stretches, charged with anticipation. "Thank you for hearing me," she whispers, the words laced with sincerity as she focuses on fostering the connection. "Do you think it will help us?" Myra asks quietly, moving closer to Aeliana's side. She glances at the creature, a look of hope mingled with uncertainty dancing in her eyes. Aeliana nods, emboldened by the response from the spirit. "I believe it wants to understand us as much as we want to understand it," she replies, her voice now carrying a sense of conviction that inspires confidence among her friends. Kale, still standing a few steps away, looks skeptical but intrigued. "You think it'll lead us to the next clue? Or is it just playing with our heads?" His challenge lingers in the air, highlighting his unpredictability. Aeliana catches his gaze, feeling the tension between them. If we treat it with respect, I'm certain it will respond accordingly. She returns her focus to the creature, hoping to gauge its reactions. "What do you seek?" she asks tentatively. The creature steps closer, eyes fixed on Aeliana, its presence commanding yet curious. Aeliana can sense a connection forming, the forest's magic surrounding them, intertwining their fates. As the creature lowers its head again, Aeliana feels a flicker of hope within her. "We need this bond to protect each other against the darkness," she asserts, recognizing the urgency of the moment and the potential the spirit holds. Suddenly, the creature begins to glow, an ethereal light spilling from its form. Myra gasps, awestruck by the transformation. Kale's expression shifts, a mix of disbelief and reluctant admiration crossing his features. Aeliana grasps the significance of this moment, how it affirms her role as a leader. "Together, we can uncover the truth and face whatever lies ahead," she proclaims, ready to embrace the journey that awaits with her allies beside her. This pivotal encounter solidifies Aeliana's resolve and the understanding that forging connections is powerful, not just for themselves, but for the balance of magic within the forest as well. Aeliana stands before the glowing creature, her heart racing with anticipation as its light envelops them. The air pulses with magic, a palpable force that makes the hairs on her arms stand on end. The spirit's presence feels like a bridge between their world and the mysteries of the forest. "Now what?" Myra asks, her voice a blend of awe and anxiety. "We wait," Aeliana replies, feeling both vulnerable and empowered. She senses the creature searching for a connection, urging her to remain calm as they navigate this newfound relationship. The spirit begins to move gracefully, swirling around them in a dance of light and energy. It beckons Aeliana closer, and she takes a hesitant step forward, curiosity thrumming in her chest. "It wants us to follow," she announces, her voice laced with excitement. Kale shifts his weight, still skeptical but now intrigued. "What if it leads us into danger?" he questions, crossing his arms defensively. Aeliana turns to him, her gaze steady. "If it means bringing us closer to understanding the threats we face, then we take that chance. I trust it." The spirit leads them deeper into the forest, the glow guiding their path. As they weave between trees, Aeliana feels the weight of her companions behind her, their presence reminding her of the strength in unity. "Keep your eyes peeled," Jarek advises, his instincts on high alert. "Just because it's guiding us doesn't mean it's harmless." Aeliana nods, acknowledging his concern. "We'll stay vigilant, but let's also be open to what we might discover." The deeper they travel, the more the forest transforms, revealing hidden wonders and puzzles waiting to be unraveled. Each step further into the enchanted wilderness opens doors to possibilities, and Aeliana feels a sense of gratitude for the journey that has brought them here. Suddenly, the spirit halts before a large stone structure, covered in vines and glowing runes that pulse in sync with the creature's light. Aeliana's excitement ignites once again, knowing they are on the verge of unraveling something important. "This must be it," she exclaims, ready to engage with whatever lies ahead, fueled by the belief that they can overcome any obstacle together. As Aeliana steps closer to the ancient stone structure, she feels the pulsating energy of the runes resonate within her. The markings glimmer in the spirit's light, and she reaches out hesitantly to brush her fingers against the cool stone surface. "What do you think it is?" Myra asks, her voice filled with curiosity and awe. "I don't know, but it feels—" Aeliana trails off, searching for the right words. "Significant, like it holds secrets we're meant to uncover." Jarek examines the area, glancing around with a wary expression. "We should be careful. There could be traps or guardians. We don't want to rush in blindly." Aeliana nods, acknowledging his concerns, but also feeling a pulse of determination within her. "We need to find a way to activate the runes and see what they reveal. It could guide us toward the artifact." "Let me examine the structure more closely," Kale offers, stepping forward with a hint of eagerness in his tone. Aeliana watches him carefully, her instincts reminding her of their complicated past. "I might be able to uncover how it works." "Fine, but let's do this as a team," Aeliana insists, wanting to maintain unity after the earlier tensions. "We should work together to read the energies from the runes." As they band together, Aeliana takes a deep breath and begins channeling her magic toward the runes, feeling a sense of clarity wash over her. The glowing symbols start to pulsate more vividly in response to her energy, acknowledging her efforts. "Look," Myra exclaims, her eyes widening in excitement. "It's responding to your magic." Encouraged by the response, Aeliana focuses more intently, adjusting her approach based on the feedback from the runes. "It's like they want us to connect our energies with them," she observes, jotting down notes as she channels her thoughts into the structure. Jarek and Kale move closer, contributing their magic while Aeliana orchestrates their efforts, demonstrating her evolving leadership. The air crackles with energy around them as the runes begin to illuminate, casting bright beams into the clearing. In that moment, Aeliana acknowledges the power of collaboration, the way each person's strength contributes to a larger purpose. She can feel herself growing, learning, and adapting with every challenge they face together. This realization fuels her resolve as they inch closer to unveiling the mysteries ahead, solidifying not just their path, but also their bond as a team. Chapter 7, The Test of Trust. As the last of the runes flicker, a sudden stillness falls over the clearing. Aeliana feels a chill run down her spine, sensing the tension hang thick in the air. Suddenly, a loud crash bursts through the stillness as branches snap, shaking the surrounding trees and sending leaves cascading to the ground. The vivid colors of the forest dim momentarily, and an eerie silence envelops them. "Did you see that?" Myra asks, her eyes darting around in wide-eyed concern. Aeliana turns to the direction of the sound, heart racing. "Everyone stay close," she calls, instinctively positioning herself protectively in front of her friends. Jarek grips his weapon tightly, scanning the tree line for movement. "What if it's another ambush?" he murmurs. Before Aeliana can respond, the forest shudders as a massive creature emerges from the underbrush, larger than before, with dark fur and piercing eyes. A deep growl reverberates through the air, eliciting gasps from the group. "We need to act fast," Jarek says, taking a step back, his instincts urging caution. Aeliana feels the pressure surging around her, ready to either flee or face this new threat. "Wait," Aeliana urges, raising a hand. "Let's see if we can communicate again," she suggests, recalling the lessons learned from her previous encounter with the forest spirit. "Are you serious?" Kale interjects, skepticism dripping from his voice. "You think that will work again?" "I have to try," Aeliana replies, feeling the weight of her friend's expectations. She takes a deep breath, channeling her magic and drawing on the energy that pulsed earlier around the altar. As she steps forward, the creature's growl intensifies, making her heart race, but she stands firm, determined to address the threat with courage. "We mean you no harm," she calls out, her voice steady as she hopes to forge a connection. The creature hesitates, eyeing Aeliana with a mixture of caution and curiosity. She feels the moment hanging in the air, teetering on the edge of danger. This pivotal encounter tests her resolve once more, forcing her to confront her fears with the same bravery she has fostered throughout her journey. Aeliana feels the adrenaline coursing through her veins as she focuses on the creature, aware that every word could mean the difference between conflict and understanding. "We come with respect," she says, her voice firm yet gentle. "We're here to protect our home and seek guidance." The creature tilts its head, the growl fading to a low rumble, but the tension is still present. Aeliana takes a cautious step forward, keeping her movements slow and steady, and hoping to convey her sincerity. We've faced challenges that have taught us the importance of trust, she continues, her hands raised slightly to signal peace. We want to learn from what you guard. Behind her, Aeliana can feel her friends shifting uneasily, the fear still lingering in the air. Myra whispers, "Are you sure this is wise? What if it doesn't understand?" Aeliana glances back, desperation shining in her eyes. We have to try. Remember what we learned from the spirit, the importance of connection. The creature observes her closely, its expression unreadable as it takes a step closer, scrutinizing Aeliana's intent. Aeliana feels a flicker of hope, but knows they must press forward. If you are a guardian of this forest, we ask for your guidance. Help us understand the dangers we face. Just then, a loud crack echoes through the trees, startling the group. The creature's ears perk up at the sound, and it shifts its attention, growling lowly once more. Aeliana's heart races as she realizes the danger could be imminent. Everyone, stay alert, she commands, drawing her staff. This could be a test. The atmosphere thickens with anticipation as the clash between Aeliana's willingness to communicate and the creature's possible hostility hangs in the balance. In this crucial moment, Aeliana recognizes the weight of her choice, to stand her ground and strive for understanding, no matter the tension that surrounds them. Aeliana takes a deep breath, heart pounding as she observes the creature's shifting posture. She can sense its wariness tempered by curiosity, which momentarily eases the tension. We are not your enemies, but those who wish to protect this land, she asserts, her voice echoing with confidence. The creature watches her intently, eyes narrowing as if analyzing her sincerity. Aeliana feels a weight sink into her stomach. One slip could send them spiraling into conflict. Just then, Jarek speaks up, his cautious nature surfacing again. How can we know it won't attack us? We've already been through so much. Aeliana turns to him, determined to quell the anxieties swirling in the group. We have to trust in our abilities to communicate. Mira leans in closer, her expression full of hope. Maybe it's waiting for us to show our intentions, she suggests, and Aeliana senses her friend's belief in their approach. With a nod of affirmation, Aeliana focuses her energy once more, willing to open the channels of magic they have cultivated throughout their journey. If we show our power without harm, perhaps it will respond to us, she says, raising her hands slightly, palms open. In that moment, the creature snorts, a breakthrough glimmering in its eyes as it lowers its defensive posture. Aeliana channels her conviction into the air, crafting a gentle wave of magic that envelops the creature, hoping it feels their intent. The energy flares in a soft luminescence, shimmering reflexively against the creature's fur. Aeliana holds her breath, feeling as though everything hinges on this moment of connection. The lines of tension in the air begin to soften, as if the forest itself is holding its breath alongside her. Please, she underscores, stepping forward again, embodying her commitment to peace. Help us protect your home. We can face the darkness together. Her plea resonates in the quiet forest, and for a heartbeat it seems that time pauses. The creature's expression shifts, its growl fading completely as it tilts its head just slightly, silently weighing the sincerity of Aeliana's intentions. Hope flickers within her, and she knows that whatever happens next will define not only their fate, but the nature of their bond with the spirit of the forest. Just then, the tension in the air shifts dramatically as a sudden rustling erupts from the nearby bushes, and a patrol of shadowy figures emerges. Aeliana's heart drops as she recognizes them as hostile sentinels of the forest, the very beings they had been warned about. The group immediately stiffens, fear and adrenaline coursing through their veins. Quick! Get ready! Aeliana shouts, her voice rising above the growing chaos. She quickly turns to her friends, her mind racing to strategize on the fly. The moment becomes a test of their adaptability, a lesson in resilience against unexpected danger. Flank the sides and keep your spells ready, she commands, and the group springs into action, instinctively breaking into formation. Mira nods, summoning her magic, while Jarek positions himself beside Aeliana, ready to engage. The shadowy figures bear down on them with menacing growls, each step echoing in the deepening silence. Aeliana can see the uncertainty in her friend's expressions, but she stands tall, focusing her energy. She moves to the front, ready to lead the charge, prepared to protect her companions. "Remember, we've trained for this," she encourages, her voice steady despite her racing pulse. "Trust in your abilities and in each other. We'll fight together." As the shadowy figures draw closer, Aeliana channels her magic, her hands glowing with a fierce luminescence. She casts a spell, sending a wave of protective light that shimmers between them and the advancing threats. The spell momentarily holds the creatures at bay, their movements faltering as they are caught in the unexpected brilliance. Jarek takes the moment to strike, using the distractions Aeliana has created. He launches forward with a determined shout, engaging one of the sentinels. Myra follows closely behind, casting her own spells to create additional barriers. Aeliana feels a surge of pride, watching her friends move in sync with her lead, their earlier doubts melting away under the pressure of the fight. The chaotic energy of the moment refines her focus, reminding her of the importance of leadership and unity during challenges. With each move, each shout, and each spell, Aeliana realizes they are not just fighting to survive, but also forging deeper bonds as allies. She keeps pushing forward, adapting to the flow of the battle, and finds herself thriving under pressure, understanding that this conflict is a crucial step in their evolving journey. The battle rages on, and Aeliana feels the energy of the forest resonate around her. She casts another spell, this time weaving intricate patterns of light to confuse the shadowy figures momentarily. "Keep pushing forward. We can't let them surround us," she commands, her heart pounding with adrenaline. Jarek and Myra move in sync, expertly navigating the chaos around them. Myra unleashes bursts of magic that send a few of the sentinels reeling back, while Jarek uses his strength to hold his ground against the attackers. Aeliana watches, a wave of pride swelling in her chest as she sees her friends embrace their roles in the fight. But just as victory seems within reach, one of the sentinels lunges at Aeliana, breaking through the shimmering light. Eliana's heart races as she dodges just in time. The creature's claws graze her arm, eliciting a gasp of pain as she stumbles back. "Are you okay?" Jarek calls out, his focus momentarily diverted. "I'm fine," Aeliana shouts, pushing through the pain, determination igniting her resolve. She realizes the importance of pressing on, both for herself and for the others fighting alongside her. "We need to finish this." Summoning her strength, she pulls from the energy of the forest, focusing on her connection with the magic swirling around them. She channels that energy into her staff, feeling more powerful with every heartbeat, ready to turn the tide of the battle. "Let's end this," she yells, her voice rising above the chaos. With renewed vigor, she directs a brilliant beam of light toward the sentinel attacking her, striking it squarely and unleashing a shockwave that sends the creature tumbling backward. The group rallies, encouraged by her decisive action. "Together now," Aeliana urges, as they launch a coordinated assault against the remaining sentinels. Each member of the team contributes, their efforts intertwining seamlessly. Eliana's confidence grows as they push through the fray, every successful blow reinforcing the bonds of trust that have developed between them. She understands now that her growth isn't just about her individual strength. It's about how she can empower others, lead with intention, and embrace the wild uncertainties of their journey. As the last sentinel falls, Aeliana stands tall, breathlessly surveying the clearing. Though they face danger, they stand united, a testament to their resilience. Her heart pounds not just from exertion, but from the realization that they are truly stronger together, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the dust settles and the last of the shadowy figures retreats, Aeliana takes a moment to catch her breath. Her heart is still pounding from the adrenaline of the fight, but overwhelming relief washes over her. Myra and Jarek regroup beside her, their expressions a mix of exhaustion and triumph. "We did it," Myra exclaims, a smile breaking across her face, brightening the aftermath of their battle. "We wouldn't have made it without your lead," Jarek adds, respect evident in his tone as he glances at Aeliana. "You took control when we needed it most." Aeliana feels the weight of his words, a swell of pride blooming within her. "We all did this together. I couldn't have led without your support," she replies, recognizing the importance of teamwork in overcoming the obstacles they faced. As they stand in the clearing, the magical energy still lingering in the air, Aeliana reflects on how much they have each grown. She can sense the resonance of their bond strengthening with every shared experience, and it fills her with hope. Let's take a moment to regroup before we move on. We need to assess our supplies and plan our next steps, she suggests, her mind already shifting toward the future. The urgency of their mission pushes her to think ahead, and Aeliana knows that their journey is far from over. Jarek plops down on a nearby log, running a hand through his hair, still visibly shaken. I didn't expect it to go that way, he admits, catching his breath, but I'm glad we managed to hold our ground. Aeliana nods, understanding the importance of allowing those feelings of uncertainty to surface. It was a test, and we all came through it. We can handle whatever lies ahead, she reassures, her determination echoing in her words. Already, Aeliana begins to note the scattered supplies they've found in the aftermath. Potions, remnants of enchantments, and even a few magical artifacts that they can utilize moving forward. We should distribute the findings among us, so everyone has something to contribute to the next phase, she proposes, her leadership blossoming alongside her confidence. This newfound assurance not only grounds her, but also inspires her allies to trust in her direction as they take stock of their progress. Aeliana acknowledges that while they have faced challenges and failures, their commitment to one another will be the beacon that guides them through the uncertainties still ahead. Chapter 8. The Weight of Decisions. Aeliana stands at the forest's edge, her heart heavy with the weight of what they've faced. The journey back home fills her with a bittersweet sense of completion, the thoughts of her friends and the battles fought swirling around in her mind. As they exit the thick trees and their surroundings transform into familiar sights of Eldoria, she takes a deep breath, the sense of home enveloping her. The lively sounds of the marketplace beckon her closer, sparking memories of laughter and camaraderie. Yet despite the welcome sights, an unsettling ache lingers in Aeliana's chest. She had once dreamed of adventure, but now the thought of returning to their old routines feels inadequate after the experiences they've shared. "Are you okay?" Myra asks, noticing Aeliana's pensive expression as they step onto the cobblestone streets. "I'm just reflecting," Aeliana replies, her voice distant as she scans the bustling market, wishing to hold on to the growth she's experienced and the courage she's gained. Everything feels different now. Jarek, walking alongside her, nods in understanding. "We've changed. I think we can do more than what we used to." His words resonate with Aeliana, sparking a flicker of hope amidst her uncertainty. As they approach their usual meeting spot, they are greeted by a group of familiar faces, friends and allies, who regard them with admiration and curiosity. "You all look like you've been through quite an adventure," exclaims a merchant, laughter lining his voice. Aeliana feels a warmth of pride wash over her, exchanging glances with Myra and Jarek. "You could say that," she replies, her determination strengthening as she recalls their victories, yet recognizing the challenges that still lie ahead. Gathering her thoughts, Aeliana realizes that she should share their journey, the lessons learned about trust, unity, and the magic that flows through their bonds. "Let's meet and discuss what we've experienced. There's so much to share," she suggests, her voice charged with excited energy. As they settle into the familiar rhythm of the village, Aeliana knows that she must embrace this new chapter. The weight of her responsibilities feels a little lighter, filled with the promise of potential and growth. With renewed conviction, she steps forward, ready to reclaim her place within the vibrant life of Eldoria and foster the connections she has forged along the way. As Aeliana gathers her friends in the town square, a sense of purpose fills her as she looks around at the familiar faces of the townsfolk. She stands before them, heart pulsing with excitement and anxiety. "Thank you all for coming," she begins, her voice steady as she addresses the crowd. "We've just returned from a significant journey, and there's so much to share." The townspeople lean in, curiosity shimmering in their eyes. Aeliana recalls the encounters they faced, the lessons learned, and the challenges that still loom ahead. "We've experienced magic unlike anything we've seen before, and we must prepare for potential threats to Eldoria." a murmur spreads through the crowd, and Aeliana senses a mix of apprehension and intrigue. She knows she must capture their attention to unite them against the challenges to come. We fought against forces that sought to harm our home, and every moment taught us about trust and teamwork. She continues, feeling confidence rise within her. I want to share our story and ensure we're ready to protect what's ours. Myra steps forward, her enthusiasm unwavering. And we've discovered new magical resources that can help us strengthen our defenses, she adds, her voice chiming in harmony with Aeliana's message. Jarek stands by Aeliana's side, nodding in agreement. Let's ensure we're organized and prepared to face whatever darkness approaches us next. His assertive tone demonstrates the trust he has in Aeliana's leadership. However, a voice rises from the back of the crowd, filled with skepticism. How can we be sure they can protect us if they couldn't even save their friend? A villager challenges, casting doubt over their earlier successes. The tension in the air thickens at the accusation, reminding Aeliana of the stakes involved. Aeliana meets the villager's gaze, feeling a mix of vulnerability yet determination. We made mistakes, yes, but those experiences have only made us stronger. We're committed to learning and growing to help protect Eldoria together, she responds, her voice firm and resolute. This moment of confrontation crystallizes Aeliana's resolve to foster unity, her belief that every step, both forward and back, has shaped their purpose. She knows that the road ahead will be filled with uncertainty, but she feels ready to lead as they prepare to face new challenges together. As Aeliana's words hang in the air, the crowd buzzes with a mix of excitement and skepticism. Myra steps forward, casting a glance at the townspeople. We've faced unimaginable challenges and come out stronger. What we learned is worth sharing. Her enthusiasm infuses the atmosphere with hope, but the earlier tension remains, palpable amongst those who doubt. One of the village elders, a weathered man named Oren, raises his hand for silence. While your intentions may be noble, what proof do we have that you can protect us? You've returned from the forest, but at what cost? He scans the gathering, drawing attention to the quiet murmurs of concern among the villagers. Aeliana feels the weight of his words and responds with sincerity. We'll do everything we can to safeguard Eldoria. We've encountered threats that tested our unity, and with each trial we've grown stronger. We need your support to prepare for what may come next. Oren studies her for a moment, his expression inscrutable. Aeliana knows that this interaction is critical to shifting perceptions, and she takes a deep breath, channeling her determination. What's needed now is collaboration, she continues, meeting the eyes of those gathered. I want to hear your concerns, your ideas, so that we can build a strategy together. We all share the same home, and it's time we stand united. The crowd murmurs, hesitating as they grapple with their fears and feelings of distrust. But when Jarek steps up, he adds, we've made it this far by leaning on one another. With everyone's participation, we can face any threat that arises. His unwavering confidence resonates through the crowd, and Aeliana hopes it starts to bridge the gap between her group and the townsfolk. As conversations unfold among villagers, Aeliana feels a flicker of hope reigniting in her heart. The earlier uncertainties begin to fade as people start exchanging thoughts, indicating a willingness to engage and collaborate. Aeliana's resolve solidifies as she recognizes how her experiences and growth can galvanize this community, transforming uncertainty into a shared commitment to protect Eldoria, a foundation upon which they can rebuild and strengthen their bonds. Aeliana stands at the forefront of the group, absorbing the villagers' reactions as they engage in spirited discussions. The atmosphere shifts, her heart pounding with a mixture of hope and anxiety as she senses a unity beginning to form. We can create watch groups, one villager suggests, a younger woman with bright eyes. If we're all on alert, we can protect each other. Exactly, Aeliana exclaims, feeling the enthusiasm ripple through the crowd. Establishing watch groups can help us stay informed and organized. It'll allow us to spot threats before they reach our homes. The energy in the square intensifies as more people chime in with ideas, sharing suggestions about gathering resources and training the younger generation for defense. Aeliana watches, her confidence growing as she realizes the collective power of their voices. However, a voice from the back speaks up, filled with skepticism. And what happens if we fail again? We've lost people before. The doubt reverberates through the crowd, causing unease to settle once more. Aeliana lifts her chin, prepared to confront the fear head-on. We will learn from our past mistakes. Every loss has taught us valuable lessons about trust and unity. We can't allow fear to paralyze us. Myra stands beside her, nodding. We are stronger now, and we know what we're up against. If we stand together, we can overcome any challenge. Aeliana glances at Jarek, who offers an encouraging smile, reinforcing her resolve. Each moment of interaction solidifies her belief that they can rise above the uncertainties. Inspired, Aeliana takes a deep breath, realizing the shift within her. Let's transform our fears into strategies. We can become a united front against any threat, together. The crowd responds to her confidence, a ripple of agreement and determination flowing through them. Aeliana knows this moment is pivotal, a reformation of the community's spirit, laying the groundwork for the strength they'll need to face what lies ahead. As the discussions continue, Aeliana steps back slightly, allowing the villagers to freely express their thoughts. She observes them as they rally together, the atmosphere shifting toward a collective determination. A deep sense of pride swells within her, recognizing how far they've come since their initial confrontation. Let's commit to a plan, she suggests, calling attention back with a gentle yet assertive tone. We need to establish a framework for our community defense, one that utilizes everyone's strengths. The crowd murmurs approval, moving from skepticism to support as everyone begins to see the potential for their collective efforts. Aeliana notices a few faces smiling and nodding, while others still wrestle with uncertainty. This is our chance to protect our home, Aeliana continues, her voice rising with optimism. Let's gather materials and resources, and we'll do this together. Some villagers begin to share stories of past experiences with threats, adding layers to their concerns, while also revealing a wealth of knowledge that could bolster their strategy. Aeliana listens intently, her earlier doubts replaced by excitement as ideas begin to flow and cement a sense of camaraderie. Jarek steps forward, a spark of focus in his eyes. I can help organize training sessions to prepare everyone for whatever might come next. We need to be ready. The energy in the square is palpable, excitement rippling through as the townsfolk begin to agree upon their roles and responsibilities. Aeliana beams with pride, realizing that her vision for a united front is coming to fruition. Yet, as they start to finalize their plans, Aeliana catches a glimpse of Kale lingering in the shadows, watching intently but remaining silent. His presence stirs a flicker of doubt as she addresses the group once more, aware of the uneasy dynamics he introduces. Trust must be built, she asserts, looking around at the familiar faces. As we prepare for the future, let's remember the importance of unity. In that moment, the complexities of camaraderie and trust intertwine, reminding Aeliana that every word and interaction carries weight. She knows that her journey is far from over, but with this community behind her, she feels bolstered for whatever challenges lie ahead. As the plans begin to solidify and the group buzzes with enthusiasm, Aeliana feels a surge of determination to guide her community through the challenges ahead. She glances around the square, taking in the faces of her friends and neighbors, each person now animated with purpose. Let's meet back here tomorrow to finalize our preparations and begin training, she announces, her voice steady and commanding. We'll need to be well coordinated to face any threats that come our way. The group nods, the weight of her words settling in, creating a sense of clarity and hope. Aeliana feels a warming glow of accomplishment as they mobilize around her, forging plans for collaboration and support. As they disperse into the streets, Mira pulls Aeliana aside, a look of pride shining through her eyes. You really stepped up today. It's inspiring to see how much you've grown. Aeliana smiles, the compliment filling her with a sense of validation. Thank you, but it's all of us working together that will make the difference, she replies humbly, remembering the lessons from their journey. Meanwhile, Jarek approaches with a hint of concern etched across his face. What if we encounter resistance, especially from those who still doubt us, he asks, the anxious edge in his tone reminding her of the ongoing challenges they face in rebuilding trust. Aeliana nods thoughtfully, understanding the seriousness of his question. Then we'll address it head on. We can't let fear dictate our actions. We need to show them the strength we've found in unity. With each interaction, Aeliana feels her confidence bolstering, shaped by her experiences and the relationships she has nurtured. She senses a powerful connection forming among her allies, the atmosphere charged with potential as they march forward together. Before they part ways, Aeliana takes a moment to stand tall and visible, watching her friends recede into the bustling streets. She hears snippets of conversations, plans being made, whispers of encouragement that paint a vibrant picture of hope for their future. As she begins her walk home, Aeliana reflects on the progress they've made and the bonds they've solidified. Each step resonates with newfound purpose, deepening her commitment to protect Eldoria and its people. The path ahead may be fraught with uncertainty, but now she has the strength of her community to guide her forward. Chapter 9. Leaving the comforts behind. Aeliana stands at the edge of the forest, the sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air is thick with the fresh scent of earth and foliage, invigorating her senses as she prepares for the journey ahead. As she surveys the path that extends into the trees, a mix of excitement and anxiety buzzes within her. Today marks a pivotal moment in their quest, a chance to navigate the unknown and confront the challenges that lie ahead. "Are we ready for this?" Myra asks, her voice tinged with nervous energy as she steps up beside Aeliana. Aeliana glances at her friend, whose expression reflects a blend of anticipation and concern. "We've prepared as much as we can. We'll adapt as we go, just like we practiced," she reassures, brimming with newfound determination. Jarek fiddles with his weapon nearby, seeking a sense of control in the midst of uncertainty. "Let's keep our eyes open. We don't know what we might encounter in there," he cautions, the protective instincts he honed in previous battles surfacing again. "I know it's daunting, but remember the spirit's words. The forest holds secrets, and we're ready to uncover them," Aeliana responds, drawing on the wisdom they gained during their earlier encounters. Her confidence radiates, urging her friends to trust in their strengths. With a final glance back towards Eldoria, Aeliana takes a deep breath, grounding herself. The mix of familiar safety and the unknown path ahead creates a palpable tension, but she feels stress melting away as she focuses on the task before them. "Let's go," she announces, stepping forward into the shadows of the trees. With each step, she embraces the possibility of what lies ahead, eager to explore the depths of the enchanted forest and fortified by the bonds of friendship supporting her. As the greenery closes in around them, the path begins to weave through the dense thicket, enveloping them in a cocoon of mystery and magic. Aeliana feels the pulse of the forest thrum alongside her own heartbeat, fueling her determination and igniting her spirit for the adventures that await. As Aeliana steps deeper into the forest, she takes in the vibrant sights and sounds around her. Sunbeams pierce through the foliage, illuminating patches of wildflowers that dance gently in the breeze. The air is alive with the scents of pine and blooming herbs, invigorating her senses and filling her with anticipation. She slows her pace to observe the enchanting details, the intricate patterns on the bark of the trees, the fluttering of small creatures amidst the underbrush. Each moment reinforces the magic of the forest, reminding her that they are not alone in this mystical place. "Remember to watch for signs," she reminds Mira and Jarek, her voice steady as they navigate the winding path. Aeliana recalls the knowledge they gained about the forest's hidden wonders and dangers, feeling the weight of that responsibility as they journey forward. Suddenly, she spots a cluster of glowing mushrooms tucked away at the foot of a towering tree. "Look at those," Aeliana exclaims, pointing excitedly. "They might be useful for potions." As she kneels to examine them, she notices that the ground beneath the mushrooms is covered in faint markings. "These look like signs of other travelers," she observes, revealing her growing awareness of the environment. "Or traps set by enemies," Jarek cautions, scanning the area with furrowed brows. "Let's not take any chances." Aeliana nods, understanding the importance of caution. "We'll need to collect just a few and leave the rest intact. We don't want to draw attention to ourselves." Her decision to limit their harvest reflects her strategic thinking and respect for the ecosystem, a contrast to their earlier, more reckless approach. Myra watches Aeliana with admiration. "You're really getting the hang of this," she praises, her voice filled with warmth. Aeliana feels a flicker of pride, her confidence bolstered by her friend's words. Keeping her eyes trained on the surrounding foliage, Aeliana continues to gather the glowing mushrooms. Each step reinforces her growing sense of responsibility and purpose within the forest, showcasing her adaptive nature as they dive deeper into the unknown. Aeliana senses that every encounter, every detail matters as they venture into this enchanted realm. With renewed determination, she straightens up and motions for the group to follow her further down the path, ready to face whatever awaits them. As they delve deeper into the forest, Aeliana and her friends encounter a dense thicket that blocks their path, tangled with thorns and thick vines. Aeliana halts, instinctively assessing the situation. "We need to figure out a way through," she declares, determination coloring her tone. Myra studies the barrier, frustration evident in her voice. "We could try to cut through, but it might take too long and attract unwanted attention." Jarek glances around, searching for alternative routes. "Maybe we can go around it. There could be another path nearby." Aeliana feels the pressure of their expectations, knowing their progress hinges on her guidance. "Let's check for signs of a trail that might lead us around. We can't afford to waste time," she says, implementing a strategic approach. The group begins to search the thicket, splitting up slightly to cover more ground. Aeliana carefully observes the terrain, noting any subtle shifts in the foliage or patterns on the ground. As she moves, she recalls similar obstacles they faced in their last challenge, how they adapted and overcame together. Suddenly, Kale steps forward eagerly, a glimmer of ambition in his eyes. "I've seen creatures like this before. If we lure them away, we can find a way through." His suggestion hangs in the air, inviting mixed reactions from the group. Luring the creatures could backfire, Jarek argues, skepticism weaving through his words. "We can't risk encountering something even more dangerous." Aeliana senses the tension between them rising. "We have to weigh our options carefully," she interjects, her voice firm. "Perhaps using distraction is a worthwhile tactic, but we need a backup plan in case it doesn't work." Myra steps forward, injecting hope into the conversation. "We're stronger together. Let's come up with a strategy that covers all bases." Feeling a surge of confidence from her friend's willingness to collaborate, Aeliana gathers their ideas and begins to formulate a plan, allowing room for improvisation. "If we create a distraction and have a team prepared to take another route, we'll enhance our chances of getting through safely." With the group unified and focused, Aeliana feels a revitalizing sense of clarity. Her ability to lead is strengthened by their brainstorming, showcasing her growth from uncertainty to confidence. Together, they adjust their strategies, ensuring that every decision made reflects their shared commitment to protecting one another as they continue on their quest. With their plan taking shape, Aeliana gathers everyone to finalize their strategy. "We'll split into pairs," she states, her voice steady. "One team will create a distraction near the thicket to draw the creatures out, while the other will slip around and identify any possible routes." Jarek furrows his brow, unsure of the plan's viability. "And what if the distraction doesn't work? We could end up surrounded." "We'll adjust as needed," Aeliana replies, her confidence unwavering. "We can't let fear drive our decisions. We've prepared for this, and I know we can rely on each other." Myra steps up, enthusiasm bubbling as she chimes in. "I'll work with Aeliana on the distraction. We can combine our magic to create something compelling." Sensing the energy shifting, Aeliana feels a swell of pride at Mira's willingness to step forward. "Exactly. And while we do that, Jarek and Kale can scan the surrounding area for any paths or hiding spots." Kale, surprisingly compliant, responds with a smirk. "I've done this sort of thing before. I can spot anything hiding in the shadows." The confidence from their shared determination ignites. Aeliana can feel the team dynamic refining, forming a resilient unit ready to face whatever dangers the forest holds. "Let's move quickly," she urges, excitement buzzing in her veins. "We need to get this done before we attract more attention." As they prepare to execute their plan, Aeliana takes a moment to glance back at her friends. The mixture of resolve and anticipation energizes her, reminding her of how far they have come. Each step, each decision, reinforces their bonds and strengthens her commitment to leading them. With the path ahead clear, Aeliana feels a sense of purpose surging through her. They will adapt, overcome, and continue their journey together, no matter the obstacles that arise. As Aeliana and Myra prepare their distraction at the thicket, they stand shoulder to shoulder, crafting a spell that pulses with energy. We can create an illusion of multiple creatures, Aeliana suggests, her mind racing with possibilities. It should draw their attention away from the path. Myra nods, excitement twinkling in her eyes. Let's focus on making it convincing. If we can distract them long enough, Jarek and Kale should have the time they need. Together, they channel their magic, weaving bright lights and sounds that mimic the movements of playful forest spirits. The air around them pulses with anticipation as the illusion begins to take shape. We need to be ready, Aeliana reminds Myra, glancing toward the thicket where they sense the creatures waiting, claws digging into the earth. Once we cast the spell, we have to move quickly. Just then, a low growl comes from the shadows, the creatures responding to the magical energy. The tension thickens, and Aeliana feels a swell of urgency within her. She tightens her grip on the staff, her determination igniting. Now, Aeliana calls out, releasing the spell. The bright lights explode into the air, swirling like ribbons, while the sounds of laughter and rustling fills the space around them. As the creatures are captivated by the display, Aeliana turns to Myra, who mirrors her excitement but also wears a look of concentration. Let's slip past while they're distracted, she urges, sensing the opportunity they've created. To their surprise, the distraction works better than expected. The creatures lash out at the lights, completely absorbed by the illusion, and momentarily forgetting the intruders in their midst. With tensions easing, Aeliana and Myra navigate through the thicket, remaining light on their feet. Eliana's heart races, not merely from the thrill of success, but from the realization that they have control over the situation. However, as they round the corner and prepare to catch up with Jarek and Kale, Eliana's confidence wavers slightly. We need to make sure they're not caught off guard. Determined not to let this momentum slip away, she takes a deep breath to center herself. They have worked hard to build this trust, and she will prove that their efforts together matter. As they move forward, Aeliana feels a renewed sense of purpose flourishing within her, a sharp awareness that they are not just adventurers but a united team, ready to face whatever challenges await them in the depths of the forest. Aeliana and Myra weave cautiously through the trees, the distant sounds of their magic still crackling in the air. The path ahead seems illuminated with possibility, a stark contrast to the shadows they left behind. Ahead, they spot Jarek and Kale crouched together, scanning the area near a dense thicket. Aeliana signals for Myra to remain quiet as they approach, their hearts still racing from their successful distraction. What's the situation? Aeliana whispers as they near their companions. Jarek's expression shifts from tension to relief as he sees them. The coast is clear for now, but we need to move quickly. He gestures toward a nearby path that leads further into the forest, and Aeliana senses the urgency in his voice. Kale, who has been observing silently, adds, "We can't afford another misstep. Your spell won't last forever." His tone is sharp, but Aeliana notices a glimmer of respect in his eyes, acknowledging their earlier success. Without missing a beat, Aeliana nods in agreement. Let's keep going. We have to find out what lies ahead and ensure we stay one step ahead of our enemies. The four of them move in unison, the earlier camaraderie shifting into a well-coordinated team as they navigate the twists and turns of the forest. Aeliana leads the way, her focus sharpened by the weight of their mission and the ultimate goal of protecting Eldoria. As they progress down the new path, Aeliana recalls her earlier lessons about adaptability. There are still risks ahead, and she knows they will need to respond swiftly to any changes that arise. In moments of uncertainty, Aeliana feels herself growing into her role. She's learning not just to lead, but to listen to the input from her allies as they journey together. We need to be on alert, she reminds them, her voice steady. If we encounter more creatures or traps, we have to act fast. The tension in the air zings with possibility as her friends nod, reaffirming their commitment to the mission. With every step into the heart of the forest, Aeliana feels the magic of teamwork fortifying her spirit. Each small victory fuels their determination, and she realizes that this ongoing journey is shaping them into the protectors Eldoria needs. As they draw closer to the area marked on the map, Aeliana steels herself for what lies ahead, embracing both the challenges and the connections that have blossomed along the way. Chapter 10. Navigating the Forest. As Aeliana and her companions step deeper into the vibrant heart of the forest, they come across a small encampment hidden among the trees, the flickering glow of a fire illuminating the faces of a group of wilderness dwellers. The air buzzes with energy as laughter and chatter drift toward them, creating an inviting atmosphere that contrasts sharply with the tension they have recently endured. Aeliana feels curiosity ignite within her, hoping to find potential allies among these forest inhabitants. "Should we introduce ourselves?" Mira asks, her wide eyes reflecting the warmth of the fire. "Yes, but with caution," Aeliana replies, wanting to maintain a sense of respect for the customs of those who call the forest home. "Let's approach slowly and show we come in peace." As they stride into the clearing, Aeliana raises her hands, a gesture signaling goodwill. The dwellers glance up, surprise washing over their faces at the sight of newcomers. "Who are you?" one of the dwellers, a tall figure with braided hair, demands, stepping forward with an air of authority. "I'm Aeliana. We're travelers seeking knowledge and guidance as we navigate through this enchanted realm," she responds, her voice steady. "We wish to learn from those who know the forest best." A ripple of murmurs passes through the gathering, their expressions shifting from wariness to intrigue. Kale, standing slightly behind Aeliana, seems restless, his earlier bravado fading in the face of unfamiliar company. "What's there to learn? This forest is ours," he interjects, a hint of defensiveness in his tone. Aeliana senses the tension building as the tall figure narrows their eyes at Kale. "We protect the secrets of this forest. Your intentions must be clear or you will find yourself unwelcome," they warn, the atmosphere thickening with challenge. In this moment, Aeliana realizes the need for unity within the group. "We respect the forest and its guardians," she asserts, stepping slightly forward to reclaim the focus. "We're here to share knowledge and ensure mutual safety. We face a common threat that endangers us all." The tall figure contemplates her words, their gaze flickering between Aeliana and Kale. The group watches with anticipation, the air alive with curiosity and caution. As the moment stretches, Aeliana feels the weight of her words and the importance of forging this connection. She understands that how they navigate this situation can create new alliances or deepen rivalries, and she resolves to lead with compassion and determination. The tall figure narrows their eyes at Aeliana, weighing her intentions. After a moment of silence, they take a step backward, crossing their arms. "Prove your sincerity, and we may consider your request," they state, their posture relaxing slightly but still guarded. Aeliana nods, feeling the weight of the moment pressing down on her. "What can we do to demonstrate our respect for the forest and its protectors?" she asks, eager to show her commitment. "Complete a task for us," the figure replies, their tone serious. "There are dark forces stirring in the woods, creatures that threaten our home. If you manage to quell one of these disturbances and bring back proof, we will listen to your plight." The challenge hangs in the air, and Aeliana exchanges glances with her friends, a mixture of determination and trepidation flickering between them. "We can handle that," she asserts, her voice steady despite a flutter of uncertainty within her. Aeliana turns to Jarek and Myra. "We've faced dangers before. This is just another opportunity to prove ourselves and gain trust," she encourages, feeling the camaraderie bolstering her confidence. Kale steps forward, a hint of skepticism in his voice. "If these creatures are truly a threat, should we not all go together? Trust is essential, but if danger lurks, we can't afford to be divided." Aeliana feels the tension rise again, recognizing the complexities that simmer just beneath the surface. "You're right, Kale. We'll unite as a team, but first we need to strategize so we can maximize our chance of success," she responds, determined to find common ground. The figure observes their exchange, and Aeliana can sense a shift in the ambiance as the other dwellers take in the promise of teamwork. "Very well," the figure remarks, a note of acceptance nestled in their voice. Begin your preparations, and we'll provide information on the disturbances. Aeliana thanks the figure, feeling a surge of resolve. She understands this mission not only impacts their path forward, but also influences the feelings of trust and security that can emerge from cooperation. Her internal growth is shaping not only her perspective, but also her interactions with others, helping her cultivate a sense of unity amid uncertainty. As they move forward with newfound purpose, Aeliana feels the weight of leadership settling comfortably on her shoulders, ready to embrace the challenges that await. As the group prepares to take on the task given by the dwellers of the forest, Aeliana feels a mix of excitement and apprehension. She gathers her friends near a clearing, their expressions a blend of determination and lingering uncertainty. "We need to be strategic," she begins, laying out the details they've reviewed about the disturbances. "We should assess where the creatures are gathering before making any moves. Myra, can you gather more information from the locals? They might know about the specific locations and nature of the threat," she instructs, recognizing Myra's knack for conversation and influence. "Of course, I'll see what I can find out," Myra replies, her voice steady as she steps into her role. Jarek nods, supportive. "What about you, Aeliana? Are you planning to confront the creatures head-on?" Eliana's stomach twists with apprehension. "We'll need to approach carefully. I'll lead the charge, but we must coordinate our movements. If things go sideways, we need escape routes." Kale crosses his arms, eyebrow raised. "And what if I don't trust the locals? They might be hiding information or even lying about the threats," he states, skepticism evident in his tone. Aeliana meets his gaze, frustration simmering beneath her calm exterior. "Then we will handle things as they come. But right now, we need to trust each other. We don't have the luxury of uncertainty," she counters, determination sharpening her words. "Trust is a two-way street," Kale retorts, a hint of defensiveness surfacing. Yet Aeliana can see his resolve wavering. He's caught between defiance and the understanding that they need to work together. "Then let's be transparent with each other. We all share the same goal, to protect Eldoria," Aeliana emphasizes, her confidence urging the group toward unity. The exchange ripples through the group, and Aeliana senses a slight shift in the dynamics. The tension begins to ease as her friends contribute more actively, voicing their thoughts. "We'll face whatever comes next. Together," Jarek affirms, reminding the group of their bond. With their roles established and plans solidified, Aeliana feels a surge of hope. This moment is pivotal, revealing not only her own growth, but also reweaving the fabric of trust among her companions. She knows that their success will depend on collaboration and mutual understanding, setting the stage for their journey ahead, vibrant with possibilities and challenges. As the group disperses to carry out their assigned tasks, Aeliana gathers her thoughts, feeling a weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. She knows the success of their mission hinges on each member doing their part, yet there's a nagging sense of uncertainty lingering within her. "Let's meet back here by dusk to share what we've learned," she calls out, her voice firm. The commitment in her tone is vital, and she hopes it instills confidence in her friends. Kale watches with a raised eyebrow, leaning against a tree. "And what if things go wrong? You expect us to simply trust everyone's intentions?" "Trust begins with open dialogue," Aeliana replies, trying to bridge the gap between Kale's skepticism and the group's growing unity. "We need to stay focused on our mission and not let doubt derail us." Jarek steps forward, supporting Aeliana. "We've come too far to second-guess ourselves. It's about protecting Eldoria, that should drive us." Myra nods in agreement. "We're in this together. Each of us will contribute something valuable, and we need to remember that." As Aeliana watches them rallying behind her, she feels a surge of gratitude. Their eagerness challenges her to rise to the occasion, invigorating her sense of purpose. Yet the earlier doubts regarding Kale's intentions linger, subtly affecting the dynamics among the group. "Let's keep communication open, and if there's any hesitation or concern, bring it to me," Aeliana adds, making a conscious effort to encourage transparency. She senses the challenge ahead, not only as a test of their abilities, but as a pivotal moment for the growth of their collective strategy. Aeliana knows the responsibility to foster trust and mutual respect partially rests on her shoulders, and she is determined to navigate these complexities with grace. As they separate to begin their tasks, Aeliana takes a moment to reflect on the unfolding journey. The stakes are high, and their success will rely on every lesson learned and the shared connections formed throughout their experiences. With a deep breath, she prepares to embrace whatever challenges await, fueled by the belief in her companions and the bonds they are forging. As dusk begins to settle over the forest, Aeliana and her friends regroup at their designated meeting spot, the dim light casting long shadows on the ground. She feels a mixture of anticipation and anxiety ripple through her as she observes each face, wondering what news they will bring. Jarek arrives first, carrying a bundle of herbs and other supplies he managed to collect from the forest's edge. "I found these healing herbs," he announces, pride glimmering in his eyes. "We can use them for potions and in case anyone gets hurt." Aeliana smiles appreciatively. "Great job. That will be invaluable for the journey ahead," she replies, her voice filled with encouragement. The affirmation reinforces Jarek's sense of purpose, visibly bolstering his confidence. Myra arrives next, her arms laden with assorted resources and tales of villagers who shared their knowledge about the forest. "I gathered a few stories from the locals," she says excitedly, dropping her load on the ground. "They mentioned a hidden cave that might connect to the deeper parts of the forest." Aeliana leans in closer. "That could be our advantage. If there are tunnels, we can use them to navigate safely without being seen." Just then, Cale appears, a sly grin on his face. "I overheard some rumors about a rival group moving through this area. They might be planning an attack," he reveals, a hint of mischief sparking the air. Eliana's posture shifts, knowing Cale's words could come from either a place of genuine concern or self-interest. "We need to confirm if that's true," she responds cautiously, trying to maintain focus on their current objectives. Yet, Jarek's eyes narrow, filled with suspicion. "And how do we know you're not just trying to create chaos again?" he challenges, crossing his arms defensively. The tension in the air thickens, and Aeliana intervenes, raising her hands slightly. "We can assess this information. Let's not allow previous feelings to cloud our judgment. What we need is a solid strategy to face this potential threat," she insists. Her resolve feels like a tether, grounding the group as they collectively work through the emerging complications. The moment reflects Aeliana's growth in leadership, showcasing her ability to foster unity and collaboration even when facing distrust. As they navigate the complex emotions within the group, Aeliana feels the weight of responsibility, recognizing how crucial it is to maintain trust while pushing forward. She knows the path ahead is fraught with challenges, but she believes in their ability to overcome them, fortified by the lessons learned and the bonds they've formed. Feeling the weight of the group's uncertainty, Aeliana takes a deep breath, centering herself amidst the chaos of emotions swirling around them. "We all have something to bring to this mission. Let's focus on what needs to be done," she urges, her voice carrying a sense of authority and calm. As they gather closer, Aeliana lays out a revised plan, incorporating Myra's discoveries about the hidden cave and Jarek's resources. "We can use the cave to scout out movement and gain a better understanding of the rival group's intentions," she explains, her confidence bolstered by their shared contributions. Jarek nods, visibly impressed by Aeliana's ability to adapt their strategy. "That could give us the upper hand. If we know their plans, we can counter them effectively." Cale overhears and interjects. "And what if they're already aware of us? This could backfire." His skepticism hangs in the air, but Aeliana feels more at ease as they face his doubts collectively, aware of the importance of teamwork. "I understand your concerns, Cale, but if we act strategically, we can turn the tide in our favor," Aeliana responds, her confidence unwavering. "We've prepared for this, and we're stronger than any rival faction." The atmosphere shifts as the group begins to rally behind her words, their commitment rekindled. They discuss the steps they will take to prepare for a potential confrontation, their voices a harmonious blend of hope and determination. Aeliana glances around, feeling the connections deepening among them. "It's vital we trust each other," she adds, her heart swelling with pride at how far they've come together. "Every one of you plays an essential role in this." As they finalize their plans and distribute roles, Aeliana takes note of the dynamics at play, how their interactions shape the collective spirit. She feels empowered, recognizing that her journey has transformed her not only into a leader, but also into a source of inspiration for those around her. With the plan set in motion, Aeliana stands tall, the fire of purpose igniting within her. They are no longer just a group of friends. They are a united front, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. The journey of growth has shaped them all, and together, they will rise to meet the uncertainties of the future. Chapter 11, Forming Alliances. As dawn breaks over the horizon, Aeliana and her team stand ready at the entrance of the hidden cave. The soft light casts long shadows across their faces, filling them with a mix of determination and lingering anxiety. Aeliana clutches the pendant gifted by the forest spirit, feeling its reassuring warmth against her skin. "Let's move in quietly," she whispers, her voice steady as she surveys the dark mouth of the cave. The entrance looms before them, a reminder of the unknown challenges waiting within the shadows. Each step forward feels heavy with anticipation, and her heart races in rhythm with the cascading echoes from inside. As they enter the cave, the air cools and thickens, the dampness clinging to their skin. Aeliana pulls out a small crystal lantern, its light illuminating the first few meters of rough stone walls. The faint glow reveals ancient markings carved into the rock, hints of past travelers who had walked this path before them. "Looks like this place hasn't been disturbed for a long time," Jarek remarks, inspecting the carvings closely. His voice resonates off the walls, bringing a sense of scale to the vast emptiness around them. Aeliana nods. "We need to be careful. There could be defenses or traps in place." As they progress deeper into the cave, the shadows seem to pulse around them, and Aeliana's senses heighten. It's both thrilling and unnerving, the magic of the forest lingering with an intensity that makes her aware of every sound and movement. Suddenly, a low rumble reverberates through the cave, a reminder of the potential danger that could be lurking just ahead. Fear grips her for a moment, but she pushes it aside, reminding herself of their purpose. "Stay together. We're here to uncover what knowledge we can." The group exchanges worried glances, but then aligns behind her, the bond they've formed strengthening their resolve against the dark, uncertain path they face. Aeliana can feel their trust, bolstered by the victories they have shared, guiding them forward. As they venture deeper, the walls of the cave widen, revealing a spacious chamber adorned with luminescent crystals. Aeliana's heart skips a beat at the sight, and she finds herself captivated by the beauty surrounding them. This was the place they had sought, a sanctuary of knowledge cloaked in mystery. "Let's explore this place carefully," she suggests, bubbling with excitement. "Perhaps we'll find answers here." Her friends nod, the sense of unity heightened as they each take a moment to appreciate the magic surrounding them. The cave holds potential for both discovery and danger, and in this moment, Aeliana feels the weight of her transformation settling into her being. They are reinforced by their collective growth, ready to face the trials ahead together. Aeliana steps cautiously into the chamber, her breath catching as the glow of the luminescent crystals bathes the surroundings in an otherworldly light. The walls shimmer like stars, and she feels an exhilarating rush of energy wash over her. "This is incredible," she whispers, awestruck by the beauty before her. Myra steps closer, her eyes wide with wonder as she runs her fingers along the smooth stone. "Do you think this place hides ancient secrets?" she wonders aloud, a hint of excitement lacing her voice. Aeliana nods. "I believe it does. Look at the carvings. They must tell a story," she says, pointing to intricate designs etched into the walls, swirling patterns that seem to pulse with light, each telling a tale of magic and history. As the group spreads out to examine the environment, Aeliana focuses on deciphering the markings, her mind racing to connect their meaning with the knowledge she had acquired from the spirit. She knows that uncovering the truths hidden within the chamber could provide vital insight into their mission. "Let's review what we've learned so far," Jarek suggests, flipping through his notes. "If we can piece together the past, we might even shape our future." Just then, a low rumble echoes through the chamber, and the ground beneath them trembles slightly. Aeliana looks around, sensing the unease in her friends. Is this part of the cave's magic? She asks, her heart warning her of the potential threat. Kale looks thoughtful, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. It could be a sign of the forest reacting to our presence. We need to tread carefully. Aeliana's instincts flare, reminding her of the importance of caution. Let's stick close together and keep our voices low, she urges, her voice steady as she steps further into the chamber, aware that their actions could have consequences. As they delve deeper into the mysteries of the space, Aeliana feels the weight of the moment. This is not just about uncovering ancient knowledge. It's about understanding how their lives intertwine with the magic of Eldoria. With each revelation, she senses her purpose evolving, shaping her path as both a protector and a seeker of truth. As the group examines the glowing crystals and intricate carvings, a sense of urgency fills the air. Aeliana senses the need for collaboration, urging her friends to share their thoughts on what they see. Does anyone have any idea what this means? She asks, peering closely at a particularly intricate design. The lines seem to weave in and out of one another, creating an almost hypnotic pattern. Mira squints at the markings, tapping her chin thoughtfully. The swirling lines remind me of the stories I've heard about the forest's guardians. Maybe these represent their powers, she suggests, excitement dancing in her eyes. Kale steps closer, folding his arms. Or it could be a warning. The forest has its own rules, and if we're not careful, we might end up provoking something we can't handle, he remarks, his skepticism surfacing again. Aeliana catches his challenging gaze, feeling a mix of frustration and determination. We can't allow fear to dictate our actions. If we're to gain the forest's support, we must understand its history and the magic that flows here, she says firmly, reaffirming her goals. Jarek, flipping through his notes, glances up. Maybe if we can decipher one of these patterns, we can figure out how to interact with the magic. It might even give us an edge in protecting Eldoria, he offers, enthusiasm building in his voice. Encouraged by her friend's ideas, Aeliana examines the drawings again, searching for connections. Let's focus on the symbols around the edges. They might indicate how to access the powers displayed. As they lean in closer, Aeliana feels the excitement bubbling up within her, a mixture of hope and determination. The energy in the chamber feels alive, invigorating her spirit while drawing her friends nearer. Together, they share insights, recognizing how their diverse perspectives contribute to the growing tapestry of understanding. Aeliana marvels at how collaboration transforms their mission, turning uncertainty into a shared purpose. Each moment of discovery reinforces her belief that their journey is as much about forging connections as it is about uncovering secrets. Aeliana watches as the others engage with the glowing runes, their excitement palpable. She senses the bond between them strengthening as they work collectively toward a common goal. I think I've found something, Jarek says suddenly, pointing to a series of runes that radiate with a faint energy. These symbols resemble those we saw on the altar. They might be a key to harnessing the magic here. Let's try to connect our magic to see if it responds, Mira suggests, her voice filled with anticipation. Aeliana feels a surge of energy at the prospect. Okay, we'll pool our strength together. She holds out her hands, inviting her friends to form a circle around the crystal and the runes. As their hands join, Aeliana feels the warmth radiate through the group, each person's energy blending with hers. Ready? She asks, glanced around at her friends, their expressions a mixture of determination and nervousness. Let's do this, Myra confirms, her voice steady as they begin to channel their magic toward the markings. They focus together, forming an incantation that binds their energies. Aeliana guides them, remembering the importance of unity and intention they'd learned from the forest spirit. Glimmers of light begin to pulse from the runes, resonating with the rhythm of their chant. But then, without warning, the light flares too brightly, causing Aeliana to wince. Hold steady, she urges, feeling the intensity grow almost overwhelming. The runes start glimmering, and the air thickens with tension. Aeliana realizes they've activated something powerful, but she struggles to keep the group from being overwhelmed by the surge of energy. Focus your thoughts, she commands, pushing against the growing pressure. Her friends rally behind her, but she senses fear creeping in. We're almost there. Trust in our connection. Amidst the chaos, Aeliana digs deep, channeling everything she has learned throughout their journey. She embraces the connections they've built, using that strength to navigate the rising tides of magic around them. In that decisive moment, she feels a transformation within. Not just her own growth, but the upward trajectory of the entire group. Rallying together, they ground themselves, knowing they are on the precipice of uncovering the true power of the forest. The air around Aeliana crackles with energy, the runes glowing fiercely as they channel their collective magic. As they hold hands, feeling each other's strength align, she senses the power of their combined effort rising to meet the challenge they face. Suddenly, a loud crack resonates through the chamber, and the ground trembles beneath them. Eliana's heart races. The energy feels almost alive, pushing at the boundaries of what they can control. "Keep it together," she urges, her voice cutting through the chaos. "We need to maintain our focus." Myra grips Eliana's hand tightly, her eyes wide with trepidation as energy swirls around them. "What if the runes explode or something?" she asks, fear washing over her features. "We won't let that happen," Aeliana responds, channeling her determination into the spell. She knows that if they break their concentration now, everything they've worked for could unravel before them. With gritted teeth, Aeliana pushes the energy toward the runes again. "Let the magic flow through us," she commands, her confidence igniting a fire within the group. "We can handle this as long as we stay united." As the runes pulse and glow brighter, Aeliana feels a shift, a deeper understanding of the energy that surrounds them. She realizes that they are more than just a group of individuals. They are a cohesive force, powerful when working together. The collective bond forged through trials and shared experiences reinforces her resolve. With renewed focus, Aeliana channels her magic more deftly, feeling the ebb and flow of power responding to their unified intentions. The runes begin to settle, the energy stabilizing as the chamber once again fills with a gentle luminescence, the threat of chaos receding. "This is it," Yarek exclaims, a mix of exhilaration and relief flooding his voice as the runes reveal shimmering patterns, glowing brighter and directing their attention to a hidden passage in the cave. Aeliana smiles, the weight of the moment shifting, lifting the burden of doubt. "We did it together," she says, pride swelling within her as they prepare to step forward into the revealed path. The successful culmination of their efforts strengthens Aeliana's belief in her leadership. She recognizes how the lessons learned from previous experiences have shaped her actions, allowing her to emerge not just as a capable magic user, but as a leader who can inspire and unite. With each step toward the passage, she feels ready to confront whatever awaits them. As the shimmering patterns of the runes illuminate the newly revealed passage, Aeliana feels a mix of exhilaration and trepidation wash over her. The light dances off the cave walls, vibrant and inviting, beckoning them forward into the unknown. "Is everyone ready?" she asks, her voice ringing with newfound confidence. The group nods, a collective determination reflecting in their eyes. They've forged a bond that transcends fear, and Aeliana can feel the strength of that connection as they prepare to enter the passage together. "Let's stick close and watch each other's backs," Jarek reminds them, positioning himself to lead the way. Aeliana feels reassurance in his words, channeling the energy of their success into her own resolve. As they step through the archway, the air grows cooler, and the glow from the runes fades slightly. Aeliana adjusts, drawing on the magic still humming within her. The darkness begins to envelop them, but she feels strangely grounded, an anchor in the swirling uncertainty. Myra walks alongside Aeliana, casting furtive glances into the shadows. "What if we find more traps or enemies?" she whispers, her earlier confidence dimming slightly in the face of the unknown. Aeliana places a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We'll adapt, just like we have before. Remember our plan," she states firmly, reinforcing the lessons they've learned together. The importance of adaptability and unity amidst uncertainty. They press onward, tension weaving through the group as they navigate the twists and turns of the passage. Aeliana's senses remain heightened, aware of even the slightest movement in the darkness. As they travel deeper, hints of soft, distant sounds echo against the stone walls, pulsing with an eerie rhythm. Aeliana feels a flutter of unease mingling with her excitement. Whatever we're heading towards, we're ready for it, she declares, her voice steady as she faces the challenges ahead. Each step forward fortifies her belief in their shared journey, and she recognizes that her role is not only to lead, but to inspire trust among her allies. With every challenge they embrace, she understands they are growing stronger together, ready to confront the forces that threaten their home. Chapter 12, The Spark of Success. As Aeliana and her friends continue through the winding passage, they finally emerge into a vast cavern, the walls glistening with mineral deposits that reflect their lantern's light like 1,000 stars. The sheer size of the chamber takes her breath away, a sense of both awe and trepidation washing over her. Wow, Myra breathes, taking in the staggering beauty that surrounds them. This is incredible. Aeliana steps further into the room, her heart racing with anticipation. We need to stick together and keep our eyes peeled. There may be secrets waiting for us here, she warns, sensing that the grandeur of the cavern might conceal hidden dangers. Just as she begins to explore the periphery, a low rumble reverberates through the ground, causing her to halt. The echoes bounce off the cavern walls, mingling with the stale air, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Aeliana's instincts flare up, and she swiftly turns to her friends. Did you hear that? Yeah, what was that? Jarek asks, his voice laced with concern as he scans the shadows that dance ominously at the edges of their lights. I don't know, but we need to be on high alert, Aeliana replies, glancing around for any signs of movement. The uncertainty weighs heavily, but she draws strength from her friend's presence, feeling the bond they've formed now more important than ever. The rumble returns, louder this time, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Dust falls from the ceiling, and Aeliana's heart races as she realizes they might not be as alone as they thought. We need to find a place to hide or defend ourselves. Kale, noticing the look of alarm on Aeliana's face, steps closer, ready to provide backup. What do we do? He asks, his previous skepticism replaced with urgency. Taking a deep breath, Aeliana recalls their earlier lessons about adapting and facing challenges head-on. We can use this cavern to our advantage. If we can find cover and position ourselves, we might be able to see the source of the noise before it sees us. With determination in her voice, she leads the group toward a cluster of large stalagmites that can provide cover. Stay close and prepare yourselves. If we face something, we'll do it together, she reassures them, her instincts guiding her forward as they navigate the cavern, ready to uncover whatever mystery lies within the shadows. Once behind the protective cover of the stalagmites, Aeliana feels the cacophony around them slowly dissipate. The ground beneath her trembles with a rhythm all its own, signaling that something immense is stirring within the cavern. Keep quiet, she whispers, peering around the stone formation. We need to find out what's causing the noise without being seen. Myra nods, her face pale but resolute, while Jarek holds his weapon tightly, eyes scanning the cavern's depths. Aeliana can sense a collective tension, an undercurrent of fear that pushes them to act decisively. Suddenly, the rumbling grows louder, and a shadow flits across the cavern, stretching far beyond the reach of their light. Aeliana's breath hitches as she strains to see through the darkness. What was that? She mutters, fighting against her pulse of alarm. It looks like a creature, but I can't make out what, Jarek murmurs, leaning forward slightly but staying down, sensing the importance of caution. Aeliana's mind races through the options. We need to identify its movements. If we can track what it's doing, we might find an opportunity to move, she decides, galvanizing her focus. Drawing upon her training, she recalls the lessons from earlier encounters, understanding the need to adapt swiftly to unforeseen circumstances. Should we try to distract it? Mira suggests quietly, her eyes searching Aeliana's for confirmation. Aeliana considers the options. We could create noise from the opposite side of the cavern. If it's drawn away, we might slip out undetected, she proposes, her strategic mind racing. Jarek looks uncertain. And what if it comes back the other way before we can escape? We need a backup plan. Aeliana takes a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment. Agreed. We can stay near the stalagmites, and if it turns our way, we'll improvise. No one gets left behind. As they gather themselves for the action required, Aeliana feels a renewed sense of purpose among her friends. This tension emphasizes not only the growing bond among them, but also their reliance on one another in moments of crisis. With confidence fueling her actions, Aeliana motions for them to begin. Now, let's prepare to execute the distraction, she instructs, ready to navigate the uncertainty ahead with a clearer sense of direction, grounded in the trust they've built together. Aeliana carefully disentangles herself from behind the stalagmites, signaling to her friends to stay low and follow her lead. The cavern feels alive, the shadows shifting ominously as they move through the dim light. "Make sure to keep your movements quiet," she whispers, her voice steady despite the pressure of what awaits them. She can feel the weight of responsibility pressing down on her, reminding her of the stakes involved. With her staff drawn, Aeliana leads the way, heart racing in anticipation as they approach a vantage point overlooking a deeper chamber. The edges of the room glow faintly with the light of ancient crystals embedded in the walls, casting eerie reflections that dance around them. Peering into the expansive space, Aeliana grasps the significant risk they are taking. Just ahead, a gathering of dark figures looms, flickering shadows indicating the presence of Kale's allies. "Look at their movements," Jarek points out, squinting to determine their plan. "They're preparing something. We need to figure out what." Aeliana nods, her senses heightened as she observes the activity below. "We have to find a way to disrupt whatever they're planning," she says, determination coloring her tone. Just then, the low growl echoes again, this time louder and more threatening than before. The group tenses, and Aeliana can feel uncertainty creeping in. "We might need a distraction," Myra suggests, glancing nervously at Aeliana. "If we can create confusion among them, we could get the upper hand." Aeliana takes a deep breath, feeling the weight of leadership on her shoulders as she contemplates their next steps. "That's a good idea, but it needs to be executed perfectly. We should create diversions from multiple angles, ensuring they can't regroup quickly," she replies, showcasing her growth in strategic thinking. As they gather around, Kale's expression reveals a hint of skepticism. "And if we fail, what's our plan of action then?" Aeliana meets his gaze, determination flickering in her eyes. "We adapt, just like we always have. We'll figure it out in the moment, but we need to trust each other through it all." With a plan forming amid the rising tension, Aeliana feels her confidence solidifying. They are a united front, ready to navigate the uncertainties of the confrontation ahead. The relationships built through shared struggles empower her to face the challenge, determined to protect her friends and fulfill their mission, no matter the risks. As the group huddles together, Aeliana can feel the tension thickening around them, the uncertainty swirling in the air. She knows that they must overcome the trepidation if they want to move forward. "Let's finalize our distraction plan," she urges, her voice steady. "We'll need to move quickly and coordinate our actions." Jarek nods, signaling his agreement. "I can create a diversion on the left flank while you two take cover behind the rocks. If we split their attention, we'll increase our chances of getting in and out unnoticed." Kale, still visibly skeptical, interjects, "And what if they catch on to our plan? We'll be outnumbered and unprepared. This could be a trap." Aeliana meets his gaze, determined to quell his doubts. "That's why we need to stay sharp. If something goes wrong, we adapt on the fly. We're stronger as a team, and we have to trust instinct." Myra steps in, her supportive presence a calming force. "Remember how we faced the creatures before? We learned to anticipate and counter their movements. We can do the same here." The group begins discussing their specific roles, building a sense of urgency and excitement that cuts through the initial tension. Aeliana feels the weight of leadership settle comfortably on her shoulders as she realizes how far they've come together. "Let's not lose sight of the goal," Aeliana states, a fire igniting in her voice. "Our mission is to gather information and secure our home. Every obstacle we face strengthens our resolve." With their roles clearly defined and energy surging through them, Aeliana feels empowered. She takes a deep breath, knowing that this confrontation will be a test of all they've learned. The situation is precarious, but she understands the importance of forging ahead, trusting that their bond will carry them through any challenge. "On my count," Aeliana declares, the anticipation palpable in the air. As they position themselves for action, Aeliana's confidence flourishes. She knows that every decision made here will ripple through their future, setting the stage for their next adventure. As Aeliana prepares to execute their plan, adrenaline courses through her veins, amplifying her focus. Okay, let's stick to the plan. Jarek, you lead the diversion on the left, and Myra, you cover my back, she instructs, her voice holding a steady resolve. The group nods in agreement, their commitment solidifying as they dig deep into their newfound confidence. Aeliana takes her position behind the rocks, her heart pounding in rhythm with the urgency of the moment. Ready? She whispers, looking at Jarek and Myra. They exchange determined glances, each understanding the stakes involved. Jarek takes a deep breath, steeling himself. On your mark, he says, tension rippling through his words. Aeliana raises her hand, counting down silently in her mind. With a decisive nod, she shouts, now. Jarek bursts into action, sprinting toward the left flank, throwing a handful of rocks to create a loud clatter. The noise draws the attention of the shadowy figures, and Aeliana watches, heart racing, as they turn to see what's happening. Now, Myra, Aeliana calls, her voice breaking through the cacophony. Myra unleashes her magic, casting a spell that explodes in a flurry of light, adding to the chaos and confusion. Aeliana feels the ground tremble beneath her as she prepares to leap into action. Sensing the fleeting moment of surprise, she charges forward, focused on moving into the heart of the enemy camp while the attention is diverted. Keep it going, she urges, gritting her teeth against the rising fears and doubts. Every fiber of her being screams for them to remain united, to trust in each other's strengths. But just as they reach the edge of the clearing, the figures begin to regroup, rallying against the light and noise. Panic flickers across some of her allies' faces, and Aeliana can see hesitation creeping in. We can't falter now, she shouts, igniting the energy around her with a burst of magical light. We've trained for this, and we won't hesitate. Her words galvanize the group, reigniting their drive as they face their collective fears together. With renewed vigor, Aeliana leads the charge, knowing that the moment calls for unwavering commitment and adaptability. In this crucial situation, she fully implements her hard-earned leadership skills, reminding herself that adaptability in the face of uncertainty shapes their chances for success. As they push through the oppressiveness of the moment, Aeliana feels a surge of pride, knowing they have come this far as a team. There is no turning back now. Aeliana charges forward, the adrenaline coursing through her, propelling her into the chaos of the enemy camp. The sounds of confusion surround her, mingling with bursts of light and flashes of magic that illuminate the scene. Jarek, Myra, flank the left, she calls out, her voice steady amid the turmoil. She feels the weight of their trust as they fall into step behind her, moving as a cohesive unit. With Kale at her side, they navigate through the chaos, dodging shadowy figures scrambling to regain control. Aeliana focuses on the movements of the enemies, her instincts sharp as she tries to anticipate their next actions. Over there, Kale shouts, pointing toward a small group of figures huddled together, presumably planning their next strike. We should take them down first. Aeliana nods, recognizing the strategic value in his suggestion. Let's surprise them. She quickens her pace, weaving through the remnants of the confusion as she channels her magic, conjuring an energy beam to disrupt the enemy's concentration. The spell strikes true, catching the group off guard and scattering them into disarray. Her heart swells with confidence as she sees Jarek and Myra capitalize on the distraction, launching their own attacks. Great job, she encourages, feeling the surge of teamwork fueling their resolve. But just as success seems within reach, a shadow looms, and a larger foe emerges from the darkness, a formidable figure commanding authority among the chaos. You think you can challenge us? The leader bellows, drawing attention and redirecting the energetic flow of the confrontation. Aeliana clenches her fists, the pressure rising as she realizes the stakes have intensified once again. We won't back down, she asserts, her voice unwavering as she readies herself for a confrontation. This moment tests her resilience, the lessons learned from previous encounters echoing in her mind. Stay focused. We adapt to this, she commands, internalizing her growth as she rallies her friends for the challenges ahead. Knowing that they've faced adversity before, Aeliana channels her energy into a powerful explosion of light, illuminating the darkened corners of the battle. The familiar thrill of magic rushes through her as she confidently steps forward, ready to lead her allies into the heart of the conflict. Chapter 13, Confronting the Threat. Aeliana stands in the aftermath of the battle, her heart racing as she feels the adrenaline slowly fade. The clearing is filled with echoes of their struggle, remnants of magic still crackling in the air around them. She knows they must regroup quickly, and the magnitude of what they've just faced weighs heavily on her shoulders. The sunlight filters through the trees, casting an ethereal glow over the scene as she gathers her friends. We need to evaluate what just happened and adapt our strategy moving forward, Aeliana states, her voice steady and authoritative. Mira leans against a nearby tree, catching her breath. That was intense. I didn't expect them to be so organized, she admits, still shaken from the encounter. Aeliana nods, recognizing Mira's apprehension. We need to understand their tactics to ensure we're better prepared next time, she responds, feeling the urge to turn their fear into knowledge. Jarek approaches, wiping sweat from his brow. I think we underestimated Kale's group. They were ready for us, he adds, his tone serious. We can't let their preparedness catch us off guard again. Aeliana agrees, her mind racing with ideas. Let's not only gather resources, but also focus on training to anticipate their moves. We need to be ahead of the game. Just then, Kale steps forward, a mixture of respect and hesitation in his expression. I don't think we should underestimate their cunning. They might have other allies we are unaware of, he suggests, tension creeping back into the atmosphere. Aeliana feels a flicker of irritation. That's why we must be proactive. We can't let fear dictate our plans. As the conversation unfolds, she notices how the dynamics shift among the group. The tension that Kale brings hints at unresolved conflicts, but also opportunities for growth. If we pull together and turn this into a learning experience, we can emerge even stronger, Aeliana encourages, feeling the need to inspire trust as much as strategy. The resolve in her voice resonates among her friends, and they begin to discuss what training sessions could look like. Aeliana feels a rush of determination wash over her, recognizing that the lessons learned through both success and failure will forge the path ahead. She knows that leading requires not just strength, but a willingness to adapt and grow, setting the foundation for the challenges they will face together. Aeliana leads her friends to a clearing where they can set up a training area, the lush grass providing a soft contrast to the challenges that lie ahead. She feels a rush of purpose as she surveys the space, envisioning how they can use it to hone their skills. Here is where we'll practice, she declares, a hint of excitement threading through her voice. We'll set up different stations for combat, spellcasting, and teamwork exercises. Mira steps forward, enthusiasm lighting her features. I can design some magical scenarios for us to work through, like simulations of our encounters with Kale's group. Great idea, Aeliana replies, grateful for Mira's creativity. And we'll need to focus on communication strategies too. If we ever find ourselves in that situation again, we must act as one. Jarek begins to clear some space, pulling branches aside. Let's also incorporate some stealth training. If we're going to outsmart our enemies, we need to know how to navigate without being seen, he suggests, his practicality shining through as he immediately takes action to rearrange their environment. Aeliana watches as her friends begin to work, feeling the electricity of motivation dance around them. The camaraderie they share, built on recent experiences and trust, revitalizes her spirit. She moves among them, guiding their efforts and encouraging ideas that flow freely. Kale stands off to the side, arms crossed, watching with an inscrutable expression. Aeliana feels his presence linger, a mix of concern and resentment, yet she chooses to focus on the task at hand. Kale, why don't you help Jarek with the stealth section? She suggests, hoping to foster collaboration. Aren't you worried I'll betray you again? Kale replies sharply, skepticism thick in his voice. This is about building trust in each other, Aeliana counters, meeting his gaze directly. If we succeed, we all gain strength. We need to focus on the mission, not past mistakes. For a moment, silence hangs in the air, the group waiting to see how Kale will respond. Gradually, he uncrosses his arms and steps forward. Fine, I'll help, he mutters, his tone begrudging but willing. Thank you, Aeliana replies, feeling the tension ease slightly. As they work together to set up the training stations, she senses how collaboration can emerge from conflict, reinforcing her belief that growth stems from both successes and failures. With the training area established, Aeliana feels a surge of excitement. Each exercise they undertake will not only sharpen their skills, but also strengthen the bonds between them, preparing them for whatever challenges await in the world beyond. As Aeliana sets up the various training stations, she watches her friends dive into their roles with enthusiasm. Jarek and Kale prepare the stealth training area, laying out natural obstacles and creating places to hide while they strategize how to move undetected. Make it as realistic as possible, Jarek urges, his brow furrowed in determination. We need to simulate what we faced with Kale so we can improve. Agreed, Kale replies, a hint of admiration creeping into his voice. He begins to arrange branches and leaves to obscure the path, his attention to detail indicating a budding investment in the group's success. Meanwhile, Myra leads her own section, setting up a series of magical simulations that mimic various encounters. I'll create illusions based on what we've seen, she explains, excitement sparking in her eyes. That way, we can practice our casting under pressure. Perfect, Aeliana praises, feeling a swell of pride in her friends as they embrace their tasks. She can see how their skills are developing and how camaraderie flourishes in the process. Just as the stations become established, a sudden commotion arises among the group. One of the younger villagers, eager to join the training, runs into the clearing, uncertainty evident on their face. Can I help? I want to learn. Aeliana exchanges glances with Mira, who looks impressed but cautious. Are you sure you're ready for this? Myra asks gently, not wanting to discourage the excitement but mindful of the risks. I can do it. I want to be useful, the villager insists, determination etched on their youthful features. Recognizing the opportunity to foster the next generation of protectors, Aeliana steps forward. All right, you can assist with the signaling during stealth practice. It will be good for everyone to learn to work together, she decides, embracing the challenge of leadership with compassion. The young villager beams, excitement bubbling over. Thank you, Aeliana. I won't let you down. As the fervor of preparation continues, Aeliana feels the weight of the moment ground her in resolve. She reflects on her journey, knowing that her experiences have shaped not only her leadership but also the role she plays in inspiring those around her. Let's get started, Aeliana calls out, rallying the group as they begin the day's training, ready to face the challenges that lie ahead. Each interaction strengthens their bonds, and Aeliana realizes that fostering a sense of responsibility within her allies is just as important as honing their skills. With every lesson learned, they lay the groundwork for a future that is increasingly bright. As training sessions commence, Aeliana focuses on overseeing the exercises, moving between different stations to ensure everyone is engaged and learning. She feels a sense of pride swelling within her, watching her friends embrace their roles and contribute enthusiastically. At the stealth training area, Jarek demonstrates how to blend into the environment, moving quietly and smoothly behind the obstacles they've arranged. It's all about patience and timing. He coaches the younger villagers who watch in awe, closely paying attention to his every move. Across the clearing, Myra groups several mages to practice their spellcasting under timed conditions. Remember, focus on your energy and let it flow through you, she instructs. The anticipation hangs in the air as they prepare for the task, eager to test their skills. As Aeliana observes, a lingering doubt surfaces among some of the trainees. A young villager, filled with enthusiasm but lacking experience, begins to struggle during the exercises. I can't do this, they murmur, frustration clear in their voice. No, you can, Aeliana interjects, stepping forward. It's okay to find things challenging. We're all here to learn and grow. Just take it one step at a time. Her encouragement draws the attention of others, reinforcing her developing leadership style. However, Jarek watches hesitantly from the sidelines. Maybe we're pushing them too hard? They need to feel safe before they can perform well, he comments, revealing his protective instincts and concern for the younger villagers' well-being. Aeliana considers his words, understanding the balance required for effective training. You're right. Perhaps we should adjust our approach. Let's incorporate some team-building exercises to foster trust and connection. She turns back to the group, a sense of determination shining through. Let's take a break from the drills and do some activities that build our camaraderie. We are stronger when we work together. The change in pace is met with enthusiasm, the younger villagers gradually warming to the idea of working together. Aeliana leads them through trust falls and collaborative games, sensing the shift in energy as laughter and encouragement fill the clearing. In those moments, Aeliana understands how crucial it is to nurture not only skills, but also relationships. Her earlier experiences fuel her ability to adapt to the needs of her group, ensuring that their journey fosters growth not just in magic, but in trust and friendship as well. She embraces the challenges ahead, fully aware that their united strength will be what ultimately protects Eldoria. As the team-building exercises unfold, Aeliana watches the younger villagers begin to relax and open up, their laughter echoing through the clearing. The sense of camaraderie that fills the air reminds her of the connections she's forged throughout her journey. In the middle of a trust fall exercise, one of the younger villagers hesitates, uncertainty clouding their expression. "What if I fall?" they ask, glancing nervously at the group. Aeliana steps forward, encouraging a sense of security. "You won't fall. We've got you. Trust is about believing in each other," she reassures, her voice filled with warmth. The villager takes a deep breath, and with Aeliana's support, they finally take the plunge, landing safely into the arms of their teammates. The triumphant cheers that follow light up the clearing, filling Aeliana with joy. "See, you did it," she exclaims, clapping enthusiastically. "Every time you trust, you grow stronger." However, Kale watches from a distance, arms crossed with a skeptical expression. "That was just luck. What happens when it really counts?" he questions, his tone sharp and unyielding. Aeliana can feel the tension reemerge, but she remains committed to her approach. "What matters is the trust we build now," she replies firmly, "and how we support each other through doubts and challenges, no matter how small." Jarek steps in, sensing the brewing conflict. "Kale, Aeliana's right. We need to create a foundation first before we face danger. Trust within the group is crucial." Kale's brow furrows slightly, and Aeliana hopes that his defenses begin to soften. "Fine, just don't expect everyone to be on board overnight," he mutters, but there's a hint of understanding in his voice. As the exercises continue, Aeliana feels the shifting dynamics bring about positive change. She embraces the collective energy and attempts to weave Kale into the mix, inviting him to join in on the next activity. "You should participate too. It'll help us all feel more connected," she suggests. The group takes a moment to rest, and Aeliana gathers them close. "This journey is about facing what lies ahead, and we'll need each other's strength to succeed," she proclaims, emphasizing the importance of collaboration as they prepare for future trials. With each moment spent building trust, Aeliana understands her leadership is evolving into something more profound. It's not just about leading them through challenges. It's about nurturing their bonds and fostering resilience within the group. The journey ahead may be fraught with obstacles, but she feels ready to navigate whatever comes, bolstered by the connections they are forging. With a sense of accomplishment buzzing in the air, Aeliana watches her friends embrace the camaraderie they've cultivated. The earlier doubts and tensions seem to dissipate, replaced by a shared sense of purpose. "Let's start finalizing our plans," Aeliana suggests, her excitement palpable as she looks at the group. "We need to outline our strengths, weaknesses, and tactics for approaching the dangers ahead." Kale crosses his arms, watching intently but still guarded. "What if we find ourselves facing a new threat we weren't prepared for? We can't predict everything," he challenges, his skepticism surfacing again. Aeliana meets his gaze, a surge of determination coursing through her. "We can't predict every outcome, but we can prepare for the unknown. That means being adaptable and ready to support each other." Myra steps forward, her energy infectious. "Exactly. Every danger we've faced has shaped us, and together we can turn those experiences into strength." Aeliana feels a spark of inspiration as she observes the group rallying behind Myra's words. This alignment of perspectives reinforces her belief in the importance of teamwork. Let's create a list of resources and allies we can count on, Aeliana continues, her mind racing with ideas. And most importantly, we need to identify areas where we can improve and support one another, she adds, recognizing the lessons learned from their prior challenges. As they work together, discussing each member's strengths and potential roles, Aeliana relishes in their shared enthusiasm. The atmosphere transforms into one filled with creativity and hope, signaling a shift in their dynamics as they grow as a team. Together, we're building our own legacy, she declares, feeling pride welling up within her. The collective energy reinforces her role as a leader, helping to solidify their commitment to the mission ahead. As they finalize their preparations, Aeliana reflects on how far they've come and how the depth of their connections now informs their strategies. She knows that their journey is far from over, but with the foundation they've built, she feels ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead, assured that they are no longer just a group of individuals. They are a united force. Chapter 14, Guidance and Growth. Aeliana stands at the threshold of a clearing, the weight of the moment pressing upon her. In front of her lies the entrance to an ancient ruin, partially obscured by vines and overgrown foliage. The remnants of past lives whisper stories to her, and she can almost feel the echoes of history reverberating through the air. With her heart pounding, she steps forward, glancing back at her companions. "This is it," she says, a mix of excitement and apprehension coloring her words. "We've come here for answers." Jarek positions himself at her side, peering into the shadowed entrance. "We need to proceed carefully. There might be traps or guardians protecting whatever lies inside." Aeliana nods, acknowledging the truth in his words. She recalls the lessons learned from their previous encounters, the importance of being alert and prepared. "Let's stay close and keep our guard up. We'll take it one step at a time." Myra, clutching her staff tightly, scans the area. "I feel the magic radiating from this place. It's potent, but it also feels dangerous." That sense of danger sends a shiver down Aeliana's spine, but she knows this is part of their journey. They are here to uncover hidden truths, and understanding magic, both light and dark, is essential to their mission. "Whatever we find, we'll face it together," Aeliana asserts, her voice steady as they prepare to enter. Summoning her courage, she brushes aside the vines and steps into the dimmer light of the ruin, a feeling of excitement surging through her. As they step inside, the air cools immediately, the atmosphere thick with suspense. Aeliana's instincts ignite and she takes a deep breath, urging her friends to do the same. "Stay alert. Let's make sure we communicate and keep an eye out for anything unusual." With the shadows closing around them, Aeliana feels the pulse of their journey guiding her forward. She knows that this moment could lead them to the answers they seek, and she is determined to uncover the magic woven into the very fabric of the ruins. Aeliana steps further into the ruins, the shadows deepening as she ventures into the unknown. The air is heavy with history, and each breath feels charged with possibilities. Faint carvings line the walls, telling stories of a time long past, and Aeliana feels a magnetic pull toward the intricacies of the designs. "Look at these markings," Myra whispers, her finger tracing along the faded symbols. "They're beautiful. They must hold secrets of this place." "Let's hope they're clues to what we're seeking," Aeliana responds, her heart racing with anticipation. She knows that they must decipher these ancient inscriptions to unlock the knowledge hidden within. As they move deeper into the cavernous space, the flickering light from their lanterns dances eerily against the stone, creating intricate patterns that seem to come alive. Aeliana feels the weight of her responsibility growing as she leads the way, aware that every step could unveil both danger and opportunity. Suddenly, a loud crash resonates from the far side of the room, causing everyone to freeze. Aeliana's eyes widen, adrenaline flooding her system as she instinctively reaches for her staff. "What was that?" she murmurs, alert for any signs of danger. Kale peers into the shadows, tensing as he scans the edges of the room. "Could be collapsing rock or an intruder. We need to be ready for anything," he warns, voices low with urgency. Aeliana feels her heart rate spike, but she pushes down her anxiety. "We can't let fear stop us. Let's stay focused and investigate." As she peers into the darkness, Aeliana grapples with the dual emotions of excitement and dread. This is exactly the challenge she sought, the opportunity to prove her abilities and newfound leadership, even in the face of uncertainty. Together, she reminds them, gathering the assets of confidence and teamwork they've built. We'll check it out, calmly and carefully. With a nod from Mira and a deep breath from Jarek, they inch forward toward the source of the noise, Eliana's mind racing with the lessons learned on resilience. Each moment spent in the ruins teaches her something new, not just about the magic of the world around her, but about her own growth and capacity to face adversity. With every decision leading them closer to the truth. Aeliana and her friends move cautiously toward the source of the crash, their breaths held tight in anticipation. Shadows flicker around them as the lanterns cast long beams of light, illuminating the rough stone walls of the ruins. "Stay close," Aeliana whispers, her voice barely above a breath. An unfamiliar tension fills the air, thick with possibility. As they round a corner, the group comes upon a collapsed section of the wall, debris scattered across the ground. The sound of scuttling feet echoes in the distance, and Aeliana's heart quickens as she wonders what lies beyond. "It must have been the structure shifting," Jarek suggests, kneeling to inspect the rocks. "Or something else entirely," Kale adds, peering into the darkness while keeping a protective stance. "We should be wary. This place might have guardians." Aeliana glances back at Myra, who looks both curious and apprehensive. "We need to assess the situation and move carefully," she replies, trying to maintain calm in the face of uncertainty. As they regroup, Aeliana feels a surge of resolve. "Let's check for any signs of what caused the disturbance. We can learn from whatever happened here," she insists, tapping into her leadership instincts. Just then, a faint whimper emerges from behind the rubble, catching Aeliana's attention. "Did you hear that?" she asks, her instincts flaring. They all freeze, exchanging worried glances. Aeliana approaches the debris, shifting some of the smaller stones aside. "Hello?" she calls gently, hoping to diffuse any fear. "Is someone there?" The whimper grows louder, and suddenly a small creature, a frightened fox-like being with large eyes, crawls out from under the rubble. Its fur is muddied, and it trembles as it stares at Aeliana. "It looks hurt," Mira gasps, moving forward instinctively. "We should help it." Aeliana kneels beside the creature, her heart aching at the sight of its fearfulness. "I won't hurt you," she assures, her voice soft. Reaching into her satchel, she pulls out a few herbs she gathered earlier. "Let me help." As she works to soothe the creature, Aeliana reflects on the lessons learned from their recent trials. The urgency of the moment highlights her growth, reinforcing that leadership also involves compassion. With each gentle touch and calming word, Aeliana finds strength in her ability to nurture and heal, understanding that this encounter could forge new connections in unexpected ways. The fox-like creature leans into her hand, slowly beginning to trust, just as she has sought to cultivate trust within her team. This moment serves as a reminder that every act of kindness can ripple through their journey, shaping paths yet to be traveled. As Aeliana tends to the frightened creature, she feels a wave of relief wash over her when it begins to calm, leaning into her hand. The warmth of its small body against her palm eases some of the tension that had been brewing inside her since entering the ruins. "There you go, little one," she murmurs gently, applying the herb she has to a small wound on its leg. The fox-like creature looks up at her with wide, trusting eyes, and Aeliana senses a connection forming, an understanding that transcends words. Behind her, Myra watches with concern and admiration. "You're really good with animals, Aeliana," she observes, her voice soft. "It's like you know exactly how to reach them." Aeliana smiles, but the compliment carries a weight. "I just want to help," she replies, her thoughts drifting to the importance of kindness in their journey. After she finishes tending to the creature, it gazes up at her, its fear dissipating, replaced with curiosity. "See, you're going to be okay," she coos, feeling a sense of accomplishment swell within her. "You just need a little time." Kale, who has been silent, watches from a distance. "This is all well and good, but we have to remember our mission," he interjects, the skepticism in his tone not completely concealed. "We're not here to play with forest pets." Aeliana turns to him, grounding herself in the moment. "I understand, Kale, But this isn't just about our mission. It's about understanding the forest and its inhabitants. Every connection we make can help us later. Myra agrees, stepping closer. Aeliana is right. This journey isn't only about battles, it's also about fostering trust with everything around us. Aeliana takes a moment to let their words sink in, realizing that her ability to connect and care has grown significantly since their adventure began. She feels more prepared to handle the complexities of leadership, driven by compassion and insight. The creature, now bandaged and calmer, nuzzles against Aeliana's hand, reinforcing her belief that even small acts can have a significant impact. Let's take this spirit with us. It should guide us through the woods, just as we plan to protect it, she suggests, her voice infused with newfound determination. Feeling a shift within herself, Aeliana stands tall, embracing the sense of warmth and purpose that fills her. This moment shapes her resolve, reinforcing that every connection and every choice will guide their mission as they face forthcoming challenges together. With the creature calmed and the herb secured, Aeliana carefully picks up the small fox-like being, cradling it in her arms. "You're coming with us," she declares softly, a smile breaking through her determination. The creature seems to understand, leaning contentedly against her, its soft fur a comforting weight. As the group resumes their path deeper into the forest, Aeliana feels the eyes of her friends on her, sensing both admiration and curiosity regarding her decision to bring the creature along. "Are we really doing this?" Jarek asks, a mix of concern and disbelief coloring his tone. "Yes," Aeliana affirms, her confidence riding high. "Having it with us might provide insights into the forest and help us navigate potential threats." Kale rolls his eyes but follows behind, still skeptical. "What use is a creature like that? It looks like it will just slow us down." Aeliana turns to Kale, feeling a flicker of irritation but holding her ground. "You have to trust that connections with nature can be beneficial. This creature knows the forest better than we do." She glances down at the creature, which looks up at her with wide, trusting eyes. Myra steps in, offering kindness to counterbalance Kale's skepticism. "We're learning. Besides, it's not about what it can do. It's about the bond we're forming with the forest." With Myra's supportive words, Aeliana feels the moment solidify her resolve. She understands that this journey is about more than just physical strength. It's about the empathy they cultivate along the way. As they venture deeper into the forest, the path grows denser, and the sounds of nature surround them once more. Aeliana hears the rustle of leaves and the distant call of birds, a vibrant reminder of the magic intertwined with every step they take. Feeling the warmth of the moment, Aeliana quickens her pace. "Let's keep pushing forward. I know we can uncover something valuable." The palpable energy among them begins to shift into a newfound rhythm, drawing her friends closer as they embrace the wanderings of the forest together. With each step, Aeliana feels her leadership solidifying, the bond between her and her friends deepening as they navigate the unknown. Each decision they make, whether to embrace a fragile creature or to trust in their friends, shapes the course of their journey, igniting a fire of resilience that will carry them through any challenge that awaits. The journey presses on, and Aeliana feels a blend of excitement and anxiety as the trees around them thicken, the underbrush melding into a vibrant tapestry of greens and browns. The forest feels alive, and with the small creature nestled safely in her arms, she senses a connection to the very magic of the woods. "Just a little further," she urges, glancing around as they push deeper into unfamiliar territory. The creature vibrates with energy, its presence somehow grounding her amidst the uncertainties. Suddenly, the trail widens into a small glade illuminated by soft sunlight filtering through the canopy above. At its center rests a weathered stone pedestal, covered in moss and glimmering with tiny flowers. Aeliana's heart races at the sight, intuition telling her this place is significant. "This could be a link to the magic we seek," Aeliana announces, stepping toward the pedestal while the others join her. "If we can decipher its meaning, it might lead us to the knowledge we need." Kale, still uneasy, crosses his arms. "We can't waste time on pretty rocks. We need information on Kale's plans, not ancient fairy tales." Aeliana feels the frustration flicker within her. We won't know until we explore every avenue, she counters, her voice steady, fortified by everything she has experienced. Let's check it out, Mira suggests, her curiosity shining through the doubt, providing a counterbalance to Kale's skepticism. As they gather around the pedestal, Aeliana feels a spark of excitement mingling with the weight of responsibility. Jarek reaches out to touch the stone, and as his fingertips make contact, a ripple of energy surges through the air, drawing Aeliana's attention. "What was that?" Jarek exclaims, pulling his hand back, eyes wide with wonder. Aeliana takes a breath, recognizing another chance to deepen their understanding of magic. "It's responding," she says, feeling a rush of determination. "We have to figure out how to activate it. This could connect us to the forest's history and its guardians." As the group converges around the pedestal, each member's energy intertwines with the ambient magic of the glade. Aeliana, glancing at each of her friends, realizes that they are not merely engaging with the pedestal, but with the roots of their journey together. This pivotal moment illustrates how far they've come, each challenge shaping their abilities to adapt and trust one another. Aeliana feels a renewed sense of direction, determined to unveil the secrets of the forest while strengthening the bonds they've forged. With that, she prepares to dig deeper into the mystery that lies before them, ready to embrace whatever trials await. Chapter 15. Implementing Knowledge. As Aeliana studies the pedestal, the atmosphere suddenly shifts, a chill creeping into the clearing. A disturbance reverberates through the air, and her instincts scream that something is wrong. "Something is off," she mutters, glancing at her friends who mirror her concern. The tension hangs thick, and she can feel apprehension bubbling beneath the surface. "Did you hear that?" Myra whispers, newfound worry creasing her brow as her gaze darts toward the tree line. Before Aeliana can respond, a loud crash echoes from the depths of the forest, shaking the ground. The sound echoes ominously, a clear sign that they are not alone. "What was that?" Jarek demands, stepping back, his earlier confidence wavering as he scans the shadows. Aeliana steels herself, sinking her determination into the situation. "We need to check it out," she says, her voice steady. "There may be something, or someone, dangerous lurking nearby." The group exchanges uneasy glances, the earlier camaraderie shifting into uncertainty as they weigh the risks. Kel raises an eyebrow, skepticism creeping back into his demeanor. "Are we really going to chase shadows again? We need to regroup and rethink our approach." Aeliana feels the frustration boil inside her, but knows that leadership is not just about directing. They must consider each other's fears. "We can't afford to let fear guide us. If we turn back now, we may miss our chance at uncovering the truth," she insists, hoping to bolster their resolve. Just then, another tremor shakes the ground, and the trees sway ominously as a dark figure steps into the clearing from the shadows. Eliana's heart drops as she recognizes the familiar silhouette. Kale's former allies, their expressions a mix of contempt and challenge. "Thought you could outsmart us, did you?" One of them sneers, circling the group with menacing intent. The realization of being surrounded sinks in, casting a shadow of dread over the clearing. Aeliana feels a surge of pressure mounting around her, but she's determined not to falter. "Stay focused. We can confront this together," she commands, channeling the lessons she's learned through their journey. As the rival group advances, Aeliana's mind races, strategizing rapidly. They must adapt to the unfolding situation, and she knows that their success hinges on maintaining unity and trust. With every challenge they face, she feels the weight of responsibility, but also the growing strength of leadership she has cultivated. The moment is critical, and she realizes this confrontation is not just about surviving. It's about claiming their future and standing firm against any forces that threaten their journey. Aeliana feels the tension in the air, her heart pounding as the rival group closes in. Instinctively, she signals for her friends to form a tight circle around her, ready to confront the impending threat. "We can't let them separate us," she urges, her voice steady, even as anxiety pulses through her. As the leader of the rival group steps forward, a smirk on his face, Aeliana faces him head-on. "You think you can intimidate us? We've faced greater challenges than you," she asserts, drawing on her confidence with a firm stance. "Bold words for someone who nearly fell apart in the last battle," he retorts, the undercurrent of mockery aiming to undermine her confidence. Aeliana feels a flicker of doubt creep in, but shakes it off, remembering how far she has come. Enough of this, Yarrick interjects, stepping slightly in front of Aeliana, ready to defend. We're not here to play games. If you want something, we can talk about it, but no threats. The rival group pauses, their leader sizing up Yarrick's defiance with narrowed eyes. Talk? You're not in a position to negotiate, are you? He sneers, gauging the group's strength and solidarity. Aeliana takes a step forward, her convictions spurring her to act decisively. This forest belongs to all of us, and we won't let you dictate what happens here. Her voice rises, authoritative, echoing her growth as a leader who stands unwavering in the face of hostility. Myra glances at Aeliana, sensing the weight of her words, and steps beside her. Unity is our strength, and we won't let fear steer our choices, she chimes in, her resolve building alongside Aeliana's. The rival leader's expression shifts slightly, an inkling of uncertainty flashing across his face. Aeliana can sense the shift in energy. Doubt has begun to creep into his confidence, and she decides to press the advantage. We can either stand together for the good of the forest, or continue to fight each other and risk losing everything, she declares, rallying her team with unwavering conviction. As they face off, Aeliana recognizes that this moment is pivotal, not just for their current conflict, but also for her own evolution as a leader. The lessons of trust and resilience echo within her, fueling her strength as they prepare to navigate the battle ahead. In that charged atmosphere, Aeliana grips her staff tightly, knowing that whatever happens next will shape her journey and reinforce her commitment to protect Eldoria and its magic. As the tension in the clearing thickens, Aeliana watches the rival group, noting their wary but calculating expressions. Her friends glance at one another, waiting for the next move, and she senses their shared anticipation. Let's not prolong this, the rival leader finally says, his tone shifting to one of thinly veiled aggression. We have what we need. Hand over your artifacts and relinquish your claim to this forest. Aeliana feels a surge of anger at his commanding tone. We won't bargain with threats. This is about protecting our home, she declares, her voice firm as she steps deeper into the fray, ready to confront the danger head-on. Kale smirks, sidling closer to Aeliana. You're playing right into our hands, Aeliana, he taunts, attempting to undermine her confidence at a critical moment. Why take this risk? It's foolish. Aeliana meets Kale's gaze, frustration breaching the surface. You're right, it's a risk, but we can't let fear dictate our choices. If we run now, we lose everything we've worked for, she retorts. Her conviction soars, propelled by the trust built within her team. Smart move, Aeliana, Yarrick interjects, his tone encouraging. Stand firm, and let's show them our resolve. The unity among her friends steadies her resolve, urging her to push forward despite the obstacles they face. It seems you're not as weak as I thought, the rival leader sneers, his challenging demeanor escalating. But emotions won't save you. You'll regret this decision. Aeliana feels the stakes heightening, the shadows of uncertainty creeping in again. We'll see about that. If you want to fight, you'll have one, she states, steeling herself for the confrontation. The tension hangs heavy in the air as she senses the determination between them intensifying. Aeliana grips her staff, ready to unleash her magic and protect those she cares for, knowing that she must embody not just courage, but also the strength of the bond forged through their shared journey. In this moment, she understands that her ability to navigate the conflict and to lead her friends through it will define their fate in the face of adversity. With the standoff intensifying, Aeliana feels her resolve harden as she prepares to face the looming confrontation. The rival leader's piercing gaze remains locked on her, searching for any sign of weakness. Are you all really willing to risk everything for a misguided sense of duty? He taunts, his voice dripping with disdain. You're outmatched and outnumbered. Just hand over your artifacts, and we can avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Eliana's heart races, but she stands her ground. You underestimate us, she replies, a firm edge lacing her tone. We are willing to fight for what is right, for our home. We won't yield to intimidation. The stance of her group strengthens beside her, empowered by her defiance. Myra whispers encouragement. We trust you, Aeliana. Let's show them what we've got. With adrenaline pumping through her veins, Aeliana grips her staff tightly, feeling the familiar surge of energy coursing through her. "We will defend Eldoria, no matter the cost," she announces, allowing her magic to flow, a bright light flickering at her fingertips. The rival leader's expression shifts from contempt to surprise, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. "You think you can take us on?" he challenges, yet Aeliana sees the tiniest crack in his confidence. "Together, we are stronger," Aeliana declares, channeling the collective energy of her allies into a wave of magic that radiates outward. The light bursts forth, creating a barrier around them, a palpable reminder of their unity. Jarek moves forward, taking advantage of Aeliana's spell as he calls out to the group, "Now, we fight as one." Aeliana feels the energy of their joint magic amplify, an exhilarating rush enveloping them. "Stay focused and remember our training," she yells, leading the charge as they prepare to confront the rival group head-on. The confrontation feels monumental, each decision made, layered with the experiences they've shared. This is no longer just a battle. It's a culmination of their growth as a team, a testament to their resilience and determination to protect everything they hold dear. With rhythm and purpose driving them forward, Aeliana embraces the chaos of the fight, her heart aflame with the knowledge that they are ready to face whatever comes their way, united in spirit and intention. As the confrontation erupts into chaos, Aeliana feels a surge of adrenaline propel her forward. Jarek and Mira fall into step beside her, their movements synchronized and fluid as they navigate the throng of conflict. Aeliana channels her energy, infusing her magic with determination. "We need to break their ranks," she shouts, her voice ringing out over the clash of spells and shouts. The moment feels electric, charged with the weight of their mission. Kale, surprising everyone, dives into the fray, launching spells at their attackers with newfound conviction. Aeliana glances at him, impressed by his unexpected bravery, but she knows he carries his own motivations and cautions. Suddenly, a bolt of dark magic hurtles toward them from an enemy mage. Aeliana reacts instinctively, raising her staff to create a barrier. The energy crackles as she manages to redirect the spell, but the strain is palpable. "Nice save!" Mira exclaims, her voice filled with admiration as she assists Aeliana in fending off another wave of attackers. Aeliana feels the camaraderie strengthen them, but she also senses the fatigue setting in. "We have to keep pushing. Don't give up," she encourages, rallying her friends to press on against the assault. Yet, as Kale dives for cover, narrowly avoiding an aggressive attack, Aeliana feels a flash of doubt rise within her. Was this the right strategy? They are outnumbered, and she knows they cannot afford to falter. Determined not to lose sight of their objective, she raises her voice above the din. "Remember, we're fighting for each other. Adapt and respond. Focus on their weaknesses." As the battle rages, Aeliana draws on the lessons of resilience and strategy they've practiced. Her leadership takes form as she remains the steady anchor amidst the chaos, using their shared growth to navigate through every challenge they encounter. "We're in this together," she shouts, her heart pounding with conviction. Their combined strength is a force to be reckoned with as they continue to fight, and Aeliana understands that this moment will define their journey, a testament to how they faced adversity and emerged stronger, no matter the outcome. As the battle continues to escalate, Aeliana feels the weight of their combined efforts pressing down on her. The energy of the fight pulses with intensity, and she rallies her friends, pushing them to maintain their focus despite the overwhelming chaos. "Remember our training," she calls out, her voice cutting through the clamor. "Use everything we've learned." Jarek and Mira nod in agreement, their expressions filled with determination as they take her words to heart. Aeliana notices how their training has forged a stronger team, each person stepping into their role as they fight for each other. In a moment of clarity, Aeliana observes the ebb and flow of the combatants, recognizing a pattern emerging among the rival forces. "We need to exploit their weakness," she shouts, pointing to a small gap in the enemy's formation. "That's our way through." Her decisive observation sparks a renewed sense of purpose within the group. Jarek and Myra position themselves to follow her lead, their movements fluid as they advance together. Suddenly, Kale steps up, catching Aeliana off guard. What if we actually use the chaos to our advantage, create a diversion, he suggests, a glimmer of wit in his eyes. Aeliana feels the tension dissipating as Cale's idea unfolds, acknowledging both his strengths and the sharpness of his mind. Good idea. Jarek, keep pressure on them while we set up the distraction, she commands, injecting a sense of urgency into their actions. With Aeliana leading the charge, the team swiftly executes their plan, weaving between enemies and casting spells to create diversions that force the rival group's focus away from their escape. The collaboration injects additional energy into the fight, each member contributing to the growing momentum. As Aeliana channels her magic, she feels a rush of accomplishment. In this moment of conflict, she has transformed challenges into opportunities, reflecting the growth and unity forged through their previous trials. Together, she cries out, her voice echoing through the clearing as they continue to push forward, solidifying their resolve amid the chaos. Aeliana recognizes that each decision made in the heat of battle strengthens their connections, preparing them for whatever challenges still lie ahead. Chapter 16, The Test of Trust. As the dust from the battle begins to settle, Aeliana and her group retreat to a sheltered grove to regroup and assess their situation. The remnants of chaos linger in the air, the echoes of their confrontation still ringing in their ears. Aeliana takes a moment to catch her breath, her heart still racing from the adrenaline. We need to talk about what just happened, she says, glancing around at her friends who are visibly shaken from the encounter. Everything happened so fast. I didn't expect Cale to act like that, Myra murmurs, her brows knit with concern as she gingerly flexes her fingers, still unnerved by the intensity of the moment. Jarek, arms crossed and leaning against a tree, responds, We can't keep cutting him slack. What if his motivations aren't genuine? How can we trust him moving forward? The tension in his voice echoes the concern shared by many in the group. Aeliana feels frustration simmering beneath her surface. We need to find a way to work together, she insists, meeting Jarek's gaze with determination. Everything we've faced has shown us that unity is our greatest strength, and that includes him whether we like it or not. Cale, standing a small distance away, watches the discussion unfold. His gaze is hard to read, but Aeliana senses his attention is fixated on Jarek's critique. You understand, right? I'm not here to betray you again, he interjects, a hint of defensive urgency in his voice. Aeliana sees Jarek stiffen at Cale's words, the tension between them palpable. Trust needs to be earned. You need to realize that. Jarek snaps back, his skepticism re-emerging as he steps closer to Aeliana. Feeling the fracture in their group, Aeliana steps in to mediate. Let's focus on our mission first. The rival faction is still a threat. After that, we can sort through our feelings about trust and loyalty, she says, her voice strong with authority, reminding them of their shared purpose. There's a moment of silence, the air charged with unresolved emotions. Aeliana feels the weight of leadership pressing on her, understanding that every decision made in this moment is critical to solidifying their future as a united front. Fine, Jarek responds, albeit reluctantly. But we'll need to keep a close eye on Cale. If he slips up, we can't hesitate to act. Aeliana nods, appreciating the firmness in her friend's convictions, while also being aware of the complexities in their relationships. Let's regroup and focus on our next steps. Together, we can navigate the uncertainty ahead. With her leadership reaffirmed, Aeliana feels a flicker of hope amid the discord. She recognizes that while they have faced setbacks, the strength of their connections will guide them toward resolution and success. Aeliana gathers her thoughts, feeling the weight of their recent conflict still heavy in the air. She leads the group further away from the clearing, seeking a quiet spot to regroup and gather their ideas. Let's take a moment to strategize, she suggests, guiding them toward a small gathering of trees that provide shelter from prying eyes. Once settled, Aeliana pulls out the map they've been using and spreads it on the ground. We need to address our next steps carefully. She begins, a steadiness to her voice that she hopes will anchor her friends. We've survived this ambush, but we can't allow ourselves to be unprepared for what might come next. Jarek leans over the map, tracing potential paths with his finger. We can prioritize scouting these two areas, but we need to ensure our safety first, he states, his practicality driving the conversation. Myra, still catching her breath, looks thoughtfully at the map. What if we also establish contact with some of the allies we've made? They could provide additional resources or support. Aeliana nods, appreciating the suggestion. Yes, if we can gather more help, we can increase our odds. My earlier discussions with the townsfolk could serve as a foundation for those connections. However, as they strategize, Kale remains on the outskirts, arms crossed, observing silently. Aeliana feels the lingering tension and doubts cast by his presence. "What's your take on this, Kale?" she prompts, wanting to include him despite their tumultuous history. He raises an eyebrow, considering the map with a guarded expression. "If we're going to reach out to allies, we should ensure we don't share too much. Information can be leveraged against us." Aeliana feels a flash of annoyance, but knows this interaction is important. "You're right about being cautious, but we must also trust those we've fought alongside. If we don't build relationships, we're isolating ourselves," she counters, feeling the strength of her convictions. As the conversation progresses, Aeliana senses her leadership evolving. With each discussion, she solidifies her understanding of how to navigate the complexities of alliances while carrying the weight of her friends' safety. "Let's rally our allies and prepare for a focused strategy moving forward," she says firmly, the renewed energy bolstering her voice. "Together, we can face whatever challenges arise. We've come too far to give up now." The group nods, their determination rising, and Aeliana feels a deep sense of responsibility settle within her. She knows that this moment is crucial, and the changes they continue to embrace will shape their future as they forge ahead into the unknown. Aeliana takes a deep breath, feeling the weight of the group's expectations as they gather around the map. The atmosphere is charged with anticipation as her friends await the next steps in their strategy. She glances at Jarek, who is still tracing paths, and at Myra, who looks between them for cues. "What if we scout nearby villages?" Myra proposes. "There might be allies willing to assist us, especially after everything we've faced." Aeliana nods, appreciating her friend's proactive thinking. "That's a solid strategy. We can gather resources and reinforce our numbers. If we can uncover how those rival factions are planning their next moves, we'll be better prepared." Jarek looks thoughtful, nodding in agreement. "But we must move cautiously. We can't risk drawing attention to ourselves too soon. The last thing we need is to stumble into another ambush." Just as they begin to finalize their plans, Kale interjects, drawing Aeliana's attention. "What if we decide to confront Kale's forces directly instead of scouting? We could take the initiative and show them we're not afraid," he suggests. Aeliana feels a flicker of tension swell at his words. "That might work, but it also risks playing right into their hands. We need to be strategic and know what we're facing before diving in," she responds, determined to keep the group's focus on planning rather than reckless bravado. A brief silence hangs in the air, the group weighing Kale's suggestion against their experiences. Aeliana senses the unease among her friends, each of them processing the implications of such a bold move. "Let's gather more information first," Aeliana insists, her voice firm. "We need to know their positions and any weaknesses before we act. Fighting blindly won't get us anywhere." Kale crosses his arms, but Aeliana can see a hint of understanding in his expression. "Fine, but we don't have much time. I just hope we're not wasting it," he concedes, a begrudging respect creeping into the edge of his tone. Taking their comments to heart, Aeliana begins to outline their roles for the next steps, feeling the confidence of leadership settling comfortably within her. "Let's set our course to the nearby village first. We'll gather food, intelligence, and allies before making any decisions about confrontation." Her friends nod in agreement, renewed focus brightening the atmosphere. Aeliana knows this approach will require unity and trust, both of which she continues to nurture. With her heart steady and determined, she feels ready to navigate whatever challenges await them as they push forward into the unknown. As Aeliana stands in the clearing, she feels a wave of uncertainty swirl around her. The path ahead lies shrouded in both opportunity and danger, and her friends look to her for guidance. She pulls the map from her satchel, laying it out against the soft earth. "Here's the nearby village," Aeliana points, her finger tracing the route they will need to take. We'll gather supplies and seek out allies willing to stand with us. Jarek studies the map, brow furrowing. What if the villagers don't want to get involved? They might fear Kale's followers. Aeliana meets his gaze, feeling the weight of their situation pressing down on her. I realize that, but we won't know unless we ask. If we approach them with honesty about what we face, they may be more willing to help than we think. The tension in the group eases slightly as her friends begin discussing possible approaches. What if we offer to protect them in return? Myra suggests, her voice filled with conviction. It would provide them safety and bolster our forces at the same time. Kale's skepticism returns as he chimes in. And what if they refuse our help? We could end up facing enemies on two fronts. Aeliana feels the challenge posed by Kale's words resonate deeply. Then we regroup and reassess. We must adapt to what we find, but we cannot allow fear to dictate our choices. We're stronger together, she asserts, her voice steady and resolute. This path we're taking requires that we embrace the unknown, and sometimes that means taking calculated risks. Her words hang in the air, positioning her as a leader who embodies the growth she has undergone. Aeliana senses a shift in the group's dynamics. Her confidence bolsters their spirits, even in the face of Kale's uncertainty. All right, Jarek concedes, determination creeping back into his features. Let's follow through with Aeliana's plan. If we can forge alliances now, it will help us down the line. With trust beginning to solidify again, Aeliana feels a renewed sense of purpose wash over her. She knows that this moment is critical, setting the stage for the challenges that lie ahead, while showcasing the strength they've developed together. As they prepare to embark on their mission, Aeliana feels ready to embrace whatever awaits, fortified by the bonds they've forged. As Aeliana and her group prepare to set out, she feels the energy of the moment surging around them. The earlier tensions have begun to dissipate, replaced by a sense of renewed purpose and solidarity. Let's move quickly and quietly, she instructs, her voice clear and focused as they gather their belongings. The weight of responsibility rests on her shoulders, and she is determined to guide her friends effectively on this critical mission. The path to the nearby village winds through dense foliage, each step filled with anticipation. Aeliana leads confidently, the terrain becoming familiar yet layered with the unknown. She is more in tune with the forest than she was before, the magical energy of the surroundings feeding her resolve. Keep your eyes peeled for any signs of danger, Jarek advises, scanning the underbrush with keen awareness. We don't want to be caught off guard again. Agreed, Mira adds, her voice steady as she tightens her grip on her staff. Let's stay close and watch each other's backs. Aeliana feels a swell of gratitude for her friends' support, recognizing how their earlier experiences have forged stronger connections among them. Together, we're stronger, she reminds them, her heart warming at the unity they have cultivated. As they near the village, the sounds of life begin to fill the air, children laughing, vendors shouting, and the aroma of freshly cooked food wafting toward them. Aeliana's excitement builds as they approach. We need to find someone who can gather information and rally support. Let's ask around, Jarek suggests. Maybe we can find someone who's willing to help us against the rival faction. Aeliana nods, feeling the pulse of possibility guiding her forward. She knows that reaching out to the villagers is essential, not only for their goals, but also to fortify the bonds within their community. Just as they prepare to step into the heart of the village, Aeliana feels an unsettling flash of doubt streak through her. What if the villagers refuse to assist? But she pushes the fear aside, recalling the connections forged with each challenge they've faced together. She sees the determination in Myra's eyes and the unwavering support from Jarek, grounding her as they enter the village. With renewed confidence, Aeliana takes a deep breath, ready to embrace whatever awaits them. The journey continues, filled with promise, and she is determined to make the most of every opportunity to protect Eldoria and those she cares about. As Aeliana and her friends step into the lively village, the sights and sounds wash over them, a stark contrast to the tension of the forest. Merchants call out, children laugh, and the aroma of spiced food fills the air, filling Aeliana with a sense of purpose. Let's split up and gather information quickly, she suggests, surveying the bustling scene. We need to find out who can help us most effectively. Jarek nods, glancing around for anyone who seems open to conversation. I can check in with the blacksmith. He might know about any recent movements or threats. Mira, inspired by Eliana's leadership, brightens up. I'll ask the herbalist about what resources they might have. There could be something we can use. Aeliana feels a swell of pride watching her friends step confidently into their roles, each ready to contribute. Let's meet back here in an hour to share what we've learned, she instructs, the deliberate tone of her voice carrying authority. As they break off in different directions, Aeliana feels the energy of the village envelop her, but she is acutely aware of the task at hand. She approaches a woman selling colorful fabrics, the vibrant hues catching her eye. Excuse me, can I ask you a few questions? Aeliana begins, putting her best foot forward to establish a connection. The woman looks up, a slight frown forming. Depends on what you need. The village is busy today. Aeliana focuses on her goal. We're looking for allies in our efforts to protect Eldoria from a looming threat. Have you heard anything about trouble in the area? The vendor hesitates, her eyes darting around to see if anyone is listening. There have been whispers from travelers about shadowy figures spotted near the river, she reveals, leaning closer. But most folks here are too afraid to get involved. Eliana's heart sinks momentarily, but she remains determined. We won't let fear dictate our next steps. Thank you for the information, she replies, a note of resilience in her voice as she mentally catalogs the information. Before she can head back to regroup, another villager approaches, offering a warning. If you're seeking to confront anyone, be careful. Not everyone here will welcome you, they state, their tone rife with caution. Aeliana feels the weight of their words but pushes through, knowing that rallying support will take more than just bravery. She must build trust, even in the face of skepticism. Gathering her resolve, Aeliana heads back toward the meeting point, eager to share her findings with her friends. She understands that the information gained here lays the groundwork for their upcoming decisions, and that every step they take can influence the course of their mission. A mission still steeped in uncertainty, but filled with possibility as they forge ahead together. Chapter 17, Tensions Rising. Aeliana stands at the edge of the riverbank, staring across the sparkling water at the stretch of land where shadows seem to linger. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting long, golden rays that dance across the surface, brightening the area but failing to penetrate the darkness that looms ahead. This is it, she declares to her friends, her voice resolute. We need to confront Kale and the forces hiding in the shadows. We can't let fear dictate our actions any longer. Myra nods, determination flickering in her eyes. If we know they're planning something, we need to act before they do. We can't afford to wait. Jarek stands beside them, his expression serious. We need to be strategic, Aeliana. What's the plan for approaching them without putting ourselves in danger? Aeliana feels the weight of responsibility as her friends look to her for direction. We approach cautiously, use the terrain to our advantage, and create distractions as needed. We can't just march in blindly. As they prepare to move, a sense of urgency pulses within Aeliana. She glances at the map one last time, making mental notes of their planned approach. The weight of the situation presses down on her, but she knows that standing together is their greatest strength. We've trained for this moment, Aeliana reminds them, recalling the lessons learned and the bonds formed throughout their journey. Trust in each other, and we'll make it through. Just as they ready themselves to set off, Kale steps closer, a hint of defiance lingering in his stance. You've made it very clear what you want, but don't forget we're dealing with powerful forces here. I won't let you jeopardize our lives. Aeliana meets his gaze, the tension between them palpable. And I won't let you distract us from our mission. We have to face this together, regardless of our differences. Her words hang in the air, and Aeliana senses the weight of their decisions growing heavier. This moment signifies a clarifying choice, not just in their actions, but in their commitment to one another amidst chaos. In the face of danger, Aeliana knows that their unity is essential, and she is determined to solidify that trust as they step into the unknown. Aeliana gathers her allies close, feeling the energy of the moment surge through the group. We start moving through the trees, keeping our voices low, she instructs, her authority rising as she takes command. Jarek, I want you to cover our rear, and Myra, be ready with your spells. With a nod, her friends prepare themselves, the camaraderie among them galvanizing her spirit. They begin to carefully weave through the underbrush, the sound of their footsteps muted by the soft earth beneath them. As they reach the edge of the clearing near the opposing camp, Aeliana feels a tingling sense of urgency. The shadows of their rivals are visible, whispering among themselves, unaware that Aeliana and her team are closing in. Remember, we're here to gather information, she reminds them softly. No unnecessary risks. Suddenly, a sharp snap of a twig cracks through the silence, causing Aeliana to freeze mid-step. The group halts, tension filling the air as they hold their breath, waiting for what might happen next. Did they hear us? Myra whispers, her eyes wide with alarm. Aeliana shakes her head, willing her voice to remain steady. Stay low and quiet. We need to see if we can catch any of their plans before making our move. As they crouch in the foliage, Aeliana observes the rival group with keen eyes. She notes their body language, searching for signs of their intentions. The more she watches, the more she notices details. Glances exchanged, whispered conversations, and the shifting of weapons within their ranks. Looks like they're planning something big, Jarek mutters, his instincts kicking in as he assesses the rivals carefully. We need to be ready for any surprises. Aeliana nods, her mind racing as she processes the information. This situation is different from their past encounters, and she realizes they must stay adaptable. Let's wait for the right moment to make our move. We'll gather what information we can without drawing attention. Feeling the collective weight of her friends' trust, Aeliana embraces the challenge ahead. Their experience has prepared them for this, facing uncertainty with courage and resilience. With a sense of purpose invigorating her spirit, she knows they are more than just allies. They are a united force ready to stand against the darkness. As they crouch in the underbrush, Aeliana observes the rival faction, her heart racing as the tension hangs thick in the air. Various members of the opposing team argue amongst themselves, and she can sense the conflicting dynamics playing out before her. Why hasn't Kale returned yet? One of the rivals demands, his voice rife with frustration. He should have gathered the crystals by now. Aeliana exchanges glances with Jarek and Mira, each shared look amplifying the urgency. We need to find out where they're hiding, Kale, Aeliana whispers, making a quick assessment of their surroundings. Just then, another member of the group catches sight of something in the trees, eyes narrowing with suspicion. Did you hear that? He asks, tension creeping into his posture. Aeliana's heart skips a beat. I think they suspect we're here, she murmurs, her pulse quickening. Keep still. Behind them, Myra bites her lip, anxiety clear on her face. What if they come this way? She asks, her voice barely above a whisper. We adapt, Aeliana insists, focused on the rival group. If they move too close, we'll take action. We need to keep our eyes open and be ready to change our approach. Jarek shifts beside her, readying his weapon, but Aeliana gestures for him to remain calm. As long as we stay united, we can handle whatever happens next, she reassures him, feeling the dynamic within the group strengthen with her words. The rival group continues to bicker, each member exchanging heated glances. Aeliana can see opportunities arising within their disarray, urging her to act swiftly. Now, let's gather what we can before they realize we're here, she decides, her voice sharpening with purpose. With hearts racing, the group prepares for whatever they need to face, cementing Aeliana's role as a steadfast leader amidst uncertainties. Aeliana crouches low, straining to catch snippets of the rival group's conversation. The discontent among them seems palpable, voices rising and falling in pitch as accusations fly back and forth. Maybe he was caught, one rival says, worry creeping into his tone. We can't rely on him anymore. They are vulnerable and disorganized, and Aeliana senses an opportunity forming within their discord. She exchanges a glance with Mira, who appears eager to act. Should we take advantage of this? Myra whispers, eyes shining with anticipation. Yes, Aeliana replies, her heart racing with purpose. If we move now, we can gather intel before they realize what's happening. Just as she prepares to signal her friends, Jarek hesitates. Wait, we can't just rush in blindly. We need a solid plan first. What if they regroup before we can do anything? Aeliana takes a moment to weigh his concern. You're right. Let's formulate a quick strategy. She responds, a wave of determination washing over her as she considers their options. We divide into pairs. Half create a diversion while the other half infiltrates to gather information on Kale's whereabouts. Perfect, Jarek agrees, his earlier trepidation melting away in the face of Aeliana's confidence. Myra nods vigorously. I can help with the distraction. I'll use my magic to create illusions that'll draw their attention. The group begins to move into their designated roles, but Kale lingers, crossing his arms with an air of skepticism. What if something goes wrong? We'll be exposed. Aeliana meets his gaze, her resolve unwavering. Then we adapt, just as we've learned to do. We can't let fear dictate our actions. Together, we are stronger. With her words, the tension in the air shifts. The group begins to rally together, with their trust in Aeliana amplifying as they prepare for the upcoming confrontation. Let's do this, Aeliana shouts, an invigorating sense of purpose coursing through her. With every step they take toward the rival camp, she feels the experience of their journey gain through adversity, crystallizing into clarity. They are not just facing the opposing group. They are standing together as a unified force, ready to wield the strength of their bond and the lessons learned as they dive deeper into the challenge ahead. Aeliana leads her group toward the rival camp, heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. The tension in the air is palpable as they approach the shadows, the soft sounds of their surroundings fading away, replaced by the focused energy among her friends. Stay low and quiet, Aeliana instructs, scanning the area for any signs of movement. She feels the weight of leadership resting on her, aware that their next actions will determine the course of their mission. Myra uses her magic to create a series of illusory images that flicker in the distance, drawing the attention of the rival forces. The distraction works beautifully, as several members of the opposing team shift their focus toward the illusions. Now, let's move, Aeliana urges, adrenaline surging through her as they slip into the camp. The sense of urgency fuels her resolve, and she feels the camaraderie propelling them forward. As they navigate the camp, Aeliana's instincts guide her, and she spots Kale's allies huddled together, whispering with intent. She motions for her friends to wait while she sneaks closer, her heart racing as she strains to overhear their conversation. Why isn't Kale back yet? One of them mutters anxiously. What if he's failed? We can't go on without him. Aeliana senses an opportunity. If Kale's allies are growing anxious, it may weaken their resolve. She recalls the lessons from earlier encounters, remembering that understanding the enemy's mindset can provide an advantage. Just then, Jarek gestures for Aeliana to return, his eyes wide with concern and urgency. We need to regroup, he whispers, sensing the danger before them. Aeliana hesitates, knowing they need to act fast. Let's create some confusion before we decide our next step, she decides, her confidence bolstered by the unity they've forged throughout their journey. With her words ringing in the air, she rallies her friends, coordinating their actions as they prepare to take advantage of the rival group's uncertainty. Each member understands their role, ready to support one another as they maneuver through the looming threat. In this moment of clarity, Aeliana recognizes the seamless blend of strategy and adaptability that has defined their mission. Her willingness to confront danger head-on has not only empowered her growth, but has also solidified the bonds within her group, reinforcing their commitment to protect one another and face whatever lies ahead. With the plan put into motion, Aeliana feels the thrilling rush of adrenaline course through her veins. On my signal, we create the distraction and then strike, she whispers to Mira and Jarek, ensuring everyone understands their roles. The forest looms around them, thickening the tension as Aeliana glances at their surroundings one last time. The sounds of the rival group remain faint but present, a reminder of what they must face. Just remember, Aeliana says, meeting her friend's eyes, we have trained for this. We know how to adapt and respond, no matter what happens. Kale stands slightly apart from the group, his expression contemplative. And what if we fail? What if this leads to another loss? His question lingers in the air, a stark reminder of their previous setbacks. Aeliana feels the weight of his doubt, but chooses to remain steadfast. We're not going to fail. We'll be ready for every twist and turn. Her voice exudes confidence, encouraging her friends to trust in their training and each other. As they prepare, Aeliana watches the way the light filters through the branches, igniting a fire within her. She knows that this moment is a culmination of all their experiences, leading them to the threshold of what lies ahead. "Let's go," she commands, her heart racing with determination as they move as one, quickly but stealthily approaching the rival camp. With Myra and Jarek flanking her, Aeliana feels the strength of her team pushing her forward. The anticipation crackles in the air, a symphony of hope and anxiety as they navigate among the shadows. At the designated spot, the plan reveals itself. Myra unleashes her spells, sending vibrant illusions darting into the distance, creating a distraction that draws the attention of the rival fighters. The noise and confusion give Aeliana the opening she needs. Aeliana steps forward, her heart pounding in rhythm with the urgency of the moment. "Now," she calls out, leading the charge into the camp, ready to face whatever challenges arise. This is their time to shine, and each step into the fray reinforces Aeliana's growth as a leader, her confidence shining through as they make their way toward the heart of the conflict. The bond they've cultivated prepares them for the trials that lie ahead, propelling her forward with an unwavering sense of purpose. Chapter 18, A Defining Confrontation. Aeliana and her companions tread cautiously through the dense underbrush, each step weighted with anticipation. The forest seems alive with whispers, shadows dancing between the trees as they press onward toward the enemy stronghold. The atmosphere crackles with tension, a palpable reminder of the stakes involved. "We need to stick to our plan," Aeliana murmurs, her voice firm but low. "Every action counts." Jarek walks ahead, scanning the area for any signs of movement. "I don't like the quiet. It feels too eerie," he comments, his instincts on high alert. "Just stay focused," Aeliana replies, determination hardening her tone. "The last thing we want is to be caught off guard. We've come too far to back down now." Suddenly, a sudden rustling in the trees catches their attention. The group freezes, eyes wide. Aeliana glances at Myra, who looks equally tense, her hands gripping her staff tightly. "Everyone, get ready," Aeliana commands, heart pounding with urgency. She feels the adrenaline surge through her, ready to face whatever might emerge from the shadows. A pair of figures move stealthily through the underbrush, but as they draw closer, Aeliana realizes they are not friends but members of the rival faction, moving with purpose and intent. "We need to act," she whispers urgently. "Create a diversion." Mira glances at the figures, her worry palpable. "But there's too many of them. What if we're overpowered?" Aeliana feels the weight of her team's uncertainty pressing down on her. "We need to split their attention, just like we practiced," she insists, determination fueling her words. "Trust that we can handle this. We've prepared for moments like this." With that, Aeliana channels her energy, ready to execute their plan as the rival group moves closer. Each heartbeat melds with the rhythm of the forest, centering her determination as she prepares to confront the unexpected challenge head-on. This is their moment to show the depth of their growth and the strength of their bonds, despite the lurking danger that surrounds them. Aeliana quickly formulates a plan, her mind racing as the tension rises around them. "Myra, create a diversion on the right side of the clearing. Use your magic to draw their attention away from us," she instructs, her voice sharp with urgency. "Got it," Myra replies, her determination evident as she prepares her spells, fingers dancing with potential magic. "Jarek, you and I will flank to the left. We'll gather information while they're distracted," Aeliana continues, her heart racing with adrenaline. Jarek nods, casting a wary glance at the advancing figures. "I'll keep watch. If things go south, we need an escape route ready." The urgency pulsates in the air as they disperse, each member moving into position, Aeliana's leadership guiding their actions. She feels a mix of hope and lingering fear, knowing that the success of their mission hinges on their ability to coordinate effectively. As Myra unleashes her magic, bright and radiant, the distraction takes hold, drawing the attention of several members of the rival faction. "Now!" Aeliana shouts, feeling the adrenaline surge as she and Jarek make their move into the shadows, moving quickly yet stealthily. The ambush unfolds, the confusion amongst the rival faction palpable as they divert their focus toward Mira's illusions. Aeliana sneaks through the thick underbrush, her heart pounding with exhilaration. "Stay low," she instructs Jarek as they slip closer to the rival group, intent on uncovering their plans. Aeliana's instincts sharpen, allowing her to navigate with agility and purpose. But as they draw nearer, the unexpected complications begin to surface. It becomes clear that the rival group is more organized than they anticipated, and Aeliana can feel the stakes rising dangerously. "We need to back off if things get hairy," she whispers to Jarek, assessing the situation with an analytical eye. Suddenly, a loud shout disrupts the air as one of the rivals notices the illusions flickering out. "It's a trap," he calls, causing panic to ripple through their ranks. Aeliana feels a tightening knot of urgency in her chest. The plan is unraveling, and she knows they need to act fast to salvage what they can from this moment. Gripping her staff tightly, she readies herself for the next decisive move, knowing that the unexpected twists are what define their journey. In this critical instant, she reflects on the lessons she has learned, realizing that adaptability is key, even in the face of chaos. Aeliana crouches low beside Jarek, her heart racing as the chaos unfolds around them. The rival faction begins to scatter, confusion taking root as Myra's illusions dance in the clearing, drawing their attention. Aeliana can hear their shouts and see them struggling to regain control, and she knows this is their moment to act. "Let's move in closer," she whispers to Jarek, who nods, feeling the urgency of the situation resonate within him. They creep forward, careful to avoid snapping twigs or making unnecessary noise, knowing the element of surprise is crucial. Peering around a thick tree, Aeliana scans the rival group, her eyes narrowing as she witnesses their disarray. "They're disorganized. If we can gather intel now, we might learn something vital," she murmurs, her instincts guiding her actions. Jarek gestures toward a group of enemies huddled together, discussing their next steps. "What are they planning?" he asks, urgency lacing his tone. Before Aeliana can respond, a rival glances in their direction, eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Did you hear something?" he calls out to his comrades, causing Aeliana to freeze, adrenaline spiking. "Stay hidden," she hisses, pulling Jarek back further into the shadows. The tension escalates, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragile nature of their position. The rival group begins to search the perimeter, and Aeliana realizes they need to act quickly. "We need to create another distraction to keep their focus away from us." "Can you use your magic, Myra?" she whispers, hoping her friend is still close enough to hear. "On it," Myra responds, stepping into a position just out of sight. Aeliana can sense the energy building within her friend, and with a flick of her wrist, Myra unleashes a flurry of enchanted lights into the air, sparking excitement and chaos amongst the rival ranks. "Now's our chance," Aeliana urges, adrenaline fueling her movements as they press forward, ready to gather information on their rivals and secure their mission. With the moment of confusion cultivated, Aeliana feels the pulse of her leadership awaken within her. Decisions are not made alone. They are woven together through trust, resilience, and the understanding that adaptability defines their actions in the face of uncertainty. As they move closer to the rival group, she embodies the spirit of their journey, ready to uncover the truths that lie ahead. As the chaos unfolds, Aeliana and Jarek move deeper into the rival camp, their bodies low to the ground, hearts pounding in rhythm with the surrounding energy. The distraction keeps the enemies occupied, but Aeliana knows they can't let their guard down. "Look over there," Jarek whispers, gesturing to a small gathering of rival mages huddled together, poring over a map spread out before them. Aeliana's pulse quickens as she realizes this is exactly the intel they need. "Let's listen in," she suggests, her voice a mere breath, determined to capitalize on the opportunity. They inch closer, careful to avoid leaves and branches that might give away their presence. The two rival mages discuss their next ambush, the plans laid bare in hushed tones. "We need to make our move before they can gather their forces," one of them insists, tracing a route with his finger. "Those fools think they can challenge us without consequence." Aeliana feels a twinge of anger at their arrogance, but also a surge of excitement at the valuable information they are acquiring. This is the edge they need to shift the balance of power. However, just as they prepare to gather more insight, one of the mages tilts his head slightly, clearly sensing something amiss. "Did you hear that?" he asks, shifting his attention away from the map. Aeliana freezes, adrenaline coursing through her as she locks eyes with Jarek, who instinctively shrinks back into the shadows. "We need to get out of here," he urges, the urgency thick in his voice. "No, stay put," she whispers, urging caution as the mages debate their next steps, their focus momentarily drawn away. "We can't risk blowing our cover." But the tension in the air hangs heavy, and Aeliana knows they have a limited amount of time before their presence is discovered. "We need to back off," she finally concedes, feeling the weight of the moment pressing down on them. With the rival mages now alert, Aeliana and Jarek retreat quietly, hearts pounding as they slip away to regroup with the others, knowing that while they uncovered valuable information, the threat of exposure looms in the air. As they meld back into the dense foliage, Aeliana reflects on the experience, recognizing the lesson this confrontation has reinforced. Adaptability and quick thinking are crucial when faced with unexpected challenges. This realization fuels her resolve to lead her friends more effectively in their ongoing quest and the forthcoming trials they must confront. As Aeliana and Jarek regroup with Mira, the weight of their recent encounter hangs heavily in the air. Aeliana can see the tension lines etched across their faces, a reminder of the chaos they just navigated. "Did you overhear anything useful?" Mira asks, urgency lacing her words as she looks at them expectantly. Aeliana nods, her heart racing with a mix of triumph and anxiety. "Yes, they're plotting an ambush soon, targeting vulnerable areas in Eldoria. We need to act fast before they strike." Jarek looks concerned, his brows furrowed. "But what if they're watching? We can't just rush in without a plan." "I know," Aeliana replies, her determination solidifying as she anticipates their next steps. "We'll need to prepare our defenses and alert the townsfolk. This is our chance to gather everyone behind us." She feels the weight of her leadership grow as she outlines her thoughts. "If we can mobilize the villagers, we can create a stronger front against whatever Kale and his allies are planning. We'll show them that they can't intimidate us." Kale, having joined them, rolls his eyes but cannot hide a hint of respect at Eliana's boldness. "Fine, but we need to be smart about this. A head-on approach could lead to more losses." "Then let's use the knowledge we've gained to set traps and establish communication with the villagers," Aeliana asserts, her voice steady. "We'll prepare for an attack, but approach it strategically." As the team discusses logistics, Aeliana feels a sense of clarity emerge from the chaos of their earlier encounter. She recognizes the lessons from their experiences. Adaptability and strong communication are foundational to their success. "Let's gather supplies and make our plans now," she says, rallying the group. "Every moment counts, and we need to present a united front." The energy among her friends shifts, fueled by Aeliana's confidence. They begin to mobilize, readying themselves to execute her strategies for the challenges they must face. Aeliana understands that this moment of unity not only reinforces their bond, but also sets the stage for the confrontation that lies ahead. Each step taken together solidifies her transformation, helping her grow into the leader Eldoria needs. With their plan now taking shape, Aeliana directs her friends to gather the necessary resources for fortifying Eldoria. The atmosphere is charged with urgency as they split off into teams, each member focused on their assigned tasks. "Let's make sure we cover all bases," Aeliana calls out, organizing them with clarity. "Myra, you focus on gathering herbs and potions. Jarek, you and Kale can check the perimeter and set defensive traps." As they move into action, Aeliana feels a swell of pride at her friend's commitment. She moves quickly through the bustling marketplace, collecting items and confirming that their supplies are sufficient for the upcoming confrontation. But as she sorts through the gathered goods, doubt creeps into her mind. Was this enough? Would they be prepared for Kale's ambush? Pushing the worry aside, she reminds herself of the growth they've achieved together. Meanwhile, Myra returns with an assortment of herbs and a beaming smile. "These should help with healing and strength boosts," she exclaims, laying the items carefully on a nearby table. Jarek, hands covered in dirt from setting traps, looks up with a grin. We've secured the area. No one will get through without us knowing. I think we're ready. Kale, having spent the part of the morning scouting, steps forward, a hint of arrogance in his posture. But are you really ready for what they'll throw at us? We need to think bigger. Aeliana feels the tension rising again, the complexities of Kale's interests casting a shadow over their preparations. We won't let fear shape our plans, she replies, trying to keep the focus on their collective purpose. We adapt and prepare for the worst, ensuring we are united in our efforts. As discussions continue, a few townsfolk approach, expressing their support for the group's endeavors, but also their fears. What if this doesn't work? One villager voices, eyes wide with uncertainty. We can't afford another failure. Aeliana steps forward, seeking to reassure them. Together we can face whatever comes our way. Your trust and support matter. Each of you plays a vital role in our success. With spirits rekindling amidst uncertainty, Aeliana flexes her leadership skills, drawing on every lesson learned from recent challenges. She recognizes that navigating this moment requires both strength and compassion. With everything in place, Aeliana glances around, feeling their collective resolve solidly wrapped around her heart. They will face the darkness ahead, not as separate individuals, but as a united front, ready to defend their home and each other against any threat that arises. Chapter 19: The Ambush. Aeliana stands in the quiet of the forest, the air thick with anticipation and the weight of their recent encounters heavy on her shoulders. The group gathers around her, the scattered remnants of their earlier preparations still fresh in their minds. Let's take a moment to assess where we stand, Aeliana begins, her voice steady and confident. She unfolds the map they have been using, tracing their journey with her finger while recalling their successes and setbacks. We faced obstacles, but we need to pinpoint what's next. As she addresses her friends, Jarek leans in, studying the map closely. We need to be thorough. What did we learn from our previous encounters? We can't overlook anything. Aeliana feels a swell of pride at his focus. Exactly. If we regroup now and share what we've gathered, we can make informed decisions. Myra interjects, her tone practical. And we need to ensure we have enough supplies for whatever we may face next. We were lucky last time. Aeliana nods thoughtfully. Let's evaluate our supplies and organize a way to gather more resources. She gestures to the map again, emphasizing key areas they might need to explore, her heart racing at the thought of exploring new territories. The group members begin to discuss their previous routes, each sharing insights about what they discovered and what they might encounter. Aeliana feels the familiar surge of camaraderie that had inspired them on their journey. I also spoke with some villagers who shared information about rival movements nearby, Jarek offers. We need to strategize around that information. Aeliana's mind races as new plans begin to form, but the question of trust still lingers in the air. She knows they must navigate not only the dangers of the forest, but also the complexities of their relationships. Let's be open with each other about any concerns or doubts, Aeliana encourages, wanting to create a safe space for discussion. If we're going to face whatever comes next, we must be unified. As conversations begin to flow, she listens intently, taking mental notes of what each member brings to the table. Every idea shared is a building block, reinforcing the strength of their collective spirit. With their dialogue grounding her, Aeliana feels a sense of clarity emerge. They've grown substantially since embarking on this journey, and every lesson learned continues to shape their path. As they work to refine their plans, she understands that their future hinges on how well they adapt to the challenges they will face together. With the group settled around the map, Aeliana feels a sense of urgency building as they discuss their next steps. We can't ignore the threats Kale poses and the resources we need, she emphasizes, her eyes scanning the terrain illustrated on the paper. Jarek raises his finger to a marked location. This abandoned village could have supplies we can use. It's not too far from here, but it might still be dangerous. We don't know if anyone is occupying it. Then we approach with caution, Aeliana responds, her voice steady. We can scout it out first. If it looks too risky, we'll retreat. Mira, peering at the map, nervously brushes a strand of hair behind her ear. But what if we run into trouble? We've already faced so much. I don't want to push our luck. Each step we take is a chance to learn, Aeliana reassures her, recalling their past experiences. We've grown strong through our trials. We can handle whatever comes next. Just then, a low rumble echoes from the distance, causing the group to glance towards the source. The ground vibrates lightly beneath their feet, a reminder of the forest's unpredictable nature. Eliana's instincts flare, and she knows they must be ready for anything that comes their way. "Let's move fast," Jarek urges, the urgency in his voice sparking a renewed sense of determination among them. "The sooner we can assess the situation, the better." Aeliana nods, rallying her friends with a blend of confidence and caution. "Stay close and rely on each other. We've come too far to falter now." With their course set, Aeliana can feel a solidification of trust among the group as they prepare to embark on their mission. The journey ahead may be fraught with uncertainty, but she understands that their united front, fortified by their shared experiences, will guide them through. Each decision made lays the groundwork for tomorrow, reinforcing their commitment to protect Eldoria and all its wonders. As they gear up for the journey to the abandoned village, Aeliana feels a mix of anticipation and trepidation wash over her. She watches her friends gather supplies, each member busying themselves with tasks that align with their strengths. "Let's stick to our plan and not lose sight of our goal," she says, glancing at Myra as she carefully packs herbs into her satchel. "We need to be in and out quickly." Jarek tightens the straps on his gear, and we must be ready to adapt if things go south. "I'll keep an eye on the perimeter," he reassures, showcasing the growth of his confidence in their mission. Kale stands a little apart, his expression contemplative. "You really think this abandoned place will provide what we need? It could easily be a trap," he challenges, skepticism creeping into his tone again. Aeliana meets his gaze, feeling the weight of their earlier disagreements. "We can't let fear dictate our actions. Kale, every path we take carries risks, but we must gauge them wisely. This could be our chance to gather the resources we need." Jarek interjects, echoing Eliana's sentiment. "We'll stay on alert, but we can't shy away from opportunities. Let's go in prepared, ready to face whatever we find." As they finalize their plans, the group momentarily shifts focus, and Aeliana observes the dynamic at play, how their past experiences are shaping their approach to uncertainty. She senses a growing trust developing within the group as they navigate Kale's doubts. "Let's meet back here at sunset, no matter what we find," she proposes, reinforcing the idea of unity among them. "We need to discuss our findings and adjust our strategies." The conversations intertwine, and Aeliana feels a swell of warmth at the camaraderie igniting once more. In this moment, she recognizes the importance of open communication and collective strength. With renewed determination, they prepare to embark on their mission, confident in their ability to adapt to whatever challenges may arise, ready to protect their home with the knowledge they've gathered. As Aeliana and her friends stand at the edge of the abandoned village, the atmosphere feels thick with anticipation. The dilapidated buildings before them loom like ghosts of the past, their windows dark and hollow. Eliana's heart races as she surveys their surroundings, understanding the importance of their mission. "We should approach this carefully," she advises, scanning the area for any signs of danger. "We don't know what could be waiting inside." "Maybe it's not as abandoned as we think," Jarek warns, his voice low as he peers into the shadows. "We need to keep our guard up." "Let's take this one step at a time," Aeliana encourages, her confidence bolstered by the bonds they've formed. "We'll split up to cover more ground while staying in contact." Mira nods, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and determination. "I'll check the central building. There might still be supplies left behind." "Good plan. Jarek and I will scout the outer structures," Aeliana says, feeling the blend of excitement and apprehension bubbling inside her. As they begin to move, the air shifts with a sense of urgency. Aeliana takes the lead, heart attuned to the sounds around them, the creaking wood, the whispering wind, the slight rustle of leaves. Each sound heightens her awareness, reminding her of their previous encounters. Suddenly, a swift movement catches her eye. A flash of dark fur darts between buildings, and Aeliana stiffens, adrenaline surging once more. "Did you see that?" she whispers urgently, her instincts kicking in. "Probably just a stray animal," Jarek suggests, but Aeliana can't shake the feeling of unease settling over her. Let's remain cautious. If there's something or someone here, we need to be prepared, she replies, firming her resolve. As they approach the central building, Aeliana feels a flood of energy surge within her, a blend of fear and determination. She knows they are stepping into the unknown, ready to tackle whatever lies ahead. In this moment, she feels her growth reflected in every decision made, understanding that adaptability and courage are vital as they pursue their mission to protect Eldoria. Aeliana stands at the threshold of the central building, the door hanging ajar on rusty hinges. The air inside is cool and musty, filled with the scent of damp wood and forgotten memories. She glances back at Jarek and Myra, who exchange a look of determination before stepping inside with her. Stay close, she instructs quietly, pushing the door open further and peering into the dimly lit interior. Dust motes dance in the beams of light filtering through broken windows, illuminating the remnants of furniture and discarded items scattered about. As they step inside, Aeliana feels an unsettling energy, a tangible reminder of those who once called this place home. Let's split up and search for useful supplies, she says, her voice steady despite the oppressive atmosphere. We might find something valuable. Jarek heads toward a pile of crates at the back of the room, prying one open with a swift motion. Looks like they left behind some food supplies, he reports, his voice echoing slightly in the silence. I'll check the other rooms for magical artifacts, Mira adds, moving toward a narrow hallway that leads deeper into the building. Keep an eye on the entrance in case someone shows up. Aeliana nods, focusing on the items around her. She scans the shelves, moving quickly but efficiently, hoping to uncover something that could turn the tide in their favor. In the midst of her search, she stumbles upon a dusty tome, its cover adorned with faded symbols. Her heart races at the potential significance. Guys, come look at this, she calls, excitement bubbling within her. As Jarek and Myra join her, she flips open the tome, revealing passages filled with knowledge about magical creatures and the forest's secrets. This could provide us with the intel we need, she exclaims, her eyes dancing over the text. However, as she continues to read, a sudden noise from outside makes them freeze. Eliana's heart skips. It sounds like voices, and dread creeps in. We need to hurry, she urges, carefully marking the page before closing the tome. If we've been spotted, we have to be ready to move. The tension escalates as the group gathers the supplies Jarek found, packing books and food quickly. Aeliana feels a surge of determination. Their earlier efforts have brought them here, and now they must protect what they've uncovered. With everything gathered, she glances at her friends, knowing the stakes are high. Let's head out the back and find a safer path. It's not over yet. Her conviction carries them forward, and Aeliana feels the mantle of leadership strengthen with each decision they make together, uniting them in purpose for whatever comes next. With their supplies packed and anxiety coursing through her veins, Aeliana leads her friends toward the back exit of the building, feeling the urgency of the approaching voices outside. Keep moving quickly but quietly, she instructs, her heart pounding. Each step feels critical as they slip through the darkened hallways, shadows creeping along the walls like hidden threats. Jarek takes the lead, carefully pulling the door open just enough to peek outside. The sunlight pours in through cracks in the timber, illuminating the dust motes swirling in the air. Looks clear for now, he whispers, glancing back at Aeliana for confirmation. Let's go, she replies, pushing aside any lingering fears. They slip out of the building, stepping into the cool shade of the trees surrounding it, aware that their mission isn't over yet. As they move into the cover of the forest, Aeliana feels the weight of their success mingling with trepidation. We need to find a spot to regroup and assess what we've gathered, she suggests, urgency threading through her words. Once safely hidden among the thick trunks of the trees, they stop to catch their breath. Aeliana pulls out the tome from her pack, her fingers trembling slightly with excitement and resolve. We need to go over what we found and how it can help us prepare. Myra leans in, interest sparkling in her eyes. If that book has the information we need, it could change everything for us, she states, her voice brimming with hope. Aeliana nods, glancing at Jarek. We can look at the notes I made and see which resources we still need to gather. This will build our strategy for what's next. As they sort through their findings, Aeliana feels the growing sense of purpose among the group. Each piece of information feels like a puzzle piece falling into place, helping them solidify their plans. However, the earlier tension lingers, and Aeliana can sense the wavering trust among them, especially with Kale's presence. We need to ensure he understands that we all share the burden of this journey, she muses aloud, setting a tone for collaboration. Together, we can protect Eldoria, she declares. This is not just about me or any single person. We all have a role in this. With those words, Eliana's confidence surges, reminding her that their journey has already transformed them into a formidable team. The path ahead may be fraught with uncertainty, but she knows that their shared experiences have prepared them for whatever lies ahead, forging a foundation that will help them tackle the challenges of the coming days. Chapter 20. Assessing the journey. As dawn breaks, Aeliana stands at the edge of the forest, a sense of urgency coursing through her. The morning mist lingers in the air, wrapping around her like a shroud as she prepares to face the day ahead. Today's the day we confront the looming threat, she murmurs to herself, determination firming her resolve. With her friends gathered nearby, Aeliana feels the energy shift, palpable with anxiety and anticipation. We need to reassess our strategy before we set out, she announces, turning to face the group. We'll fortify our defenses in case of retaliation. Let's focus on gathering supplies first, then move toward the village, Jarek suggests, his voice steady as he checks his own gear. We have to be ready for anything Kale could throw at us. Aeliana nods, recognizing the sense of urgency in his words. The memories of their last encounter with Kale and his faction weigh heavily on her, reminding her of the risks they face. Absolutely. We can't underestimate him again. As they prepare to leave the forest and head toward the village, Myra steps forward, a soft enthusiasm in her voice. I also heard whispers from locals about strange sightings in the northern fields. We should check those out while we're at it. Aeliana considers her suggestion, feeling the excitement of possibility spark within her. That could give us insight into potential threats, and perhaps allies as well, she replies, grateful for Myra's proactive stance. Just then, Kale, who has been standing slightly apart, chimes in. And what if we're walking into another trap? We'd be fools to assume the path is clear. Aeliana feels a flicker of irritation but also recognizes the merit in his caution. We're aware of the risks, but retreating isn't an option, she asserts, her voice unwavering. We must show them that we're united and unafraid. With the group's collective energy growing, Aeliana leads them toward the forest's edge, her heart pounding with both fear and excitement. Every step resonates with the promise of adventure, a realization that their journey together has prepared them for the uncertainties ahead. As they approach the village, Aeliana feels her resolve solidify. This mission is not simply about facing danger. It's about forging connections and strengthening the bonds within their community. She is ready to embrace whatever may come, ready to fight for what they hold dear, and to protect their home. As they approach the edge of the village, Aeliana's heart races, the familiar sights of Eldoria filling her with a mix of comfort and anxiety. She looks around at the bustling streets, the laughter of children mingling with the calls of merchants, but the thrill of adventure is shadowed by the looming threat of Kale and potential rivalry. Let's stick to the plan. We'll split up and gather the information we need, she instructs, feeling the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders. Myra, you can talk to the herbalist about resources and gather any supplies that might help us. I'll get on it, Myra replies, her eyes bright with determination. She knows the importance of her role in bridging the connection with the villagers. Jarek and I will head to the blacksmith, see if we can organize some training for the villagers while also gathering supplies, Aeliana adds, her mind racing with ideas. As they separate, Aeliana feels a surge of anticipation mingled with anxiety. She walks alongside Jarek, both of them heading down the street toward the blacksmith's shop. We can't afford to let our guard down, Jarek reminds her, his expression serious. I know, Aeliana replies, feeling the tension in the air. But we can't let fear stop us either. We'll gather support and information, and with that, we can strengthen our position. They reach the blacksmith's shop, the rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil ringing in their ears. Aeliana pushes the door open, the warmth of the shop greeting them as they step inside. The smell of heated metal mixes with the earthy tones of the surroundings, creating a comforting atmosphere. The blacksmith, a burly man with a bushy beard, looks up from his work, curiosity piqued. "What brings you two here?" he asks, wiping his hands on a rag, stepping toward them with an open but cautious demeanor. "We need to prepare the villagers for what's coming," Aeliana begins, confidence swelling within her. "If you could help us organize a training session, it would make a huge difference in our defense." The blacksmith considers her request, a thoughtful expression creeping onto his face. "You've got guts asking for help after what happened last time. But that's exactly what we need around here. Leadership and determination," he replies with a nod, clearly impressed by Aeliana's initiative. Aeliana feels a rush of gratitude. "Thank you. We need every ally we can find to face the threats ahead," she says, appreciating his willingness to support their efforts. As they discuss logistics, Aeliana's mind begins to race with the potential outcomes of their plans. She senses that this connection with the blacksmith and the potential for new alliances is not just about immediate survival, but also speaks to the broader goal of fortifying Eldoria against future dangers. "Let's get started," the blacksmith agrees, moving to gather tools and materials, and Aeliana feels a mixture of relief and excitement. Her journey has brought her to this critical moment, one that shapes her understanding of leadership and the importance of community. Every interaction strengthens her resolve, and she knows that nurturing these connections is just as vital as preparing for battle. Aeliana embraces the energy around her, ready to tackle the challenges ahead with her friends standing by her side. As Aeliana and Jarek discuss their plans with the blacksmith, the sound of clanging metal fills the shop, creating a rhythm that underscores their determination. The blacksmith gathers tools and provisions, moving with a practiced ease that puts Aeliana at ease. "I can rally a few of the younger villagers for training," he suggests, glancing at Jarek with newfound respect. "They could use your instruction, and it'll grow their confidence." "I'd be happy to help them get started," Jarek replies, the optimism lighting his face. But Aeliana senses lingering uncertainty among them. "We need to ensure everyone understands the importance of preparedness," she states, feeling her leadership solidify with every strategic decision made. "If we engage them properly, we can fortify our defenses together." Just then, a villager enters the shop, a look of concern shadowing their expression. "I heard you're preparing for more trouble," they say, their voice thick with anxiety. "What if the rival faction comes for us again?" Aeliana steps forward, assessing the villagers' fears. "That's exactly why we're taking action now. We won't let them intimidate us into submission," she asserts, her confidence growing with each word. The villagers' gaze shifts to Jarek and the blacksmith, uncertainty reflected in their eyes. "What if we're not enough? What if we fail?" "We won't fail," Aeliana declares, her voice strong. "We're in this together, and I promise we'll do everything possible to protect our home." Jarek adds, "Every bit of training we can muster will help fortify our resolve. We need to be prepared." The tension in the air begins to ease as the group rallies around Aeliana's leadership, recognizing the importance of unity in the face of adversity. Aeliana can feel the foundations of trust rebuilding within their community, her determination echoing among the villagers. As they finalize their training plans, Aeliana reflects on newfound connections forged through their struggles and growth over time. Her experiences continue to shape how she navigates the complexities of leadership, and she embraces the challenges, confident in the path forward. "Let's get this moving," she encourages, feeling a renewed sense of vigor ripple through the group. They will face whatever comes next together, united in purpose and prepared to protect all they hold dear. As preparations solidify, Aeliana feels the energy in the air shift, each of her friends actively contributing to the plan. The blacksmith organizes training materials, shouting instructions to the villagers as excitement grows. Aeliana steps aside for a moment, allowing her thoughts to settle as she observes the scene unfolding around her. She notices a group of villagers clustering together, their faces bright with anticipation, eager to learn from Jarek and the blacksmith. However, one boy lingers at the edge, uncertain and hesitant, clenching his fists at his sides. Aeliana approaches him, sensing his anxiety. "Are you all right?" she asks gently, lowering herself to his eye level as she captures his attention. "I want to help, but what if I can't do it right?" he replies, vulnerability washing over him. "It's okay to feel uncertain," Aeliana reassures, her voice soothing. "Every great mage started somewhere. The important part is that you're willing to try." The boy glances toward the bustling crowd, where others are already engaged in practice. "But what if I let everyone down?" he murmurs, fear reflecting in his eyes. Aeliana smiles, remembering her own early struggles. "We all falter sometimes. What matters is that we grow together. This isn't just about individual strength, it's about supporting one another." Encouraged by her words, the boy straightens up slightly, a semblance of courage beginning to flicker in his eyes. "Okay, I'll try," he says, tentative but earnest. As Aeliana turns back to the group, she feels a sense of responsibility blossom within her. Each conversation is a reminder of her role as a leader, someone who fosters trust and confidence in others. The villagers move with purpose, filling the air with camaraderie and hope. Jarek is deep into his demonstrations, showing young villagers how to wield their skills, while Myra engages with the crowd, crafting spells and encouraging them to practice alongside her. Aeliana finds herself reflecting on the journey they've shared. Every challenge, every moment of doubt has led her to this point, reinforcing her conviction to protect and empower those around her. "Let's channel this energy into our practice," Aeliana calls out, her voice ringing with authority and inspiration. "We're building a community that will stand strong against whatever lies ahead." As they prepare for the training ahead, Aeliana's heart swells with determination. She recognizes that her growth has shaped not just herself, but the very fabric of their group. Together, they will navigate the uncertainties and forge a path into the unknown, united by purpose and strength. As the training sessions get underway, Aeliana circulates among the groups, watching her friends engage with the villagers. The atmosphere buzzes with energy, a palpable excitement filling the clearing as everyone dives into practice. Jarek leads a group in combat drills, demonstrating techniques and tactics with confidence. Aeliana notes how the villagers look to him with respect, eager to learn from his experience. She feels a swell of pride at the sight, seeing how the dynamics have shifted within their community. Meanwhile, Myra guides another group through spellcasting exercises, her voice ringing with encouragement. "Focus on channeling your energy into the spells. Let it flow naturally." She moves among them, adjusting their stances and providing tips, embodying the supportive spirit that Aeliana had hoped to cultivate. Yet, Aeliana notices a cluster of trainees hesitating, murmuring doubts amongst themselves. "What if we mess up?" one of them whispers, the fear evident in their eyes. Aeliana senses a ripple of anxiety, the weight of past failures threatening to resurface. Determined to address this, Aeliana steps forward. "It's perfectly okay to feel nervous. We're all here to learn together," she assures them, her voice steady and uplifting. "Mistakes are part of the journey. The only way to grow is to try." The villagers exchange anxious glances, but Aeliana's sincerity begins to chip away at their doubts. "Let's practice this together," she suggests, inviting them to join her in a simple spell. As they attempt the incantation, their initial hesitance begins to fade. Aeliana channels her own energy, guiding them through each step, showing them how mistakes can lead to new discoveries. Her leadership in this moment blooms, encouraging them to embrace their fears, allowing the group's collective progress to flourish. Seeing them engage more actively sparks a sense of unity. Aeliana understands that their emotional journeys intertwine with their magical training. She recognizes that fostering trust and mentorship is just as crucial as honing their skills. With every interaction, Aeliana feels her confidence solidifying, cementing her understanding of what it means to lead. As the clearing fills with laughter and camaraderie, she knows they are building not just skills, but a community bound by their shared experiences and goals. Each person is beginning to envision their potential, and with that realization comes the promise of hope as they face the uncertainties ahead together. As the training sessions progress, Aeliana watches the growth around her, her heart swelling with pride at the determination and camaraderie evident among her friends and the villagers. The clearing is alive with energy, laughter, and shouts mingling as they practice their spells and combat techniques. "Great job, everyone," Myra cheers, clapping her hands as a group of young villagers successfully conjures a small burst of light. The excitement is infectious, and Aeliana finds herself beaming at the progress they've made. "Keep going. You're all doing fantastic," Aeliana encourages, feeling the warmth of unity enveloping her. Each victory reinforces the bonds and trust that they've worked so hard to build. Suddenly, a cry of alarm cuts through the joyful atmosphere. A villager stumbles back from a training exercise, fear etched on their face. "I accidentally triggered a protective spell. It's too strong." Eliana's heart races again, adrenaline surging through her as she quickly assesses the situation. "Stay calm," she calls out, moving quickly to the scene. "Jarek, help me contain the spell." Jarek leaps into action, his experience kicking in as he rushes to aid Aeliana, but she can see hesitation creeping into the minds of the others. "Everyone, stay back and let us handle this," she commands, her confidence emanating a sense of calm amid the chaos. Aeliana channels her magic, feeling the pulsing energy from the protective spell around them. It thrums in the air, a living entity that requires quick thinking and precision. "We can redirect the energy, but I'll need your help," she instructs Jarek, marking their targets together with determined focus. As they work in tandem, the group watches closely, uncertainty flickering behind their eyes. Aeliana pushes through the pressure, recalling the lessons of teamwork and adaptation they have built together. "Trust in each other," she shouts, galvanizing her friends and encouraging them to remember the strength they have cultivated. "We've faced worse. This will be another challenge we overcome together." With renewed confidence, the spirit of collaboration ignites among them, and Aeliana feels the magic of the moment energize her. They stabilize the protective spell, redirecting it away from the villagers and containing the burst of energy in a protective barrier. Once the threat is mitigated, Aeliana turns to the onlookers, seeing relief wash over their faces. "That's how we handle adversity," she beams, feeling triumphant. "We adapt, we support one another, and we succeed together." In that instance, Aeliana recognizes her growth is deeply intertwined with her friend's progress. She has learned that leadership involves facing fear with courage, and every challenge faced fortifies their collective spirit. As they return to their training, Aeliana feels a new sense of purpose cementing their legacy as they continue to protect Eldoria and each other. Chapter 21, Temptation to Retreat. Aeliana stands at the base of a cliff, the morning sun casting long shadows across the rocky terrain. The winds whip around her, carrying whispers of unease as she gazes up at the path leading to the cliff top, marked by steep, rugged outcroppings that loom ahead. The memory of their recent victory feels fragile, a stark contrast to the looming challenges that now confront her. She clenches her fists, recalling the stakes of their mission and the urgency to confront the shadowy figures that threaten Eldoria. "Are we really doing this?" Jarek asks, his voice uncertain as he joins Aeliana at the cliff's edge. He studies the path, eyes narrowing at the potential dangers awaiting them. Aeliana meets his gaze, determined to quell his doubts. "We have to. We can't let fear stop us now," she replies, her tone unwavering. "We need to face this threat head-on and uncover whatever secrets they're hiding." As they prepare to climb, the wind surges again, a reminder of the unpredictability of their journey. Aeliana feels her heart race but pushes the anxiety aside, focusing instead on the mission before them. Myra approaches, glancing at the cliff with both concern and determination. "If we stick to the plan, we can scout ahead and gather intel and resources without getting caught," she proposes, pointing toward the lesser-traveled path along the side of the cliff. Aeliana nods, appreciating Myra's insight. "Let's take that route. It gives us cover and allows us to keep watch for any sentinels." Kale hesitates, his skepticism resurfacing. "And if we run into trouble? We can't risk another ambush," he interjects, clearly hesitant about the direction they are taking. "Then we adapt, just as we've learned together," Aeliana responds, her confidence in their strength shining through. "Any challenge we face, we'll face it united." Feeling the weight of those words, Aeliana sets her jaw, ready to lead them into the unknown. The camaraderie forged through their trials strengthens her resolve as they begin their ascent, each step forward a testament to the growth they've experienced together. As they climb, Aeliana reminds herself of the sacrifices made and the relationships built along the way, knowing that every moment draws them closer to their ultimate goal, safeguarding Eldoria against the darkness that threatens to consume it. As Aeliana leads her friends up the rugged path, she feels the sharp bite of the wind against her skin, reminding her of the challenges that lie ahead. Each step requires concentration, the footing is uneven, and the precipice looms dangerously close. Slow and steady, she instructs, taking care not to rush as they navigate the cliffside. The sound of the wind whipping around them mixes with their heavy breaths, the atmosphere charged with urgency and determination. Suddenly, a loose rock clatters down the slope, sending a shiver of apprehension through the group. Aeliana glances back, feeling the weight of their focus on her. "Everyone watch your step. We don't want to cause a landslide," she cautions, her voice calm even as her pulse quickens with adrenaline. Myra, a few steps behind, slips slightly but catches herself against the cliff face. Aeliana turns, concern etching her features. "Are you all right?" "Yes, just a little shaky," Myra replies, brushing off her anxiety with a nervous laugh. Jarek walks beside Aeliana, keeping a watchful eye on the cliffs as they ascend. "If we can reach the top, we'll have a clear view of the area ahead," he states, determination surging in his voice. Aeliana nods, encouraged by his focus. "We need a good vantage point to assess any rival movements," she affirms, feeling the gravity of their mission pressing down on her. As they continue climbing, the sounds of nature shift around them, a reminder of the looming uncertainties in the surrounding forest. Aeliana's thoughts swirl with the potential dangers that await, yet she feels an undeniable sense of unity building among the group, an unspoken agreement that they will face whatever comes next together. Finally reaching a wide ledge, Aeliana pauses to catch her breath, taking in the breathtaking view of the valley below. The majesty of it surrounds her, but her heart quickens as she remembers their mission. "This is it. We can plan the next steps from here," she declares, spreading the map across the rocky surface. As the group gathers around her, Aeliana feels a surge of hope and resolve. Their journey has brought them to this key moment, and she is ready to lead them forward, committed to uncovering the truths that lie ahead and protecting everything they have worked for. As Aeliana spreads the map across the rocky surface, the group leans in closer, eyes scanning the terrain she highlighted. The valley stretches out before them, dotted with trees and shimmering with sunlight. Aeliana feels a sense of urgency pulse through the air as they begin to discuss their next steps. "We can create a plan to monitor the rival faction," she suggests, her finger tracing a path along the valley's edge. "If we position ourselves here, we can keep a watchful eye on their movements." Jarek nods, expression thoughtful. "And if we can set up a few traps along this route, we might catch them off guard if they decide to advance." Myra's eyes brighten with enthusiasm. "I can prepare some illusions in case they try to sneak past us. We'll need every advantage we can get." However, Kale appears skeptical, arms crossed against the cool breeze. "And what if they come from a different direction? We can't spread ourselves too thin." His challenge lingers in the air, painting a stark reminder of his earlier doubts. Aeliana meets his gaze, the challenge of leadership pressing on her. "I know there are risks, but we must be proactive. We won't gain an advantage if we sit back and wait. This plan gives us the best chance to protect Eldoria," she responds, her conviction steady and reassuring. The group continues to discuss logistics, weighing the pros and cons of each idea. Aeliana listens intently, acknowledging each perspective while subtly steering the conversation back toward unity and collaboration. Feeling empowered by their collective energy, she finally speaks up. "Let's finalize our strategy here. If we can maintain our focus and trust, we will succeed." As they sketch out their final plan, Aeliana can sense the camaraderie solidifying around them. The connections forged through their trials strengthen her resolve, filling her with hope. She knows their unity is pivotal for facing whatever lies ahead. And as they prepare to head down into the valley, Aeliana feels a surge of determination, ready to embrace both the challenges and possibilities awaiting them on their journey. As Aeliana stands at the edge of the cliff, she feels the weight of her friends' expectations mingling with her own determination. The plans they've outlined loom large in her mind, and she knows that now is the time to put their strategy into action. "Let's move out and execute the plan," she declares, her voice carrying authority and conviction. "We'll scout the valley first and set the traps where needed." The group nods, the energy shifting toward action as they prepare to descend. Myra double-checks her supplies, her eyes filled with purpose. "I'll stay close to you, ready to cast the illusions as we go," she assures Aeliana, her excitement infectious. Jarek begins to lead the way, guiding them carefully along the path they had marked earlier. Aeliana can feel the tension in the air, but also the genuine warmth of trust among her friends. "We're prepared for whatever may happen. Keep your eyes open," she reminds them, aware that adaptability is just as important as the strategy they've devised. As they move closer to the valley, Eliana's mind races with thoughts of what might await them. Each step takes her farther from the safety of their previous encounters and deeper into the uncertainty that lies ahead. The resolve she feels is anchored in lessons learned, transforming doubt into the commitment to protect their home. Suddenly, the sound of rustling nearby interrupts her thoughts. Aeliana motions for the group to stop, her heart pounding as she scans the surroundings. "Did you hear that?" she whispers, her instincts flaring. Jarek and Myra halt, tension pulling taut among them. "It could just be wildlife," Jarek suggests cautiously, eyes darting toward the sound. "Or perhaps a threat," Aeliana thinks, but she shakes off the nagging apprehension. "We need to investigate. If it's relevant, we can prepare ourselves accordingly." Her voice is steady, filled with the strength she has cultivated through their shared experiences. As they press forward, Aeliana remains resolute, knowing that whatever they encounter, her leadership will guide them through the challenges ahead, built upon a foundation of trust and collective strength. As they advance cautiously toward the valley, Aeliana remains acutely aware of the tension suffusing the air. With every rustle in the underbrush or flicker of a shadow, her heart races, both excited and apprehensive about the potential dangers lurking ahead. "Stay focused," she murmurs to her friends, casting a glance over her shoulder to ensure they are maintaining their formation. The earlier excitement shifts to a steely determination, and Aeliana knows they must remain united. "Remember the plan. If we encounter threats, we regroup and adapt," she reinforces, feeling the weight of leadership grounded in her experience. As they make their way closer, they find a clearing filled with wildflowers and vibrant undergrowth, the beauty contrasting sharply with the tension of their mission. Eliana's eyes scan the area, and she notices something glimmering in the sunlight, a cluster of small crystals embedded in the soil, remnants of magic that might not be completely lost. "Look, these could be useful," Aeliana exclaims, her excitement bubbling as she kneels to examine the crystals. Jarek and Mira join her, their curiosity piqued. "We should collect them," Jarek suggests, pocketing a few to carry along. But Kale hesitates, casting a wary glance at the surroundings. "We need to move. We don't know what else might be out here waiting for us. We can't get sidetracked." His tone is sharp, but Aeliana can sense the hint of concern buried within. Aeliana feels a brief moment of frustration, yet she recognizes that Kale's fears stem from their shared experiences. "You're right. We need to stay focused. Let's just take a few and keep moving," she concedes, allowing for the compromise that reflects her growth as a leader. As they gather the crystals, Aeliana feels the thrill of discovery coursing through her. Each small success, even amidst the uncertainty, reinforces her resolve to lead her friends effectively. The camaraderie they share becomes more substantial, each interaction serving to strengthen the overall trust within the group. With the crystals secured, they prepare to move deeper into the valley, Aeliana's thoughts racing with the potential knowledge waiting to be uncovered. She knows that the path ahead is fraught with challenges, but she feels ready to embrace the adventure fully, determined to protect everything they hold dear. As Aeliana leads her friends deeper into the valley, the atmosphere shifts, thick with anticipation and the weight of their mission. The path narrows, and her senses sharpen, alert for any signs of danger. She looks back to see the determination in her friend's eyes, feeling more focused than ever. "Let's stick together and keep communication open," she instructs, ensuring their bond is stronger as they navigate the unknown. "If anything feels off, we reassess our approach." The others nod, sharing a collective commitment to remain unified. The energy among them feels different now, charged with hope and purpose. As they step into a clearing, Aeliana notices remnants of old campfires and scattered supplies left behind, remnants of those who once tread this path. "This place might tell us about the movements of Kael's forces," she suggests, kneeling to examine a few items scattered on the ground. Kael arrives beside her, his earlier skepticism dimmed by the weight of the moment. "I wouldn't be surprised if they were using this area as a staging ground," he remarks, glancing around with a newfound respect for Aeliana's insights. "Exactly. We should scour the area for any clues," Aeliana replies, her voice filled with purpose. She feels a surge of confidence at the thought of uncovering vital information that could aid their mission. Suddenly, Jarek spots something glimmering further away. "Over there! It looks like something might be buried beneath the undergrowth." Aeliana's heart races as they approach the glimmer, a mix of excitement and caution washing over her. "Let's check it out, but stay alert," she commands, buoyed by the enthusiasm within the group. As they clear the brush, the glimmer reveals itself as a small chest, half buried and dust-covered. "What do you think it holds?" Mira asks, a smile crossing her face. "Only one way to find out," Aeliana replies, feeling the thrill of discovery swelling within her. She kneels beside the chest, ready to open it and reveal whatever secrets might lie within. This moment feels pivotal, a culmination of their previous trials and the connections forged through their journey. Aeliana knows that whatever they uncover here could change everything, propelling them into the next chapter of their adventure. With determination brimming in her chest, she prepares to lead her friends into the unknown once again. Chapter 22, The Weight of Failure. With the sun rising higher, Aeliana feels a renewed sense of purpose as she stands at the entrance of a village not far from their previous location. The echoes of her last encounter still linger in her mind, but she knows they must push onward. "Let's find some allies who can help us," she says, her voice filled with determination. The scent of fresh bread wafts through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of dew-kissed ground, inviting them into the heart of the village. "Keep your eyes open for anyone who seems receptive to our mission," Jarek advises, scanning the bustling streets where villagers barter and chatter with one another. Aeliana nods as she feels the pulse of the village, an energy infused with life and opportunity, contrasting sharply with the shadows they had left behind. She takes a deep breath, letting the familiar sounds of laughter and activity wash over her, grounding herself for what lies ahead. Approaching a vendor's stall, she offers a warm smile. "Excuse me, we're seeking allies to help protect our home from a looming threat. Have you seen anyone willing to join our cause?" The vendor, a middle-aged woman with a kind face, pauses, considering Aeliana's words, the seriousness reflected in her eyes. "There have been rumors of danger," she replies cautiously, "but many are too afraid to get involved." Aeliana's heart sinks slightly as she hears the reluctance in the vendor's voice. "But we can't let fear control us. If we present a united front, we can protect this village and our homes together," she implores, hoping to stir something within the vendor. Suddenly, a group of villagers gathers nearby, intrigued by the conversation. "What are you saying?" one of them asks, a spark of curiosity lighting in their eyes. Aeliana lifts her chin, sensing a moment to clarify her intentions. "We've encountered threats, and we are working to ensure the safety of Eldoria, but we need your help to strengthen our ranks." Their responses lean toward skepticism, showing worry and doubt carved into their expressions. Aeliana feels the burden of their fears, but presses on, knowing that she must inspire change and connections in this pivotal moment. "This is also about reclaiming our power," Aeliana emphasizes, the determination solidifying in her voice. "We are fighting for our families, for our community. Together, we can stand against any threat." As the atmosphere shifts, Aeliana feels a glimmer of hope. She recognizes that every moment they spend building relationships within this village not only enhances their mission, but also deepens her transformation into the leader she aspires to be. Aeliana stands at the vendor's stall, her heart racing as the murmurs of the gathered villagers swirl around her. She senses the weight of their skepticism, but she refuses to let doubt creep in. Look, if we can demonstrate our commitment to protecting this community, it might encourage others to join us, she suggests, her eyes alight with determination. The vendor watches her closely, the tension taut between them. It's not just about your courage. People are scared. They've lost friends. They've seen what happens when you stand up to danger, she replies, her voice holding a thread of empathy. Taking a moment to gather her thoughts, Aeliana feels the emotions of the moment wash over her. I understand. We've all faced losses, but we can't allow fear to paralyze us, she insists, her voice steady as she speaks from the heart. Jarek steps forward, showing solidarity. We're not just asking for help, we're inviting you to be part of something bigger, to reclaim your safety together. His words resonate among the onlookers, hinting at a shift in their perspective. But as the vendor processes their words, a skeptical villager speaks up, crossing their arms. And what makes you think you're any different from those who've come before? They promised protection and delivered only losses. Aeliana feels a flash of irritation, but she understands that the villagers' doubts stem from pain and fear. I can't erase the mistakes of others, but I can promise to fight for what's right, to stand beside you and protect this home, Aeliana declares, gathering her courage. Myra adds her voice, supporting Aeliana's stance. Our experiences have taught us resilience. We've faced challenges and emerged stronger. Together, we can build a future where we all feel safe. The atmosphere begins to shift subtly, murmurs of agreement mingling with uncertainty as the villagers contemplate their words. Aeliana senses a crack forming in their doubts, a glimmer of possibility igniting the conversation. Let's not waste this moment, she urges, her heart pounding. Together, let's create a plan to fortify our defenses and protect what matters most. As she watches the villagers' expressions slowly transform, she feels a swell of determination rising within her. This moment is not just about her quest for knowledge, but about building a community strong enough to face the darkness ahead. Aeliana knows that their unity is what will ultimately give them the strength to move forward, reclaiming their power as protectors of Eldoria. As Aeliana continues her discussions with the villagers, she notices a subtle shift in their demeanor. The earlier skepticism mingles with curiosity as they begin to warm to her suggestions. Maybe if we organize a meeting to address everyone's concerns, we can ease their worries, Myra proposes, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. It could help build trust and demonstrate our commitment to the safety of Eldoria. Aeliana feels grateful for Myra's insight, recognizing the importance of community dialogue. That's a great idea. We need transparency to reinforce our alliances and ensure everyone feels involved, she agrees, her voice filled with conviction. Jarek chimes in, noticing the positivity growing around them. Let's set a date for the meeting and invite everyone. We can share our experiences and make it clear how we all play a part in this defense. The group of villagers starts to murmur among themselves, the thought of coming together igniting a flicker of hope. Aeliana notices a few nodding, willing to move past their fears. We can also provide a space for those who want to learn or prepare, one of the villagers suggests, gaining courage from the discussions. There are some who want to train in magic or weaponry. As Aeliana reflects on their proposals, she feels a surge of excitement. If we can create training programs, we'll enhance everyone's skills and confidence. She states, engaging the whole community will make us all stronger. Amid the discussions, Aeliana senses the dynamics of trust evolving. Kale observes quietly, a mixture of respect and skepticism on his face. If we're going to engage the community, we need to be sure they understand the seriousness of the threat we face, he adds, his tone earnest but still cautious. Aeliana meets his gaze and nods, appreciating his input. Absolutely. We'll emphasize the importance of preparation and unity during our meeting. It's essential that they understand what we're up against. As the preparations for the meeting take shape, Aeliana feels a sense of unity among her friends and the villagers. Each suggestion becomes a building block for their collective strength. The warmth of the moment surrounds her, fueling her ambition to create a robust community ready to face any challenge. With determination rising within her, Aeliana feels the glow of possibility in the air, aware that these connections forged today will be invaluable for the journey ahead. Together, they are laying the groundwork for a future where everyone plays a role in safeguarding Eldoria against the darkness encroaching from outside the village. As the group continues brainstorming ideas for the upcoming meeting, Aeliana feels an invigorating sense of purpose in the air. She steps back to observe the villagers engaging with one another, their earlier apprehensions fading as new possibilities emerge. Let's not just talk about our fears. Let's share our strengths and what we can offer each other, Aeliana urges, her voice raising slightly above the other conversations. If we work together, we'll create a formidable force. The townsfolk begin to exchange ideas, their enthusiasm palpable. Aeliana listens as a few suggest organizing training sessions in combat and magic, while others propose forming teams to patrol the village boundaries. Those who aren't skilled in fighting can contribute in other ways, one elder says, his voice rich with experience. We could strengthen our defenses and ensure everyone feels involved. Aeliana feels a surge of hope at the blossoming camaraderie. Each suggestion made is a reflection of their growing unity and desire to protect Eldoria. Exactly. Everyone has something to contribute, and we can find ways to utilize each person's unique skills, she replies, her heart swelling with gratitude. Just then, Jarek speaks up. We should also prepare to defend against potential attacks while we train. Each lesson we learn is an opportunity to fortify our community. Kale, after listening quietly, adds with a critical edge, we can't be naive. Many will hesitate to join us without proof that their involvement will lead to safety. Aeliana turns to him, feeling a flicker of challenge in his tone. Then we show them what we're capable of. By coming together, we create a foundation of trust. The atmosphere shifts once more, reinvigorating the group as they begin to understand the synergy they can cultivate. Aeliana feels their resolve strengthen, pushing through the doubts that lingered before. We need to make sure they know we're serious about this challenge, she states, carefully gauging the mood. Our collective effort can overcome any doubt. As the villagers rally around her words, Aeliana recognizes the significance of this moment. They are not just preparing for a fight. They are crafting relationships and building a community anchored in trust and shared purpose. The feeling of unity washes over her, carrying the promise of hope as they step towards the future together, ready to confront whatever lies ahead. As plans solidify and excitement fills the air, Aeliana feels a surge of energy coursing through the group. The villagers are animated, eagerly sharing ideas about the upcoming meeting and how best to prepare their defenses. She watches as new bonds form among them, the initial hesitation slowly dissolving. Let's make sure everyone is included in the conversation, Aeliana suggests, her voice resonating with authority. The more perspectives we have, the stronger our plan will be. Jarek immediately begins jotting down notes on a scroll, eager to organize their thoughts. We can create a list of tasks for everyone so no one feels left out, he proposes, enthusiasm brightening his demeanor. Good idea, Aeliana replies, feeling the positive momentum building among them. And we should designate roles for patrolling the boundaries as well. A few villagers step forward, expressing their desire to be involved. I want to help patrol, one eager young man says, determination shining in his eyes. I can train them in basic defense techniques, another villager offers, signaling a willingness to contribute. Aeliana's heart swells at the sight of the community coming together, each individual ready to do their part. However, Kale leans against a nearby tree, skepticism etched on his face. Not everyone will be willing to support this plan. There are those who fear the rivalry more than they fear the darkness, he notes, his tone critical yet pointed. Aeliana meets his gaze, feeling a flicker of frustration but also recognizing the truth in his words. Then we ensure that our actions speak louder than our words. If we show strength and commitment, maybe we can change their minds. People respond to action, Jarek agrees. Let's set an example. Emboldened by their resolve, Aeliana reflects on how far they have come. She senses her confidence strengthening, knowing that her actions can inspire others and pave the way for lasting change. Together, we'll show Eldoria what we're capable of, she asserts, a renewed sense of determination surging within her. As the group begins to finalize their roles, Aeliana feels the profound impact of their shared commitment and the strength they cultivate as a united front. The future feels bright before them, filled with promise and the anticipation of what they'll achieve together. As the preparations unfold, Aeliana feels a sense of urgency settle over the group, the tasks ahead clear and defined. The villagers enthusiastically gather, excited to contribute to the collective effort toward their safety. Aeliana moves among them, ensuring everyone understands their roles and feels included in the plan. Let's start organizing everyone into their respective groups, she suggests, her voice tinged with excitement. We can have teams focused on gathering resources, training, and patrolling the outskirts. Jarek steps forward, feeling the momentum building. I can lead the resource team. We'll check the fields and find anything potentially useful. That's a great idea, Aeliana says, appreciating his initiative. She turns to Myra. How about you coordinate the training efforts? You can work with those who are eager to learn about magic and defense. Myra beams, her earlier apprehensions replaced with enthusiasm. I'll get started on that right away, she responds, already contemplating how to structure the training. As Aeliana glances around the gathering, she notices some villagers still on the fringes, uncertainty etched on their faces. We want to make sure everyone feels confident, Aeliana calls out, wanting to draw them in. If you're uncertain about anything, this is the time to ask, and we'll work through it together. One villager speaks up, a young woman whose hands tremble slightly. What if we get attacked while we're unprepared? I'm scared. Aeliana takes a step forward, her heart wrapping around the girl's fears. I understand, but we're fighting for each other. The more we unify and work as a team, the stronger our defenses will be. Together, we're capable of facing whatever comes our way. She notices Jarek catch the girl's gaze with a supportive smile, reinforcing Aeliana's commitment to nurturing confidence within their ranks. Let's make a list of potential threats, Aeliana suggests, rallying the group again. Identifying what we're up against will help us prepare more effectively. With renewed enthusiasm, the villagers begin to brainstorm, sharing ideas and building a sense of unity. Laughter punctuates the air as they connect and collaborate, and Aeliana feels the earlier doubts begin to fade. As they finalize the roles, Aeliana feels a flicker of hope igniting within her. This gathering is not only about preparation, but about forming a community that stands together. She recognizes how her experiences have reshaped her ability to lead and inspire, and she is determined to protect what they have forged together. Let's finish strong today, Aeliana encourages, her spirit soaring as they mobilize. We're strengthening our home and each other, and that is our greatest power. Chapter 23, Seeking Allies. Aeliana stands at the threshold of the village, her heart pounding with uncertainty as she stares at the distant figures gathering at the outskirts. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting long shadows that inch closer, and she can feel the tension of the moment pressing down on her shoulders. We can't let fear dictate our actions, she reminds herself, steeling her resolve. The villagers are counting on their leadership, and she knows they need to confront this impending threat head-on. We need to act now, she says, turning to Jarek and Myra, who stand at her side, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. If we're going to protect Eldoria, we need to take a firm stance and show them our strength. Myra steals a glance at the assembling figures, then back to Aeliana. What's our plan? We need to ensure we have the upper hand. We'll position ourselves at the edge of the village and prepare to counter any advance, Aeliana insists, her confidence bolstered by their shared experiences. Everyone needs to know their roles and be ready to respond. We've trained for this moment. Jarek clenches his fists, the urgency in his stance evident. Then let's not waste any more time. We need to establish patrols and set up defenses. Aeliana nods, encouraged by his initiative. She glances around, taking in the faces of the villagers who have rallied behind them. If we show that we stand united, they'll understand our commitment. This isn't just about us, it's about protecting our future. Just then, Kale steps forward, a mix of determination and doubt dancing in his eyes. And what if the rival faction decides to strike hard? We need to ensure we're prepared for their worst, he points out, reminding everyone of the stakes involved. Aeliana takes a deep breath, knowing the importance of addressing his concerns while maintaining focus. Exactly. That's why we must be on our toes. We'll devise a strategy that prepares us for every possibility. She feels the energy shift among the group, a collective determination rising as they discuss the logistics of their defensive plan. Aeliana knows that this critical moment sets the stage for what lies ahead, and she is ready to embrace the challenge of leadership, prepared to navigate the complexities confronting them. With their plans in motion, Aeliana quickly gathers her friends, urging them to assess their supplies one last time. We need to make sure we're equipped for any surprises, she says, the conviction in her voice invigorating the group. Jarek moves to the stockpile they've assembled, checking through the remaining potions and weapons. We have enough healing supplies for several encounters, he notes, holding up a few bottles for Aeliana's approval. That's a good start, she replies, feeling a sense of relief. She glances at Myra, who is busy affixing her staff with additional charms. And what about our defensive measures? We need to ensure we can protect ourselves if the need arises. Myra looks up, her focus sharp. I've prepared illusions to create distractions. If we find ourselves cornered, that should buy us some time. The prospect of their tools and strategies settling into place fills Aeliana with determination. Great, that will help keep the pressure off us during the fight. Let's finalize our roles one last time. Kale steps in closer, his expression one of cautious acceptance. And remember, if things turn chaotic, we have to stay adaptable. Plans change, we might need to improvise. Aeliana feels the weight of his words, nodding in agreement. That's important. We'll be ready to adjust based on what we encounter, just as we've practiced. The group gathers around Aeliana, a solid wall of resolve forming between them. She can feel their trust, and it strengthens her resolve to lead them forward. We owe it to each other to be prepared, both physically and mentally, she emphasizes. United, we'll face anything together. With determination in her chest, Aeliana feels more like a leader than ever before. As they finalize their preparations, she looks around at her friends, recognizing the bond that has developed through shared challenges. Each conversation, every moment spent in preparation, reinforces the connections that are essential to their success. Let's finish strong and show Eldoria what we're capable of, Aeliana declares, her spirit ignited as they step out into the unknown, ready to embrace the challenges that await them. The path ahead is steeped in uncertainty, but together they can navigate whatever darkness lies ahead. As Aeliana prepares to execute their plan, excitement swirls within her, mingling with the tension that has been building for days. She glances around at her friends, each one ready and focused, their faces illuminated by the soft light of early morning. Time to put everything we've learned into action, she announces, her voice steady and authoritative. We each know our roles, so let's move quickly and efficiently. Jarek nods, tightening his grip on his weapon as he flashes Aeliana an encouraging smile. I'm ready. Let's show them what we've got. With anticipation coursing through her, Aeliana leads the way toward the forest, the map tucked securely in her satchel. The weight of their mission hangs heavy, but she feels fortified by the camaraderie she's built among her friends. Each step feels like a commitment, a promise to protect one another and confront the challenges they face head-on. As they enter the woods, the atmosphere shifts, filled with the sounds of nature and the ambient magic that surrounds them. Aeliana feels the energy of the forest flowing through her, a reminder of the connections they've formed and the strength they draw from one another. Stay alert, Aeliana urges as they navigate through the underbrush, scanning the surrounding trees for any signs of danger. She is determined to keep the group focused, channeling her leadership skills to guide them through the growing tension. Just then, the rustle of leaves nearby grabs her attention. Aeliana raises a hand, signaling for silence. Everyone be quiet, she whispers, her senses heightened as they listen intently. The group halts, eyes darting around as they await the source of the sound. Aeliana's heart races as she grapples with the uncertainty. Were they being watched? But before she can act, a small deer bursts through the bushes, bounding into the clearing. Aeliana lets out a relieved laugh, the animal's playful leaps momentarily dispelling the tension. "Looks like the forest is safe for now," she declares, the atmosphere easing as they allow themselves a moment of levity. "Let's keep moving," she continues, glancing at her friends. "We have a mission to fulfill, and I believe we can handle whatever comes our way." With renewed confidence, the group presses forward, Aeliana's mind racing with strategies and possibilities. Today marks a significant turning point, a step deeper into the unknown, but she knows that together they possess the strength to overcome any uncertainty that awaits. Upon reaching the outskirts of the rival camp, Aeliana's heart races as the reality of the confrontation looms before them. She glances at her friends, their faces a mixture of determination and apprehension. "Remember our plan," she whispers, her voice steady amid the tension. "We need to approach carefully and stick together." Jarek nods, his hands tightening around his weapon. "We're ready, but we have to stay quiet until we know what we're up against." Aeliana holds her staff tightly, feeling the familiar hum of magic coursing through her. "Let's split into our pairs and cover more ground. If we can gather information before they realize we're here, we'll have a better chance." Myra stays close, her eyes scanning the area. "I'll keep an eye on the left flank while you and Jarek check the right side," she suggests, focusing on the task at hand. Aeliana's confidence swells as they divide into pairs, each of them feeling a sense of purpose. The energy surrounding them shifts, charged with anticipation as they quietly maneuver through the dense underbrush. As they approach a tangle of trees, Aeliana gestures for Jarek to pause. "We should scout from here. If we can see their camp layout, we can find the best way to enter." They crouch low, peering through the foliage. The rival camp stretches out before them, bustling with movement as figures flit about, setting up makeshift tents and preparing for whatever ambush lay ahead. "Look at those formations," Jarek whispers, pointing to the layout. "They're organized. This won't be easy." Aeliana feels her stomach tighten, but she reminds herself of their training. "We need to gather intelligence quickly. If we can spot their weaknesses, we can formulate a plan." Just then, a sharp yell breaks through the clamor of the camp, a clear indication that tensions are high among the rivals. Aeliana exchanges glances with Jarek, both sensing an opportunity. "We can't waste this chance," she whispers, adrenaline rushing through her veins as she steels herself for what comes next. "Let's move quickly and find out what they're planning." With renewed determination, Aeliana and Jarek slip deeper into the shadows, ready to confront the complexities of the situation head-on, united in purpose and prepared to adapt to whatever turns the confrontation might take. As Aeliana and Jarek slip through the underbrush, they edge closer to the heart of the rival camp. The sounds of chatter and the clinking of metal create a cacophony that fills the air, raising the tension surrounding their mission. "Looks like they've set up a decent perimeter," Jarek notes, his eyes scanning the movement of figures around the tents. "We'll need to time our actions carefully." Aeliana nods, her heartbeat quickening as they observe the layout. "If we can find a way around the central camp, we might be able to gather more information." Suddenly, a commotion erupts from the main tent. A group of rivals bursts out, shouting at one another in heated tones. Aeliana's heart races as she realizes that their opportunity may slip away. "We need to act now," she urges, feeling the weight of the moment pressing down on her. "Let's get closer. We can blend in with the shadows." As they creep nearer, Aeliana can make out snippets of conversation, words laced with frustration and urgency. "We can't waste more time waiting for Kale. If he doesn't return with the crystals, we'll launch our own attack," one rival says, their voice edged with desperation. Aeliana turns to Jarek, urgency igniting her thoughts. "This is it. We need to find a way to disrupt their plans. If we can create confusion, we may weaken their resolve." Jarek's expression hardens as he grips his weapon tightly, determination shining in his eyes. "Let's cause a diversion. It might buy us time to gather what we need." Aeliana feels that familiar rush of adrenaline mix with excitement. "Agree. We need to use their own chaos against them." As they brace themselves for the next steps, a new sense of unity forms between them. Together, they draw on everything they've learned, acknowledging that their growth comes from navigating the complexities of leadership and trust. "Let's not waste the moment," Aeliana whispers, adrenaline coursing through her as they prepare to take the next step into the unknown, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. This moment crystallizes their commitment to one another, underscoring that they're prepared to confront the darkness threatening their world. As Aeliana and Jarek position themselves closer to the heart of the rival camp, the heat of anticipation courses through Aeliana. She watches as the chaotic scene unfolds, the rival mages still distracted by their earlier conflicts, their attention divided. "Now's our chance to create a diversion," Aeliana whispers, feeling her pulse quicken. "Let's split up and hit their weak points." Jarek nods, adrenaline surging. "I'll cause a ruckus with some rocks over by that tent." You focus on getting closer to the center where they're keeping the crystals. Aeliana glances toward the tents, their fabric billowing slightly in the wind, obscuring the activity within. "Be careful. If they catch sight of us, we could be in trouble." "Just make sure you're ready to follow through when my distraction kicks off," Jarek replies, determination etched on his face. With a shared look of understanding, they split off, Aeliana stealing through the shadows while Jarek moves to his position, quietly gathering energy for his distraction. Aeliana takes a moment to ground herself, inhaling deeply as she observes the chaos erupting around her. With Jarek's diversion, the rival faction focuses their attention away from her, and she feels a surge of confidence push her through the shadows toward the central tent. Her heart pounds as she draws closer, adrenaline guiding her movements through the tangled chaos of rushing figures. She can glimpse a few crystals glimmering on a nearby table, their power calling to her as if promising strength. Aeliana pauses, her instincts alert. She hears snippets of conversations from inside the tent, revealing concern over their plans. "We can't let them take anything. Kale needs those crystals to ensure our advantage." Seizing the opportunity, Aeliana subtly prepares to act, her mind racing with strategies cultivated from their previous encounters. But just as she begins to formulate a plan, the tension shifts again, and the rival faction gathers, growing louder with frustration. "Stay sharp," she whispers to herself, feeling the weight of the moment. This confrontation is not only about securing resources, it's also a test of her ability to lead and navigate adversity. As she steels herself for the next phase, Aeliana knows they are walking a fine line, but she feels empowered, ready to seize the moment for the sake of Eldoria. Chapter 24, A Defining Choice. With the sun rising higher, Aeliana gathers her companions, the scent of fresh earth and blooming wildflowers filling the air around them. Today marks a crucial point in their journey as they survey the clearing that will serve as their training ground. "Let's set up the stations and make sure we're ready for those who will be joining us," she announces, her voice brimming with authority and excitement. Jarek nods, already unrolling a set of training mats. "I'll designate a sparring area here," he says, moving swiftly as he incorporates their earlier plans. Every moment counts, and the urgency propels him to action. Myra surveys the space, her mind whirring with ideas. "I can prepare exercises over by the trees for the spellcasting students. We need to simulate real scenarios if we want them to learn properly," she suggests, a spark of determination lighting her features. "Perfect," Aeliana replies, appreciating Myra's initiative. The cooperative spirit invigorates her, and she feels the energy of their shared resolve filling the clearing. As they move, the villagers start to arrive, faces illuminated with curiosity and a hint of anxiety. Aeliana meets their gazes, recognizing the importance of making them feel welcome and supported. "Welcome, everyone. We're excited to have you joining our training," she says, her voice warm and inviting. Just then, a villager speaks up, uncertainty shadowing their expression. "What if we fail? What if we can't defend against the rival faction?" Their fear echoes through the crowd, stirring pangs of apprehension among those gathered. Aeliana steps closer, her heart swelling with empathy. "It's okay to feel apprehensive. Every great mage and warrior has started from humble beginnings," she assures, using the strength of her own journey to relate to their fears. "We're here to learn from one another and grow stronger together." With her words, Aeliana senses the tension begin to lift, the villagers beginning to feel the potential for community and support. They break off into their designated stations, eager to participate, and Aeliana watches with pride, knowing that their united efforts will help them face the challenges ahead. As they set up for training, Aeliana feels a sense of purpose envelop her, strengthened by the trust they are building and the lessons from her journey. This moment signifies more than just preparation. It's about forging alliances, nurturing relationships, and inspiring hope as they advance toward an uncertain future. As the villagers begin to gather, Aeliana feels a surge of energy in the air, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. She steps forward, excitement bubbling within her. Let's get started. We'll begin with introductions and then move into our training exercises. A murmur of agreement flows through the crowd, and Aeliana can see the spark of enthusiasm building among them. Let's share our strengths and what we hope to learn, she encourages, her voice warm and inviting. The villagers start to introduce themselves, some shyly and others with confidence, revealing their eagerness to contribute. Aeliana listens attentively, nodding as each person shares their skills. Some are adept at potion making, others skilled in combat or magic. She feels gratitude swell within her, recognizing the vast talents available to their cause. I can help with healing potions, one young woman offers, her smile lighting her face. I've been practicing them for a while now. Wonderful. We'll definitely need those, Aeliana replies, her heart lifting at the promise of collaboration. She looks around, noting the contributions of each villager, feeling the community spirit buoying their resolve. Suddenly, a familiar face appears in the crowd. Darren, the merchant from the marketplace. He steps forward, a hint of seriousness clouding his usually jovial demeanor. I want to help, but we need to address the fear that grips many in the village. Not everyone is ready to stand up against the threats we face. Aeliana catches the undercurrents of worry, recognizing the breadth of emotions that still linger. It's true, she agrees, her tone empathetic. But if we can show our unity and willingness to protect one another, we can work through that fear together. The group nods in agreement, the collective energy shifting as they rally around Aeliana's words. She feels their trust and belief in her leadership, a bond that has strengthened with every challenge they've faced. As discussions about tactics and training begin to swirl, Aeliana knows that this moment marks more than just preparation. It represents the beginning of a new chapter for the village, one built on trust, resilience, and a collective commitment to stand against the darkness threatening their home. With anticipation surging through her, Aeliana prepares to lead her friends deeper into this endeavor, excited about the future they can carve together. Each voice, each idea shared, becomes a thread woven into the fabric of their united front, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. As the training begins, Aeliana stands at the center of the clearing, absorbing the energy radiating from her friends and the villagers. They're eager, ready to learn, and she can feel the excitement coursing through the group. Let's split into our training stations, she announces, her voice carrying clearly across the gathering. We'll rotate every half hour so everyone gets a chance to practice different skills. Mira watches the villagers, her enthusiasm infectious. I'll start with spellcasting lessons. Everyone, come and join me. Aeliana sees the villagers rally to Myra's side, eager to engage. The sight warms her heart, knowing that each individual is willing to step out of their comfort zone. Meanwhile, Jarek and Kale set up the combat training area, demonstrating stances and techniques. Aeliana glances over, feeling a mix of pride and resolve as she notes their confidence. Their camaraderie is palpable, and she recognizes the strength they draw from one another. Remember, focus on technique as much as strength, Jarek instructs, guiding a group of eager trainees through the basics of combat maneuvers. Aeliana can see them absorbing his teachings, their faces filled with determination. Suddenly, an older villager approaches with hesitation, their brow furrowed with concern. What if we're not ready? What if we can't defend ourselves? They ask, doubt coloring their voice. Aeliana steps forward, addressing the fear head-on. It's okay to feel anxious. This is new for everyone, she assures them, her tone filled with warmth. But we're here to strengthen not just our skills, but our community. We won't let fear control us. The older villager nods slowly, her uncertainties flickering, and Aeliana senses how these moments of reassurance reinforce the trust within the group. Let's allow each triumph, no matter how small, to build our confidence. Aeliana adds, encouraging the villagers to recognize the importance of each step they take. As the training continues and laughter begins to fill the air, Aeliana feels invigorated. This moment represents growth not just in their abilities, but also in their relationships. Each act of participation weaves a tighter bond among them, transforming fear into collective strength. With a renewed sense of purpose, Aeliana watches her friends embrace the challenges before them. Every spell cast and technique practiced feeds into their shared goals, and she knows they are forging a future together, one filled with hope and resilience against the threats to come. As Aeliana moves between the training stations, she feels the energy of the group pulsating with enthusiasm and commitment. The sounds of laughter and focused training envelop her, creating a vibrant atmosphere that invigorates her spirit. Great job, everyone. Let's take a break and regroup, Aeliana announces, wanting to maintain a rhythm, but also ensure that everyone is absorbing what they've learned. She watches as the villagers catch their breath, exchanging excited whispers about the techniques they've practiced. Myra approaches her, a smile lighting up her face. That went better than I expected. Everyone really got into it, she exclaims, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. Absolutely. It's incredible to see them embracing these skills, Aeliana replies, her heart swelling with pride at their progress. Just then, Kale strides over, a serious expression on his face. We need to make sure they understand the seriousness of the situation. Training is good, but we can't allow them to get complacent, he remarks, his tone stern. Aeliana notices the unease in his demeanor, sensing the concerns that still linger within him. I agree, but building confidence is also key. If they don't feel empowered, they won't stand up to the threats outside our village, she counters, determined to balance caution with encouragement. Jarek joins the conversation, nodding in agreement. We can reinforce what we've learned in practical drills, so they know how to rely on their skills when it counts. They need to feel prepared for anything. Aeliana feels a sense of unity growing among them, recognizing how each member contributes to the group's collective strength. Let's schedule regular training sessions, so we continue building on this foundation, she suggests, excitement bubbling up as she envisions the potential for growth. The group begins to discuss ideas for the next phase of their training, each suggestion weaving a tighter bond and deepening their commitment to the cause. Aeliana can feel the energy shift in a positive direction, the confidence in their combined efforts solidifying their resolve. In that moment, she realizes her role goes beyond simply guiding. It's about inspiring others to see their potential and take responsibility for their community. Aeliana embraces this truth, feeling more prepared than ever to lead them through the looming challenges, ready to face whatever darkness threatens their home. As the training session winds down, Aeliana calls the group to gather around her. The vibrant energy begins to settle, laughter and excitement giving way to a collective sense of purpose. Thank you all for your hard work today, she starts, her voice resonating with warmth. We've made great strides, but we can't let our guard down. Jarek nods, still catching his breath. Each session builds our strength, but we have to keep pushing ourselves to improve. Absolutely. Aeliana agrees, feeling the intensity of their recent experiences spur her forward. But we also need to be mindful of the fear lingering among some villagers. We must support them and remind them of their potential. Myra chimes in, her eyes bright with determination. If we can create a welcoming environment and invite more members of the community to join us, we'll build even more momentum as we prepare for the next challenges. Just then, a few villagers approach, their expressions a blend of curiosity and apprehension. We've been listening and want to join in, one young woman speaks up, her voice trembling slightly with resolve. Aeliana feels a swell of hope at their willingness to step forward. That's exactly what we need. The more we work together, the stronger we become, she encourages, her excitement infectious. But another villager steps forward, doubt coloring their tone. What if we get hurt? What if we lose again? Aeliana meets their gaze with empathy. It's natural to feel scared. Every warrior has faced fear before. We're here to learn and grow together, and learning requires stepping out of our comfort zones. The others around her nod, the vulnerability they share creating a strong bond. The earlier doubts begin to fade as Aeliana's words resonate within them. Let's continue to develop our skills and build our community, she adds, confident that with each step taken, they are forging a path toward unity. In that moment, Aeliana understands that every conversation and connection will bolster their chances for success. Each action brings them closer to the collective strength that will ultimately protect Eldoria. As they disperse to prepare for their next steps, Aeliana feels renewed determination, ready to embrace the responsibilities of leadership and the promise of a hopeful future. As the sun begins to set, casting a warm glow over Eldoria, Aeliana gathers her friends for one last meeting before they settle in for the night. The energy from their earlier training lingers in the air, a blend of excitement and determination that fills the square. "Mira, how did the villagers respond to your invitation?" Aeliana asks, looking for clarity on their outreach. Mira smiles warmly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. They were eager to participate. Several expressed interest in joining our training sessions. "I think we're building something special here." "Good," Aeliana replies, a sense of relief washing over her. The more we can involve them, the stronger our community will be. They need to see the value of protecting what we have. Jarek stands with his arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. It's essential we keep the momentum going. We have to make sure they feel supported through this process. We can't let them slip back into fear. Aeliana nods, understanding the importance of emotional support as they navigate this journey. Absolutely. Let's emphasize the idea that we're all in this together. If we can instill confidence in them, it will resonate throughout Eldoria. Just then, a couple of villagers approach, their expressions uncertain but filled with resolve. "We're ready to learn and help," one of them states, a young man stepping forward with determination. Aeliana feels a spark of hope ignite within her. "That's exactly what we need. Together, we'll make Eldoria a safer place," she assures, her voice strong and encouraging. Kale watches from a distance, his expression contemplative but supportive. For the first time, Aeliana senses a genuine shift in his attitude towards the group. "Let's make sure we keep our eyes open for any signs of trouble," he reminds them, grounding their enthusiasm with practicality. "Definitely." Aeliana agrees. "We can't afford to drop our guard. Empowering the community to be vigilant is key." With everyone engaged and committed, Aeliana feels the group's energy pulse with possibility. This moment marks a significant turning point, not only in their training but also in redefining their roles within the village. As they prepare to end the day, Aeliana's resolve solidifies. She knows that every action taken in this moment will lay the groundwork for a future where they will face adversities as a cohesive team. The bonds forged in this gathering will carry them forward, preparing them for whatever challenges await in the days to come. Chapter 25, The Final Preparations. The air is thick with anticipation as Aeliana and her companions stand at the entrance to the clearing, the shadows of the surrounding trees looming ominously overhead. After days of preparing, the moment has arrived to confront the disturbances threatening Eldoria. "We need to be swift and strategic," Aeliana instructs, her voice steady as she surveys the area before them. The sunlight breaks through the leaves, creating a stark contrast against the darkened corners of the forest, reminding her of the unpredictability of their mission. Jarek shifts beside her, his hands flexing as he readies himself. "What exactly are we looking for?" he asks, eyes narrowed as he scans the tree line for movement. "Any signs of recent activity? Tracks, sounds, anything that might indicate where the rival faction has gone and what their plans might be," she replies, feeling the weight of their objective settle over her. Kale, still shadowed by his earlier skepticism, chimes in. "And if we come across any of them, we should have a plan for combat too." His voice carries a hint of challenge, but Aeliana knows they need to prepare for every possibility. "Absolutely," she agrees, resolute. "We'll use the training we practiced. If there's any sign of them, we adapt." Myra, her expression a mixture of excitement and fear, sets her jaw. "I just want to ensure everyone is safe. If it gets dangerous, we retreat." Agreed, Aeliana asserts, feeling the weight of leadership guide her words. They cannot afford to let fear dictate their actions. They have come too far to turn back now. With a sense of urgency settling in, Aeliana takes one last breath, centering her thoughts. Let's move in. Stay close, communicate, and trust one another. As they enter the clearing, Aeliana feels a surge of confidence swell within her. This moment stands as proof of how far they have come. Each challenge faced has prepared them for this very confrontation. She knows that together they have the strength to overcome the darkness that looms in front of them. Aeliana feels the urgency pulse through her as she surveys the clearing before her, instinctively drawing on every lesson learned during their journey. She motions for the group to spread out, all eyes trained on the shadows that shift just beyond their sight. Let's stick close, but keep our eyes peeled, she instructs, her voice steady. We need to figure out what we're up against before making any aggressive moves. Kale stands beside her, taking in the surroundings. Exactly. If we don't know where they are, we'll be caught off guard. His tone holds a layered tension, but Aeliana feels the resolve strengthening. The atmosphere thickens with anticipation, and as they begin to navigate the area, Aeliana's instincts remain sharp. She notices faint tracks on the ground, leading toward a cluster of trees, and points them out to the others. Look here. These tracks look fresh. They've been this way recently. Probably checking their perimeter. Jarek observes, his protective instincts kicking in as he grips his weapon tightly. We need to stay hidden. Aeliana nods in agreement, her mind racing. We can create a distraction to draw them out. If we play to their weaknesses, we'll gain an advantage. Myra glances between Aeliana and the tracks, her confidence growing. I can enhance the distractions with some illusions. It'll buy us more time to gather information. Her eagerness shines through, igniting Aeliana's own excitement. Just then, another growl breaks through the air, this time louder and far closer. Aeliana's heart tightens. Everyone, get low, she commands, feeling a surge of adrenaline as they instinctively take cover behind a thicket. The growl intensifies, echoing ominously as the group holds their breath, waiting for the source to reveal itself. Aeliana senses the tension mounting, but she remembers the importance of adaptability that has defined their journey. We stay calm and ready, she whispers, hugging her staff tightly. Whatever comes, we face it united. In this moment of uncertainty, Aeliana feels the strength of their bond, forged through trials that have shaped them. They are no longer just a group of friends, but a team, prepared to confront the darkness together. Aeliana crouches behind the thick underbrush, her heart racing as she spots movement in the clearing just ahead. The tension around her amplifies, each breath heavy with the weight of anticipation. Jarek's eyes widen as he peers through the foliage, his grip tightening on his weapon. Do you see them? He whispers, urgency creeping into his tone. Just wait, Aeliana responds, trying to steady her own racing pulse. She strains to listen, catching snippets of conversation drifting through the trees. The rival faction is encamped near the edge of the clearing, discussing their next move with an air of confidence that unsettles Aeliana. Kale needs to get us those crystals, or we might lose everything, one of them says, their voice thick with frustration. Aeliana exchanges glances with Myra, who looks equally tense. They're planning something big, she remarks quietly, her eyes darting toward the rival group. We need to gather more intel before we act, Aeliana decides, her mind racing as she weighs their options. If we engage now, we might not make it out without casualties. Just then, a sudden scuffle breaks out among the rival group, and Aeliana sees a few figures pull away to investigate the noise rising from the forest. Now's our chance, she urges, adrenaline surging through her as she gestures for the others to follow her lead. With hearts racing, they slip through the underbrush, ready to approach the edge of the camp while the rivals are distracted. Aeliana feels the pulse of their bond, strengthened through previous encounters, propelling them forward. As they draw closer, Aeliana makes a mental note of their surroundings, preparing her instincts for the next steps. They need to act decisively but carefully, knowing that the next move could shape the course of their mission. Keep your wits about you. Jarek whispers, a note of caution in his voice as he glances back at Aeliana for reassurance. In this moment of uncertainty, Aeliana realizes that the trust they've built among themselves is crucial. "We can handle this together," she replies, her voice burning with conviction. They are more than just individuals. They have become a tight-knit unit, ready to face whatever comes next in their quest to protect Eldoria. Aeliana inches closer to the edge of the clearing, her senses sharp as she eavesdrops on the rival faction. Their voices, now less frantic, carry snippets of conversation that weave into a tapestry of urgency and determination. "We need to prepare for the attack. If Kale doesn't deliver, we'll lose our advantage," one of the leaders states, tension evident in his voice. Aeliana feels a cold knot of dread in her stomach. Their plans seem to be coming together, and she is aware that time is running out. "We haven't the manpower to sustain our hold," another replies, frustration dripping from their tone. "We need reinforcements." Aeliana shares a glance with Jarek, their eyes locked in mutual understanding. "They're worried," she whispers. "If we can exploit that, we'll have a chance to disrupt their plans." Jarek, holding his breath, nods. "Let's use that to our advantage. We create a diversion that draws them away from their weaknesses." Aeliana feels a surge of determination. Exactly. We can't let them regroup or plan effectively. Just then, a noise erupts from the forest. Someone or something approaching. The rival group's members stiffen, scanning the environment with wide eyes. Aeliana's heart races. Their chance to act could come crashing down. "Now!" she calls out, adrenaline pushing her forward. She leads Jarek and Myra into the clearing, creating a disruption to redirect the attention of the rival faction. Aeliana channels her magic, releasing a bright flash that draws the eyes of the enemies, illuminating the chaos she hopes to unleash. The rivals react as she had anticipated, confusion overtaking their ranks as they scramble to ascertain the source of the disturbance. "What is that?" one of the rivals shouts, pointing toward the flickering light. "Stick to the plan," Jarek yells, charging into the fray alongside Aeliana, his determination reignited as they push forward. Aeliana feels the rhythm of the moment pulse through her, every decision they make intertwining into an intricate dance of unity and courage. As they navigate the chaos, she senses that they are not only confronting their rivals but also standing strong against their own doubts and fears. With each action taken, Aeliana realizes that they have transformed their previous struggles into a powerful catalyst for change. This confrontation is a testament to their growth, a defining moment in their journey to protect Eldoria. As the distraction unfolds, Aeliana feels the chaotic energy of the moment intensify around her. The rival faction is thrown into disarray, and she hurriedly motions for her friends to press their advantage. "Now's our chance to gather more information. Stay close." Jarek moves to the forefront, his weapon at the ready, while Mira channels her magic, creating illusions that shimmer against the twilight backdrop. Aeliana can see worry etched on Jarek's face, but determination shines just as strongly. "Let's check for any important documents or maps in their camp," Aeliana urges, leading the way as they navigate through the scattering rivals. She feels empowered, the teamwork they've cultivated driving her forward. As they slip through the camp, Aeliana spots a table cluttered with various items, scrolls, weapons, and a small, shimmering crystal container. "This could be it," she whispers, her pulse racing as she gestures for Jarek and Myra to help her sift through the belongings. "Keep an eye out," Jarek warns, glancing over his shoulder. "We don't want to be caught if they regroup too quickly." Aeliana nods, the urgency of their task heightening her focus. As she rummages through the scrolls, her hands tingling with anticipation, she discerns a pattern in the writing, filled with references to their plans and ambush strategies. It's more information than she could have hoped for. "Here," she exclaims, pulling out a scroll that details the rival group's movements. "This could give us an edge. We need to memorize this before we go." Suddenly, a voice rings out nearby, a rival returning to the camp. "What's going on?" he shouts, rushing toward their vicinity. Panic surges within Aeliana as she realizes they must act quickly. "Grab what you can," she urges, adrenaline fueling her movements as she frantically works alongside her friends, shoving valuable items into their packs. With their hearts racing, Aeliana senses the tension pushing them forward and forcing them to rely on one another. In the face of incoming danger, she feels a deep-rooted understanding that every step taken is not just about survival, but about reclaiming their place in this fight for Eldoria. They are united and bound by purpose, and as they secure their belongings, Aeliana knows they are shaping their destiny, ready to confront whatever darkness lies ahead. With urgency pulsing through them, Aeliana and her friends scramble to gather their collected supplies, the racing heartbeat of the moment propelling them forward. Jarek shoves the last of the scrolls into his pack just as the rival echoes grow louder, hostility creeping back into the atmosphere. "Let's get moving," he urges, glancing around to ensure no enemies are closing in. Myra, her breath quickening, clutches her own pack tightly. "Which way do we go?" she asks, anxiety threading through her voice as they stand at the edge of the chaos. Aeliana takes a breath, centering herself amidst the rising tension. "Head toward the forest's edge and stick to the shadows. We'll stay low until we're clear of their camp," she instructs, her leadership instincts kicking in as she points toward a path concealed by thick foliage. As they move quickly, Aeliana can feel the adrenaline coursing through her, heightening her senses. She can hear the rival factions arguing, their voices thick with anger and frustration, indicating that their distraction has succeeded in pulling them off guard. "Keep moving," Aeliana whispers, her eyes darting back to the camp, ensuring they are still unnoticed. The path feels treacherous beneath their feet, a reminder that danger could strike at any moment. Suddenly, footfalls approach, and Aeliana feels a rush of panic. "Hurry, we need to hide," she instructs, pushing her friends behind a thick cluster of bushes, her heart racing as they crouch close together, holding their breath as the sounds draw nearer. From her vantage point, Aeliana can see a few of the rival faction members appearing at the edge of the clearing, scanning the area with suspicion. She can sense the tension building within her friends, but she reminds them silently to stay calm, channeling her own determination to lead them through the moment. The rival members exchange murmurs, still intent on figuring out what just transpired, and Aeliana subtly prepares herself, ready to act if things take a turn for the worse. She can feel the electric charge of the impending confrontation thrum through the air, knowing that how they navigate this moment will define their path forward. As she watches the rivals closely, Aeliana steels herself for whatever decision lies ahead. Every instinct urges her to protect her friends, and she knows that their collective strength and the lessons learned from their journey will guide them through the challenges that await. Chapter 26, The Test of Trust. Aeliana stands at the edge of the clearing, the early morning light filtering through the trees, casting a gentle glow on the forest floor. The remnants of the rivalry with Kale still simmer in her mind, and the weight of the upcoming confrontation feels heavy in the air. "Today is the day we finalize our preparations," she declares, turning to her friends. "We need to set our traps and positions before we confront the threat." Jarek nods, his eyes focused and determined. "I can help set up the traps along the perimeter. We have to ensure they won't see them coming." "I'll work on the diversion spells," Myra adds, her enthusiasm a stark contrast to the gravity of their situation. "If we can draw their attention away from our strengths, we'll have a better chance." Aeliana watches as they each spring into action, the excitement of purpose fueling their movements. She feels a sense of pride swell within her as they prepare, understanding how every moment of training has brought them to this pivotal point. "Let's start with the north side," Aeliana suggests, readying her own supplies as they move together. The energy of their previous experiences sparks within her, reminding her that they are not just facing this challenge as individuals, but as a united front. As they work, the camaraderie of their shared tasks reinforces Aeliana's conviction. "Remember to stay in contact and report anything unusual," she instructs, every word a reminder of the trust they've built. Suddenly, a rustling sound in the nearby underbrush captures their attention. Aeliana's heart skips a beat, sensing the need for caution. "Everyone freeze," she whispers urgently, readying her staff as they prepare to face what might come next. With adrenaline coursing through her, Aeliana scans the surroundings, aware that they are not alone. She feels the mounting tension, knowing they are on the precipice of not just defending their home, but also solidifying their roles as protectors of Eldoria. This mission is as much about proving themselves as it is about protecting those they care for, and Aeliana is determined to lead them through whatever danger lies ahead. As Aeliana and her companions work together to set up the traps, the morning sun filters through the canopy, illuminating their tasks with a sense of urgency. Each member is focused, their roles clearly defined as they weave between the trees, gathering materials and securing defenses. "Let's make sure the traps are well concealed," Yarrick instructs, carefully positioning branches and leaves to disguise the mechanisms they've created. The sight of him working diligently reassures Aeliana, highlighting how far they have all come. Meanwhile, Mira prepares her magical distractions, casting spells that shimmer and dance in the air. "These illusions should draw their attention away from our defenses," she explains, her excitement palpable as she perfects her craft. "Keep them low and subtle," Aeliana reminds her, recalling the importance of stealth. "We want them to be completely unaware until it's too late." Working in tandem, Aeliana feels the synergy flowing between them, each of their efforts building on the others. The earlier doubts about Kale's involvement linger, but fade into the background as they focus on the task at hand. Suddenly, the stillness of the forest is shattered by a loud snapping sound, and Aeliana's heart races. "What was that?" she demands, instinctively scanning the trees for movement. "I think it came from the direction of the camp," Jarek replies, looking tense and alert. Aeliana feels a surge of urgency. "Everyone, stay on guard. We could have company." They exchange knowing glances, the atmosphere thick with anticipation and fear. The urgency propels them as they finalize their preparations, scrambling to ensure traps are flawlessly concealed. "Let's finish up quickly," Aeliana urges, adrenaline sharpening her focus. "If we're going to catch them off guard, we need to be ready." As they hastily complete their tasks, Aeliana feels the gravity of the moment. Each decision made in this space inches them closer to confronting the very forces threatening Eldoria. She understands that every second counts, and as they brace themselves for what might come next, she feels the spirit of teamwork enveloping them, fortifying her resolve to protect not just her friends, but their entire home. As the final preparations come to a close, Aeliana gathers her friends together, the air thick with anticipation. "Let's review our roles one last time," she calls out, her voice steady and commanding. "We need to ensure everyone knows what to do as we approach the rival camp." Jarek, still on edge from their earlier experiences, grips his weapon tightly. "The traps are set, but we have to move quickly if we're going to make this work," he reminds them, looking to Aeliana for reassurance. "I know," Aeliana replies, her pulse quickening as she scans their surroundings once more. "We'll cover each other and communicate throughout the mission. If things go awry, we adapt on the spot." Myra stands close, her fingers twitching with energy. "I'm ready with my illusions. As soon as we get closer, I'll create distractions. Just give me the signal." "Absolutely," Aeliana nods, feeling the current of excitement and anxiety electrifying the group. "Remember, the goal is to gather information and protect ourselves. We can't let distractions pull us apart." Kale, looking thoughtful, pipes up from the side. "And if they catch on to what we're doing, we can't afford to show weakness." Aeliana meets his gaze, sensing the weight of his words. "Then we remain strong and take decisive action. We learned that the last time we hesitated, it cost us." Her resolve shines through, reminding the group of their growth and the lessons they've learned. Just as they prepare to embark on their mission, Aeliana feels her resolve sharpens into clarity. "This is our moment. We've trained for this, and now we will face whatever challenges await with confidence together. I trust each of you." As the group exchanges determined glances, the earlier tension begins to dissolve, replaced by a collective sense of purpose. Aeliana can feel their investment in the mission unite them, and she knows it is time to move forward. "Let's go. Together," she states, feeling the weight of her leadership carry them into the unknown. With each step, they dive deeper into the forest, ready to confront the unfolding challenges ahead, fortified by the bonds they have forged along the way. As Aeliana and her companions move closer to the rival camp, the atmosphere grows charged with unspoken tension. They advance cautiously, staying low in the underbrush, keenly aware of the need for stealth. Remember, we stick to the shadows, Aeliana whispers, her voice steady, and we communicate with signals. Jarek nods, his eyes scanning the surroundings as they close in on their target. The rival camp comes into view, the flickers of firelight illuminating figures preparing for the night. Aeliana feels a tightening in her chest. They are now on the precipice of their plan. Sensing the moment is right, Aeliana gestures for Myra to prepare her distractions. Myra, on my signal, create the illusions, she instructs, focusing on the task at hand. Just say the word, Myra responds, her fingers tingling with anticipation. The group huddles together, exchanging determined glances. Aeliana feels the energy of their unity swell, reinforcing her resolve. We've come too far to hesitate now. This is our chance to gather intelligence and protect Eldoria. As the rival figures continue their movements, Aeliana takes a deep breath, her heart racing. 3, 2, 1, she signals, and Myra unleashes a burst of magical light, creating vibrant illusions that dance within the clearing, drawing the attention of the rivals. Now, let's move, Aeliana urges, adrenaline surging through her as they dart forward, weaving through the edge of the camp. Each step feels like a blend of fear and exhilaration, the moment defined by their collective determination to succeed. As they navigate closer to the tents, Aeliana's instincts sharpen, her mind focused on gathering information while avoiding detection. Every sound could be critical, and she feels the pulse of urgency guiding her actions. Glancing back at Jarek, she notices his intensity and readiness, letting that strengthen her focus. This is their moment to shine amid the chaos, and Aeliana can feel the lessons they've learned from past encounters fueling their strength as they press on toward their goal. Each second counts, but she's filled with confidence that together they can face whatever the darkness may bring. As Aeliana and her friends maneuver through the rival camp, the chaos of Mira's illusions distracts most of the figures roaming about. Aeliana's heart pounds with exhilaration as they dart between tents, carefully listening for snippets of conversation that can provide the intelligence they desperately need. Over there, Jarek whispers, gesturing toward a spot where several rival leaders have gathered, deep in discussion. If we can just overhear their plans, it might give us an edge. Aeliana nods, sensing the urgency that pulses in his voice. Let's move closer, but stay silent. We can't afford to be spotted now. They creep toward the group, adrenaline swirling within Aeliana as she focuses on the rival leaders, their faces tense and worried. We can't risk more shipments being intercepted, one of them says, his tone urgent. If we lose the artifacts, everything we've built will crumble. Then we need to fortify our defenses in the other territories, another counters, worry evident in her expression. But if the Eldorians get wind of our plans, they'll retaliate. Aeliana tenses at the mention of their home, her heart racing. She whispers to her friends, they're planning to strike. We have to act fast. As she prepares to signal a retreat, footsteps approach. Aeliana feels panic rise within the group. We need to get out of sight, she urges, darting behind a nearby cart piled high with supplies, pulling her friends with her. Once hidden, Aeliana's heart pounds in her ears. She glances at Jarek, whose face is a mixture of excitement and fear. Did you hear what they said? They're strategizing against us, he breathes, his mind racing as they grasp the implications of their findings. We need to regroup and share what we learned, Aeliana whispers, determination solidifying in her voice. This information is critical for us to prepare. Myra nods, her eyes wide with realization. We can't let this opportunity slip away. We have to alert the villagers and strategize our counterattack, she states, the fire in her spirit igniting. As they catch their breath, Aeliana feels a mix of pride and urgency swell within her. The danger they faced only reinforces her resolve, reminding her that every challenge strengthens their bond. Together, they will navigate the upcoming confrontation, armed with knowledge and unity. Regrouping now feels essential, and Aeliana knows that the journey they've embarked on prepares them not only for battles, but for forging a future built on hope and resilience. Each moment spent navigating the complexities of their mission reaffirms her commitment to protecting Eldoria and everyone they hold dear. As Aeliana and her friends regroup behind the cart, they catch their breaths, the adrenaline of their close encounter still pulsing through them. The information they overheard weighs heavily on her mind, and she knows they must act quickly to stay ahead of the rival faction. "We need to move now," Aeliana urges, her voice a mix of urgency and determination. "Let's get back to the forest and share what we learned. This could change everything." Jarek nods, his expression resolute. "We can alert the villagers about the impending threat before it's too late." Myra, her eyes alight with purpose, glances back toward the rival camp. "We'll need to move quickly, though. They could regroup at any moment." Aeliana feels the tension of the moment sharpen her focus. "Let's stick to the shadows," she instructs, leading the way as they quietly navigate the perimeter of the camp, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. As they slip away from the gathering, Aeliana's heart races with a blend of resolve and anxiety. The path through the forest feels familiar, yet the stakes have never been higher. She knows that each decision they make will resonate through Eldoria, influencing not just their fates, but also the lives of those who rely on them. Suddenly, a flicker of movement catches Aeliana's eye, a shadow darting behind a tree. "Did you see that?" she whispers, stopping to peer into the underbrush, her senses heightened. Jarek moves closer, eyes narrowed. "Stay alert. We don't want to be ambushed again," he warns, the protective instinct evident in his demeanor. Aeliana pushes down her rising panic, reminding herself of their mission. "Let's keep moving. We can't afford to hesitate now. The knowledge we have is too important." They weave through the trees, urgency guiding their actions as they make their way back toward the village. Aeliana feels the tension ease slightly as they move deeper into the forest, the sounds of nature surrounding them providing a sense of comfort. With every step, Aeliana reflects on their progress. They've faced adversity together, and each trial strengthens their bond. She knows that the lessons learned will guide them through the uncertain path that lies ahead. As they draw closer to the village, Aeliana feels a surge of determination ignite within her. This moment represents not just a successful escape, but an opportunity to prepare their community for the looming threat. Together, they will rise to meet whatever challenges await them, ready to embrace their role as guardians of Eldoria. Chapter 27, Execution of the Plan. Aeliana stands at the edge of the clearing, her heart pounding in her chest as she surveys the rival camp ahead. The air is thick with tension and anticipation, every sound amplifying her resolve to confront the challenges that await. "Are we ready for this?" Myra asks, her voice barely above a whisper. She grips her staff tightly, eyes fixated on the figures bustling around the camp. Aeliana takes a deep breath, her determination igniting. "We've prepared for this moment," she replies, meeting Myra's gaze. "We have to stay focused and trust in our training." "Jarek and I are ready to create the distraction," Kale states, his tone serious as he moves to the front, a flicker of resolve behind his eyes. Aeliana nods, recognizing the urgency in their preparations. "Once the diversion is in place, we'll need to gather intelligence without being noticed. Remember, our goal is to learn their plans." As they position themselves, Aeliana feels the energy of their combined efforts surge in the air. There's a sense of unity among them, solidified by their trials and triumphs. Suddenly, the rival camp grows louder, an unsettling energy buzzing through the air as Aeliana realizes they are mere moments away from confrontation. She glances toward her friends, their faces reflecting a mixture of determination and apprehension. "Stay sharp," she instructs, a sense of urgency clear in her voice. "We need to be prepared for anything." With the sun dipping lower, casting long shadows across the ground, Aeliana feels the weight of the moment pressing upon her. This is more than just a fight. It's a testament to their growth and resilience, an opportunity to protect the very essence of Eldoria. "Let's do this," she says, grounding herself in the present. Aeliana knows they are not just confronting rivals. They are standing up for their community, ready to forge ahead with unwavering strength. Each heartbeat resonates with purpose as they prepare for the challenges awaiting them in the heart of the forest. Aeliana leads the charge into the rival camp, adrenaline surging through her as the plan unfolds. Jarek and Mira follow closely, their movements synchronized as they drift into position. "Now!" Aeliana shouts, signaling Jarek and Kale, who are positioned to initiate the diversion. With practiced precision, Jarek throws a series of stones toward a cluster of tents, the sound of crashing fabric and clanging metal echoing through the camp. The rivals instantly turn their attention to the source of the commotion, confusion erupting among them. "Let's move," Aeliana urges, her voice firm as she darts forward, her staff raised and ready. She can feel the energy of the forest pulsing around her, fueling her determination to unravel the rival faction's plans. Myra casts her magic, illusions flickering into existence in multiple directions, exacerbating the chaos. Bright lights scatter around the camp like fireflies, drawing the eyes of the nearest sentinels and creating a mesmerizing distraction. As they slip deeper into the camp, Eliana's heart races. The atmosphere is charged with urgency, and she feels driven to uncover vital information. "Let's check those tents," she directs, pointing to a cluster on the edge of the chaos. They move swiftly, slipping between the shadows, Eliana's instincts sharp as they navigate through the confused rival group. The energy of the moment invigorates her, feelings of doubt dissipating like the shadows that surround them. Rushing to one of the tents, she catches sight of a table covered in maps and documents. A surge of excitement pulses through her as she approaches, determined to grab whatever intelligence she can. "Look at this," she whispers to Jarek, grabbing a scroll filled with details about their upcoming plans. "This could give us everything we need." But just as she reaches for a nearby crystal, a shout breaks through the air from the rival leader. "Get them! They're here!" Panic floods Eliana's senses, and she knows they need to act fast. "We have to get out of here," she exclaims, adrenaline pounding in her veins as they prepare to retreat. The thrill of the confrontation amplifies the urgency of their mission, and Aeliana feels the weight of their collective responsibility urging her forward. This moment may define not just their survival, but also the path of unity they have fought so hard to build within Eldoria. Aeliana feels the adrenaline surge as chaos erupts around them. The rival faction scrambles to regain control, and she knows they need to act quickly. "We can't wait. We have to move now," she shouts, urgency propelling her forward. Together, Aeliana, Jarek, and Myra weave through the tents, darting from shadow to shadow, avoiding the chaotic shouts of the rivals. Eliana's heart races, the thrill of the moment pushing her to keep going despite the uncertainty looming ahead. "Over there!" Jarek points toward a group of rival leaders huddled together, oblivious to their presence amid the confusion. "If we can overhear their plans, we might learn how to counter them." "Let's sneak around and get a closer look," Aeliana suggests, the determination in her voice igniting a fire within her. They slip through the chaos, the cacophony of angry voices and clashing metal heightening their senses. When they finally find a vantage point, Aeliana feels a steely resolve settle over her. She listens intently, hearing snippets of conversation that spill secrets about their rivals. "They're worried about their resources," Myra whispers, leaning in to catch every word. "They mentioned something about needing reinforcements soon." Aeliana exchanges a glance with Jarek, a mix of hope and urgency fueling her thoughts. "If they need reinforcements, that means they're vulnerable. We can use this to our advantage." But just as they begin to understand the enemy's strategy, a figure emerges on the edge of the clearing, catching sight of Aeliana and her friends hiding. Panic wells up inside her as the realization dawns. "They know we're here," she urges, adrenaline pumping through her as she gestures for them to retreat. "Quick, we need to get back and warn the others," Jarek exclaims, his protective instincts kicking in once more. As they navigate their escape, the tension of the moment presses heavily upon Aeliana. She feels a mix of exhilaration and anxiety, aware that their every decision will shape the future of their mission. "Stick together," she calls out, adrenaline guiding her movements. With every step, she knows they are not just running away. They are learning and adapting, honing their skills against the challenges they continue to face. In the heart of the chaos, Aeliana realizes that resilience is not just about physical strength. It's about how they connect and support one another during trials. This understanding fuels her resolve as they make their way back to their allies, ready to share their findings and prepare for the next confrontation. As Aeliana and her companions regroup near the tree line, a sense of urgency hangs over them. They quickly gather to reassess their situation, adrenaline still coursing through their veins. The chaos of the rival camp is fresh in their minds, and Aeliana senses the need to act swiftly. "We gathered crucial information, but we barely made it out," she begins, her voice steady but urgent. "We can't let that go to waste. We need to formulate a strategy based on what we've learned." Jarek, catching his breath, looks up from the map. "The rivals are disorganized but still dangerous. If they know we were there, they'll likely reinforce their positions, which means we have to act quickly." Myra nods, her expression serious. "They're scared, but that fear could turn them hostile if they feel threatened. We need to approach this carefully." Aeliana feels the weight of their collective resolve. "We'll gather our allies and reinforce our defenses first. Showing them we're united is key." "Agreed, but how do we ensure everyone understands this?" Jarek asks, his practical side emerging. Aeliana takes a moment, allowing the urgency in his voice to guide her thoughts. "We communicate openly, host a meeting to unify the villagers and discuss our next steps. We need to instill confidence in our mission," she suggests, feeling the pull toward leadership deepen within her. "While we're at it, we should also prepare for any surprises," Kale adds, his skepticism blending with a sense of humor. "Can't be too sure of anything from here on out." "I'll reach out to the villagers and see who's willing to assist," Myra offers, her enthusiasm shining through the tension. "If we all spread the word, we can gather even more support." As ideas flow between them, Aeliana feels the bonds of trust solidifying. They are moving from uncertainty toward a proactive plan. "Let's finalize our preparations and get the word out," she instructs, eager to instill a sense of urgency in the group. The atmosphere begins to shift, excitement mingling with determination as each member of the team takes a step toward collaboration. Aeliana knows they are strengthening not just the defenses of Eldoria, but also the ties that could bind them through whatever challenges lie ahead. With hearts united in purpose, they prepare to face the uncertainty together, ready to protect the community they cherish and navigate the trials awaiting them in the days to come. As Aeliana takes a moment to gather herself, the gravity of their mission presses down on her. The weight of anticipation swirls around the group, punctuated by the urgency of the approaching confrontation with the rival faction. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting long shadows that stretch across the ground, signaling the importance of time. "Let's finalize our strategy before we proceed," Aeliana announces, her voice filled with determination. "We have to anticipate their moves and ensure our defenses are strongly positioned." Jarek steps forward, his brow furrowed. "We should have scouts ready to monitor the rival camp. If we can see their movements, we can adapt our approach," he suggests, the practicality of his words ringing true. "I can prepare some illusions to confuse them," Myra adds, her enthusiasm glowing in her eyes. "If they think there are more of us than there really are, it might give us an advantage." Feeling the surge of collaboration, Aeliana nods, eager to harness the potential of their teamwork. "Then let's outline our roles clearly. We'll create our diversions while the others handle reconnaissance." Just as they finalize their tactical layout, the distant sound of shouts breaks through the stillness of the forest. Aeliana's heart races as she exchanges worried glances with her friends. "It sounds like they're getting organized," she says, urgency threading through her voice. Kale stands at the periphery, his skeptical demeanor returning. "We need to move now before they're ready," he asserts, the edge of urgency creeping into his tone. "Okay, let's do this." Aeliana scratches her plan onto the ground, embodying the confidence she has built alongside her friends. "We won't let fear stand in our way. We will defend what matters." As they prepare to charge into action, Aeliana feels the pulse of their shared resolve energizing her spirit. Every step they take is filled with determination, reaffirming their commitment to each other and the mission at hand. This moment represents not only an impending battle, but also a union forged through shared experiences and unwavering trust, ready to face whatever challenges await them in the heart of Eldoria. As Aeliana stands at the edge of the clearing, she feels a surge of adrenaline as the time for action draws near. The atmosphere is electric, filled with anticipation and determination. Her heart races as she looks at her friends, each of them poised and ready for the confrontation. "Let's stay sharp," she declares, scanning their surroundings one last time. We need to move quickly and efficiently. Jarek nods, his grip firm around his weapon. We have to stick to our plan. The moment we pause for hesitation is the moment they'll gain the upper hand. Myra steps closer, her brows furrowed with focus. I'll create the illusions as soon as we get into position. That should draw their attention where we want it, she affirms, the excitement in her voice mingling with a touch of nervousness. With the plan cemented in their minds, Aeliana feels a solid wave of unity among them. Together, we're going to turn the tide, she assures, her confidence igniting a fire in the group. As they move into the positions they've outlined, Aeliana leads the charge, the familiar terrain of the rival camp becoming clearer with each step. She grips her staff tightly, feeling the magic flow through her, strengthened by the bonds they've forged. Suddenly, a shout erupts from the rival camp, piercing the air. There they are, a voice cries out, panic igniting among the foes. Now, Aeliana commands, her voice ringing out as they dart forward into the chaos. In the midst of spells flying and shouts ringing out, Aeliana channels her energy, manifesting a shield of light that expands around her friends as they advance. Keep moving. We need to gather information and disrupt their positioning, she shouts, navigating through the confusion. Jarek leaps forward, engaging a group of rivals with determination. Myra positions herself nearby, ready to create magical distractions that send sparks flying to further divert attention from their main objectives. The air thickens with chaos and urgency, but Aeliana feels a sense of clarity settle in her chest as they push through the conflict. Every action reinforces their strength and the trust they've fostered through their journey. With focused resolve, Aeliana continues to lead her friends, ready to reclaim their power and protect everything that matters most, knowing that they stand united against the challenges awaiting them. Chapter 28, The Confrontation. Aeliana stands amidst the remnants of chaos, the sounds of battle beginning to fade as the tensions of the confrontation dissipate. The rival faction lies scattered, some retreating into the shadows while others regroup in confusion. She can feel the weight of their victory hanging in the air, but there's no time for celebration yet. Check for any survivors and secure the area, she instructs, her voice ringing with authority amidst the aftermath. Jarek nods, moving toward a few fallen rivals, a mix of caution and determination guiding his steps. Myra joins him, her expression serious as she surveys the scene. Aeliana scans the area for any signs of danger, her heart still racing from the adrenaline. We need to assess what we've accomplished and identify any losses, she continues, urgency threading through her words. As they begin to gather information, Aeliana notices the landscape has shifted. The familiar surroundings now feel marked by the confrontation, each detail resonating with the echoes of their battle. The stakes have become crystal clear. The fight was not only for their safety, but for the very essence of their community's resilience. Suddenly, a figure emerges from behind a tree, a rival who appears disoriented but alive, the remnants of the fight visible in the dirt on their face. Aeliana tenses, instinctively shifting into a defensive stance, ready to respond if necessary. Wait, she calls out, raising her hands to show she means no harm. The rival freezes, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. We're not here to hurt you, we want to talk. The rival looks hesitant, glancing between Aeliana and the chaos around them. What do you want? They ask, their voice low, drenched in confusion. We're trying to protect Eldoria from the threat that looms over us all, Aeliana explains, feeling the urgency of their situation resonate in her chest. We don't have to fight each other. There's a chance for a different path. As the situation unfolds, Aeliana realizes this encounter could turn the tide, not just for them, but for the entire community. Her heart races, presenting an opportunity to bridge divisions born from conflict. She knows the importance of every word spoken in this moment, understanding that unity may very well be their strongest weapon against any impending darkness. Aeliana watches as the rival figure slowly lowers their guard, uncertainty etched across their face. She senses the weight of their history, a history filled with conflict and misunderstandings now hanging delicately in the balance. We want to ensure peace for our homes, Aeliana continues, her voice steady, hoping to foster a sense of trust. Together, we can stand against the true threats that endanger all of us. The rival's expression wavers, doubt conflicting with the desire for safety. "But how do we know you won't betray us? You could be using this against us," they reply cautiously, lingering hesitation in their eyes. Aeliana feels the intensity of the moment, recognizing that every word carries significant weight. "I promise we are committed to this alliance. We have faced our own threats, and we want to protect not just ourselves, but everyone in Eldoria," she insists, conviction solidifying her resolve. Behind her, Jarek and Mira exchange glances, sensing the potential for change building in the air. With the tension rising, Aeliana turns to her friends, seeking their support. "If we can work together, we can prevent the chaos that has plagued our homes." The rivals' gaze shifts between the group and the aftermath of their confrontation. "You really think we can unite against the darkness?" they ask, a flicker of hope breaking through layers of skepticism. Aeliana nods. "Yes, we've learned that strength lies in togetherness, and now is the time to embrace that truth. If we combine our resources and knowledge, we can protect each other and guarantee our safety." The rival seems to ponder her words, the tension in the air thickening as they weigh their options. Aeliana senses the shift, a burgeoning possibility taking root in the fragile atmosphere. "Very well," the rival finally replies, hesitance lingering in their voice, but a hint of willingness shining through. "If you can prove your commitment, perhaps we can consider this alliance." A mix of relief and determination washes over Aeliana as she realizes they stand at a crossroads, an opportunity to bridge gaps and cultivate hope. This moment represents not only a chance to bring their worlds together, but also the first steps toward healing the wounds forged by previous conflicts. With renewed resolve, Aeliana prepares to navigate this pivotal moment carefully, knowing that every decision will shape their future. Aeliana senses the tension pulse around the clearing as the rival figure hesitates, weighing Aeliana's words. The air is thick with uncertainty, each heartbeat echoing the stakes at play. She feels the collective anticipation of her friends behind her, their unwavering support urging her to keep pushing forward. "Listen, if we can come together to face the real dangers threatening Eldoria, we might protect not just ourselves, but everyone," she reiterates, her voice firm and clear. "Do you honestly believe they'll follow?" the rival asks, skepticism still evident in their eyes. "It's been every village for itself for so long." Aeliana looks at her friends, feeling their resolve pooling behind her words. "It'll take time, but one step at a time we can build trust. This is our chance to show that we're more than just enemies. We can become allies instead." The rivals' eyes flicker as they seem to contemplate Aeliana's proposal, uncertainty mixing with a glimmer of hope. "And if we bring our people together, how do you suggest we confront Kale and his faction?" Aeliana takes a deep breath, the weight of the question grounding her. "We can organize joint patrols, share resources, and keep each other informed of any movements. And together, we can devise a plan to confront Kale's group with strength in numbers." A silence settles over the group, and Aeliana senses the potential of their unity blooming. Just then, murmured voices from the trees draw their attention. Several villagers, emboldened by Aeliana's resolve, begin moving closer, intrigued by what they are witnessing. "We want to help," one of them calls out, a spark of determination filling the space. "We've seen what happens when we stand alone." The rival looks back at his compatriots, who appear uncertain but intrigued by the notion of collaboration. Aeliana feels hope begin to take root, the seeds of change sprouting within the mix of cautious separations and the desire for community. "Together, we will not only confront Kale, but also reshape the future of Eldoria," Aeliana declares, her heart swelling with determination as she watches the villagers step forward in support. In that vital moment, Aeliana realizes she is not only forging an alliance, but also igniting the flame of hope that has the power to change everything. This may be the turning point they've been seeking, a chance to reclaim their strength and inspire a new era of unity against the darkness. With the air buzzing with new alliances, Aeliana gathers her friends and the villagers closer, determination glowing in her chest. "Now that we have the support of the community, we need to act on our strategy immediately," she declares, her voice steady with purpose. The townsfolk around her nod, their faces a mixture of resolve and anticipation. Aeliana can feel the collective energy shifting, a palpable sense of connection fueling their intentions. First, we'll need to initiate watch patrols to monitor any movements from Kale's faction, Yarrick suggests, stepping forward to outline his thoughts. That way, we'll have an early warning system in place. Good idea, Myra agrees, her expression brightening with hope. I can coordinate with those interested in magic and defensive strategies. We can empower them to create barriers around the village. Aeliana feels encouraged as her friends lay out valuable strategies, each contribution weaving into a larger tapestry of their collective mission. However, she still senses the remnants of doubt lingering in some of the villagers' expressions. Let's not forget the importance of training, she reminds the group. The more skilled and confident everyone becomes, the stronger we'll be as a community. One villager pipes up, a hint of fear in their voice. But what if we can't protect ourselves? The last ambush left us shaken. Aeliana steps forward, her heart responsive to their concerns. It's natural to feel afraid after what we've endured, but we can't allow that fear to control us, she reassures, her voice firm yet compassionate. Together, we will build a future where we're ready for anything. As the villagers begin to engage with each other, the wall of hesitation breaks down, revealing a collective potential ready to flourish. Aeliana watches with pride as voices rise, ideas spreading like wildfire amidst the gathering. Let's set a meeting for tomorrow to finalize our plans, Aeliana suggests, envisioning the way forward. We'll share what we've learned and how we can support one another, reinforcing our strength as a united front. With renewed vigor, Aeliana feels the energy of their purpose solidifying around her. Each connection, every plan formed, deepens the resolve to protect their home. As they prepare to return to their tasks, Aeliana cherishes this moment for its significance, knowing that together they will rise against the challenges that lie ahead, stronger than ever before. As Aeliana gathers her friends and the villagers in a circle, anticipation builds in the air. The scattered sunlight filters through the leaves, creating a warm, inviting atmosphere just before dusk falls. She knows it's crucial to solidify their plans before night settles in. We need to discuss our strategy and how each of us can contribute to our defense, she begins, glancing at the expectant faces surrounding her. Jarek steps forward, his expression serious. After what we've learned about the rival faction, we can't underestimate their movements. They might attack at any moment, he states, the urgency in his voice anchoring the group's focus. Exactly, Aeliana agrees, feeling the weight of his words. We'll need to coordinate the patrols and ensure everyone knows their roles. Mira, filled with enthusiasm, adds, we should also focus on reinforcing our training sessions. If we equip everyone with the necessary skills, we'll strengthen our defenses against any surprises. At the mention of reinforcement, one of the villagers hesitantly raises their hand. What if we fail? What if we're not enough? The fear in their voice resonates through the group, and Aeliana recognizes the vulnerability they share. Failure is a part of growth. What matters is how we respond, she reassures them, taking a step closer to emphasize her point. I promise we'll adapt and learn from each experience. By standing together, we can face whatever comes our way. Encouraged by her words, the villagers begin to exchange ideas and suggestions, their voices rising with renewed energy. Aeliana watches as they begin building a sense of community, each person contributing to the larger purpose. Kel, still observing from the side, finally speaks up. And if they catch us off guard, we need to be sure they know we're serious. Aeliana, feeling the weight of his skepticism, nods slowly. Then we prove our resolve through our actions. If we show them our commitment, the rest will follow. As the discussions unfold, Aeliana leans into her role as a leader, facilitating communication and collaboration among the group. Each suggestion deepens their bond, reaffirms their unity, and highlights their collective strength in the face of uncertainty. With every shared plan and idea, she recognizes that they are building not just a defense, but a community that stands firm against any threats. As the sun begins to set, painting the sky in vibrant hues, Aeliana feels a renewed sense of purpose, ready to lead her friends into the challenges that await them. Aeliana stands at the center of the village, the air thick with anticipation, and the bittersweet aftertaste of their recent encounter with the rival faction. The villagers gather around her, their expressions a blend of hope and uncertainty, waiting for her to speak. "Thank you all for coming together," she begins, her voice carrying the weight of their shared experiences. "Today, we stand at a crucial crossroads. We face danger, and while we've had successes, we must also prepare for what lies ahead." The crowd listens intently, some nodding in understanding. Aeliana can see the flicker of doubt in a few faces, but she resolves to infuse the moment with strength. We are not just defending our home. We are creating a community driven by trust and unity. Myra steps forward, reinforcing Aeliana's words. "By learning together and growing our skills, we can become a force that no one will want to challenge." The tone of the gathering begins to shift, with murmurs of agreement weaving through the crowd. Aeliana feels a spark of hope igniting within her. "We need to establish a watch and patrol, allies ready to spring into action if our enemies make a move," Jarek suggests, his practicality revealing itself as vital. "And we must also focus on each individual's strengths," Aeliana adds. "Everyone has something to offer, and the more we collaborate, the stronger we'll be. If we unify the village, we can ensure our safety." Just then, a villager stands up, their voice strong yet trembling. "What if we lose? What if we're not ready?" Their fear echoes in the hearts of those gathered, a stark reminder of the feelings that have lingered since their previous confrontations. Aeliana steps forward, looking directly at the concerned villager. "We can't let fear paralyze us," she urges. "Yes, we may stumble, but each challenge is a chance to learn. We're bound to this community, and that gives us strength." The crowd responds with murmurs that grow louder, the energy shifting from apprehension to determination. Aeliana feels the tide turning as the villagers begin discussing their contributions, their voices merging into a chorus of commitment. "Let's put our plans into action," Aeliana encourages, a feeling of optimism swelling inside her. "We will prepare our defenses, strengthen our bonds, and show Eldoria what we can achieve together." As her friends and the villagers rally around her, Aeliana senses the remarkable metamorphosis taking place within the community. This moment solidifies their shared purpose, reminding her that they are not merely defending their home, they are cultivating a sense of belonging for everyone. Together, they will face the future, emboldened by trust and unity, ready to rise against any threat that crosses their path. Chapter 29, Aftermath and Resolution. Aeliana stands at the center of the village square, feeling the early morning sun kiss her skin. It's a new day, and with it comes a sense of purpose and clarity. The village is bustling. The chatter of villagers fills the air as they prepare for the meeting Aeliana had organized to address the ongoing threats. She takes a moment to observe the familiar faces around her. The past few weeks of uncertainty and conflict have reshaped not only the village, but also her understanding of leadership and community. Today, they will discuss not just threats, but also the strength they have forged together. As the villagers gather, Aeliana feels a rush of anxiety, but quickly grounds herself. "Thank you all for coming," she begins, looking out at the eager faces. "We're here to address our plans moving forward and ensure we're united in response to any danger." A wave of nods flows through the crowd, and Aeliana feels encouraged. Her mind races with thoughts of what they need to accomplish, recalling the lessons learned from their experiences. "We've faced many challenges together, and each of you has contributed to our collective strength. Today, I want us to build on that foundation." A few voices rise in curiosity, and she sees questions in their eyes. "What's our next step?" asks one villager, a hint of apprehension lacing their words. Aeliana's heart swells with determination. "Our next step is to strengthen our patrols and further engage every member of the community to ensure our safety. We cannot overlook the power of unity," she asserts, wanting to instill confidence. Another villager speaks up, concern etched across their face. "What if our efforts aren't enough? We've already lost so much." Aeliana feels the weight of their fears. "I understand," she replies, embodying the compassion cultivated through shared experiences. "But we mustn't let fear dictate our actions. We learn from our past, and together we become stronger." The mood in the gathering shifts, the energy buzzing with renewed determination. Aeliana sees more villagers begin to engage, sharing suggestions and building a sense of unity around the challenges that lie ahead. As they consider different strategies for defense and collaboration, Aeliana's heart fills with hope. The conversations create a tapestry of connection and commitment, reinforcing the communal bonds they've nurtured. With every voice contributing to the dialogue, Aeliana recognizes that this moment is pivotal. It symbolizes a shift from uncertainty toward empowerment. She understands the importance of this gathering, realizing that together they are poised to reclaim their strength and ensure the safety of Eldoria. Aeliana feels a renewed sense of purpose as the villagers begin to voice their concerns and suggestions. The sun casts a warm glow over the square, reflecting the optimism brewing among the crowd. "Let's discuss our resources," she states, pulling a large parchment from her satchel that details their inventory of supplies. "We need to allocate everything efficiently to prepare for what's to come." A few villagers step closer, leaning in to see the map. "We should check the forest for any additional supplies we can use," one suggests, a young man eager to contribute. "Excellent idea," Aeliana encourages, her confidence shining through. "We can send out scouting parties to gather what we need, but we must do so safely and strategically." As she speaks, she notices a few villagers hesitate, uncertainty flickering in their expressions. "What if we encounter their scouts?" another villager asks, voice tinged with concern. Aeliana seeks to reassure them. "Every risk can be managed with teamwork and preparation," she responds, feeling the responsibility of leadership intensify. "We'll be vigilant and unified in our efforts." A gesture of solidarity ripples through the group as more villagers step forward, eager to lend their skills. "I can lead one of the scouting teams," Jarek volunteers, his determination evident. "Count me in," Mira chimes in, excitement dancing in her eyes. "We'll maximize our chances if we keep each other informed." Aeliana feels gratitude washing over her, encouraged by their enthusiasm. "Great, let's establish meeting points and times to share what we learn. Communication will be key." As they discuss logistics and gather their plans, the atmosphere shifts to one of hope and collaboration. Aeliana watches as friendships deepen, their collective resilience strengthening the community's resolve. "Together, we'll face whatever threats come our way," Aeliana proclaims, her voice filled with conviction. The energy transforms, igniting the group's passion for their mission. In this space of unity and determination, Aeliana knows they are not just preparing for potential conflict. They are cultivating a spirit of hope and commitment that will defend Eldoria and shape their future. As the sun rises higher, she feels ready to embrace the challenges ahead, inspired by the bonds they've nurtured along the way. As the meeting continues, Aeliana feels the buzz of excitement and purpose enveloping the villagers. The discussions grow more animated, voices rising as they share ideas and strategies. Aeliana watches the energy shift, realizing that enthusiasm fuels their determination and commitment. A villager stands up, eagerness carved into their expression. "What if we set up a system of signals? That way we can communicate effectively if anything unexpected happens." "Brilliant," Myra agrees, her eyes brightening. "We can establish lookout points throughout the village and in the forest. If someone sees trouble approaching, they can alert everyone else." Aeliana nods, feeling a sense of pride swelling within her as their ideas intertwine, solidifying their collective understanding. "That will keep us connected and informed. Let's outline potential locations for these lookout points," she suggests, stepping forward to grab a nearby piece of parchment. As she begins to sketch out the village layout, Jarek adds, "We should also coordinate patrol routes. It'll be crucial to ensure all areas are covered." The villagers lean in closer, eager to participate in the planning. "I can help head up the patrols," one villager volunteers, determination evident in their voice. Aeliana feels the unity of purpose between them resonate in the air. "Together, we can ensure that everyone feels safe and informed," she reminds them, her heart swelling with hope. As they finalize their strategies, Aeliana notices Kale watching from the back of the gathering, a contemplative expression on his face. "And what if our efforts don't yield the results we need? We've been through this before," he interjects, skepticism creeping back into his demeanor. "Then we adapt. We must stay resilient," Aeliana replies firmly, aware of the delicate balance between hope and caution. If we work together, we'll turn challenges into opportunities for growth. The villagers nod, a solid determination reflected across their faces as they begin to rally behind Aeliana's leadership. As they exchange ideas and discuss potential adjustments, Aeliana feels more confident than ever. This moment signifies not just a response to fear, but a transformative step towards fortifying their community. They are no longer just survivors. They are proactive guardians, ready to face whatever threats loom on the horizon. Aeliana feels a surge of purpose as discussions continue to swirl around her, the villagers rallying together with ideas and suggestions. The sunlight filters gently through the trees, casting a warm glow over the gathering, reminding everyone of the hope that lies in their unity. Once we hone our skills, we need to schedule regular meetings to keep the lines of communication open, Aeliana suggests, her heart igniting with anticipation. This way, we can monitor any changes in the threats we face and adapt our strategies accordingly. The villagers nod in agreement, their faces reflecting newfound confidence. And we should document everything we learn during our patrols, Jarek adds. Knowledge is our best defense. Aeliana can see enthusiasm bubbling among the group as they begin to map out their plans. Exactly. Let's create a record of all information gathered, and we can review it together to ensure everyone is aware of the situation. Mara chimes in, her excitement infectious. If we share our experiences, we can also bond over what we learn. It will help build trust among us all. At that moment, Aeliana notices Kale standing apart, his expression contemplative as he observes the discussions unfold. She feels the weight of his presence, aware that despite their earlier challenges, he remains part of their community. "Are you feeling better about this?" Aeliana asks, stepping toward him. "I know trust has been hard to come by, but I hope you see where this is leading." Kale meets her gaze, his apprehension mixing with the respect he has for her conviction. "I get it, but we still need to be prepared for the worst-case scenarios. If our plans fall apart, I don't want to be left vulnerable again," he replies, the caution in his tone hinting at his past experiences. "I appreciate that," Aeliana responds, feeling the weight of their shared struggles. "But that's why we're building this community. We won't allow past mistakes to define us. We learn from them." The group falls silent momentarily, digesting her words. Aeliana senses the collective resolve knitting them closer together, a mix of energy and determination rising to the surface. "Let's solidify our commitment to this," Aeliana encourages, feeling the spirit of leadership igniting within her. "We can face whatever comes our way, together." As the villagers rally around her promises and the camaraderie blooms, Aeliana recognizes that this moment marks a crucial turning point in their collective journey, a step toward courage and resilience stronger than any darkness they might encounter. As the villagers begin to settle into their roles, Aeliana feels a renewed sense of purpose wash over her. The sun casts a warm glow over the gathering, illuminating the faces filled with determination and hope. "All right, everyone," she calls out, her voice steady. "This is our opportunity to strengthen our community and our defenses. Let's put our plans into action." The villagers respond with nods and murmurs of agreement, the energy pulsing with excitement. Aeliana feels the weight of their trust, and she is determined to lead them toward success. "Let's break into teams," Jarek suggests, stepping to the forefront. "We can have those skilled in combat practice techniques while others gather supplies from the surrounding area." Myra grins, beautiful enthusiasm lighting her features. "And I'll lead a group in setting up protective wards around the village. We must ensure everyone knows how to create barriers if necessary." Aeliana looks around, feeling the spirit of collaboration solidifying among them. "Together, we'll prepare for any threats while fostering our ties with each other," she affirms, her heart swelling with pride at their commitment. The villagers begin to disperse to their various tasks, eager to contribute. Aeliana can see friendships blossoming as they prepare, the bonds forged through shared experiences becoming palpable. Suddenly, Aeliana hears a familiar voice calling from the back of the gathering. It's the same villager who had expressed doubt earlier. "What if we can't handle our enemies? What if they're stronger than we expect?" Feeling the weight of concern settle over the group, Aeliana steps forward to address their fears. It's natural to feel apprehensive, but we have to emphasize our strengths. We've faced challenges before and come out stronger. This unity will propel us forward. She responds, her determination infusing the air. As the villagers ponder her words, she takes note of the changing atmosphere. The realization that they can face their fears together begins to wash over the group, forging a deeper sense of connection. In this moment, Aeliana embraces the gravity of her role as a leader and protector. She understands that every avenue of communication and every act of collaboration strengthens their path ahead. They are journeying into uncharted territory, but they will do so as allies, ready to confront the threats that lie beyond their village. In the soft glow of the early evening, Aeliana takes a moment to absorb the energy around her. The villagers have begun to settle into their newfound roles, their spirits buoyed by the promise of collaboration. She watches as they gather in small groups, laughter and determination intertwining as they prepare for what lies ahead. "Let's finish our preparations before nightfall," she calls out, rallying their focus. "We need to ensure the village is secure and ready to face any potential threats." The villagers respond with nods, their faces filled with resolve. She feels pride swell within her at the sight of everyone working together. "Jarek, how are the patrols shaping up?" she asks, eager to assess their collective progress. "I've established a rotation system. Villagers will cover the edges while we are training," Jarek replies, energy vibrating in his stance. "I feel confident in our ability to spot danger before it arises." "Excellent." Aeliana beams, her enthusiasm infectious. "And Mira, how is the warding going? Are the villagers grasping the concepts?" "They're eager to learn. We're building protective barriers around the entrance, and I think we'll have everything in place soon," Myra answers, her joy radiating through her words. As they discuss their preparations, Aeliana cannot shake a lingering feeling of apprehension. "Just remember, we need to remain vigilant. The threat is still very real, and our unity is our greatest weapon," she cautions. Just then, a chorus of voices rises in the distance, and Aeliana's heart quickens as she realizes it's the villagers offering encouragement to one another. The commotion swells into a vibrant symphony of hope, a powerful reminder of what they are building together. "That's the spirit," Aeliana chimes in, ready to reinforce the collaborative atmosphere that has taken root. "Every contribution matters, and together we can forge a path that protects our home." As she stands amidst the hustle and bustle of activity, Aeliana feels more than just the weight of her responsibilities. She feels a connection to the community blooming around her. This gathering signifies not just preparation, but also the promise of a future where their bonds of trust and friendship will enable them to face whatever darkness lurks outside their village. With nightfall creeping closer, Aeliana embraces the strength of the solidarity enveloping them, ready to move forward into the unknown with confidence and hope. They are preparing not just for a fight, but to become guardians of Eldoria together, ready to face the challenges that await. Chapter 30, Moment of Clarity. Aeliana stands outside her home, the evening air cool against her skin as a gentle breeze plays with the leaves rustling overhead. The sun is setting, casting a warm golden hue across the village, but today a different feeling coalesces within her, a mix of resolve and reflection. Inside, she can hear the sounds of her friends preparing for their ongoing discussions about their recent encounters and the plans for their future. The excitement of the day, filled with training and camaraderie, lingers in her mind, but an unsettling sense of change also reaches out to her. She takes a deep breath, grounding herself, and steps inside to join the gathering. Her friends are already seated around a table strewn with notes, maps, and remnants of the day's efforts. Aeliana notices the intensity of their focus, the way their eyes shine with determination and a hint of concern. "Thank you for coming together," she begins, her voice smooth yet firm, catching their attention. "Today marked a valuable step for our community. We've built trust and fortified our defenses." Jarek raises his hand slightly, breaking into a smile as he speaks. "And the training really boosted everyone's confidence. People are ready to stand up and help." "Exactly," Aeliana replies, feeling a swell of pride at the progress they've made. "But now, We need to discuss our strategy moving forward, which the threats haven't disappeared. Myra looks thoughtful, glancing at the maps. We should outline our next patrol routes and check on any remaining resources in the area. Aeliana nods in agreement, but the earlier excitement mingles with an undercurrent of anxiety. We also need to prepare for any unforeseen encounters with Kale's faction, she adds, recognizing the importance of remaining vigilant. From the corner, Kale shifts in his seat, arms crossed, and we need to ensure the villagers are informed and ready to react. Fear can spread quickly, and we want to counter that. I agree, Aeliana acknowledges, turning her attention to the others as they exchange confident glances. We must be proactive in reassuring them. If we tackle their doubts head-on, we can cultivate a stronger community. As they discuss tactics and strategies, Aeliana feels a powerful camaraderie enveloping the room, an electrifying energy that draws everyone together. She can see the strength of their unity manifesting with each idea shared, reinforcing her faith in their collective abilities. Let's finalize our plans and set a timeline for our next steps, she says, her tone blending confidence with compassion. We'll ensure we are all prepared and that every villager feels included in this fight. Aeliana looks around at her friends, recognizing their dedication to one another and the mission shaping their hearts. The gathering embodies the essence of their journey, the resilience forged through trials, the hope ignited by collaboration, and the unwavering determination to stand united against the darkness threatening Eldoria. Aeliana surveys the room, the weight of the moment settling upon her as her friends discuss their individual plans for the coming days. The flickering light of lanterns casts warm hues across their faces, illuminating expressions filled with hope and determination. Let's break down the patrol routes, Jarek suggests, his brow furrowed in concentration. He traces a finger along the map spread out before them. If we cover the borders and rotate shifts, we can respond quickly to any threats. Myra leans in closer, excitement weaving through her voice. And we should schedule training sessions, not just for spells, but for teamwork exercises as well. I want everyone to feel confident in each other's abilities. Aeliana listens intently, feeling pride swell at their dedication. That's a brilliant idea. If we build trust within our training, it will only strengthen us as a community, she adds, sensing the camaraderie in the air. As they continue their discussions, the atmosphere shifts subtly. Aeliana notices a few villagers linger at the doorway, hesitant to join in. Let's make sure everyone feels welcome, she says, gesturing for them to come closer. We want participation from everyone. Together, we can make a difference. One of the newer villagers steps forward, anxiety evident in their demeanor. What if we mess up? What if we aren't strong enough? Their voice trembles, and Aeliana senses the fear that still hangs over the community. It's okay to be scared, she replies, moving toward the villager with empathy. But part of being strong is acknowledging those fears and working through them together. We've all faced challenges and will face them again as a united front. The villagers nod slowly, their trepidation visibly easing as they connect with Aeliana's words. Together, we'll learn from each experience, whether it's success or setbacks, she emphasizes, reinforcing the importance of resilience. The energy in the room begins to transform, hopes intertwining with newfound resolve. Aeliana feels an overwhelming sense of gratitude for her friends and the community around her. Each interaction unfurls into a reminder that every voice matters in this collective effort. With plans crystallizing and spirits rising, Aeliana knows they are poised for a turning point in their journey. This moment signifies more than just preparation. It embodies the resilience of Eldoria, a community ready to stand against the darkness with solidarity and strength. Aeliana stands in front of the gathering, feeling the weight of their anticipation pressing against her, a chorus of voices rising around her as they begin to discuss their individual contributions to the upcoming meeting. We should divide into teams for the initial scouting, she suggests, directing their focus toward a shared goal. The villagers exchange nods, their earlier fears slowly melting away as they engage in the planning. I can lead a team to the outskirts and monitor movements, Jarek offers, his confidence shining through. Aeliana feels a rush of gratitude, impressed by his proactive stance. That's perfect. Myra, if you can rally some of the younger villagers, you might be able to gather insights about the enemy. They're often more observant than we think. With renewed purpose, Myra smiles brightly. I can do that. I'll make sure everyone feels included. As they outline their roles, Aeliana takes a moment to observe the dynamic of the group, a tapestry of individuals coming together to protect what they all hold dear. She senses a profound understanding beginning to thread through their interactions, as if the collective experiences have crafted a stronger resolve. Let's not forget to incorporate our training, Aeliana reminds them as the villagers discuss specifics, their voices a blend of enthusiasm and determination. We have to ensure everyone is prepared for any potential confrontation. Knowledge is our strongest weapon. Just then, a villager steps forward, a hint of trepidation shadowing their expression. What if we face something stronger than we expect? It's a risk sending everyone out there. Aeliana feels a ripple of anxiety surface in the group, but she stands firm. Every journey has its risks, but if we unite and support one another, we'll have the strength to overcome any challenges together, she reassures, her voice steady. The tension eases slightly, and Aeliana feels the energy shifting in the room. The villagers begin to share their stories, adding layers to their collective strategy, reinforcing the relationships that have formed. As they finalize their plans, Aeliana is struck by the realization that their growth comes not just from training together, but from the open communication they've fostered. The support they offer each other will be a crucial force in facing the darkness ahead. With every idea exchanged and every voice contributing, Aeliana recognizes that this gathering is not just an organization of defense. It's the foundation of a community ready to stand united against any threat. Her heart swells with determination as they prepare to take the next steps together, feeling more ready than ever to embrace the challenges that await. As the gathering continues, Aeliana feels the excitement resonate through the villagers, their eagerness palpable as they prepare to move forward with their plans. She stands at the center, watching as small groups assemble, each one focused on their specific tasks. Let's make sure everyone knows what they're doing before we break, she calls out, wanting to maintain clarity amidst the bustling activity. We need to establish trust and understanding. The villagers nod in agreement, the earlier tension replaced by a sense of purpose. Aeliana feels a rush of gratitude as she witnesses how far they have come together, transforming their fears into acts of solidarity. Jarek approaches her, a thoughtful look on his face. What's the plan for communication during the patrols? We should have signals ready in case something goes wrong. Aeliana considers his words, nodding as a plan begins to take form in her mind. We can establish a system of calls or lights that will help us signal to one another. I'll sketch out a quick map identifying key points in the village where we can set up. I can help with that, Myra interjects, her enthusiasm bubbling over. I can craft some illusions as part of our communication, something that will draw attention but won't reveal our positions completely. That's a brilliant idea, Aeliana replies, feeling hope swelling in her chest. The thought of incorporating creativity into their strategy excites her. As they finalize their roles, Aeliana notices the group's collaboration deepening. The earlier hesitance fades away as they focus on solutions and support for one another, reinforcing a commitment to protect their community. Yet, Kale still lingers on the outskirts, skepticism hanging in the air. And what if they figure out our system? We need to be ready for their reactions too, he warns. Aeliana glances at him, understanding the importance of his perspective while remaining determined. Then we'll adapt. We won't be caught off guard again. We've learned too much and grown too strong to let fear control our actions. With that declaration solidifying their resolve, Aeliana feels a sense of clarity wash over her. They are not only a group of friends, they are a united force ready to face the uncertainties ahead. As the sun begins to set, casting warm hues across the village, Aeliana knows they are stepping into a future where every action they take matters in the fight for their home. As twilight descends upon the village, Aeliana watches her friends and the villagers gather for the evening meeting, the air filled with anticipation and urgency. Lanterns flicker to life, casting a warm glow over the square and illuminating the faces of those who have come together in support of their cause. Aeliana steps forward, a mix of pride and determination coursing through her. Thank you all for being here. Tonight, we pull together our findings and finalize our plans for defending Eldoria, she states, her voice carrying clearly into the gathering. The murmurs of agreement ripple through the crowd, and Aeliana can sense the growing confidence among them. We'll start by addressing the information we gathered about our rivals. Jarek and I have mapped out their movements, which will help us strategize our defenses. Jarek steps alongside Aeliana, unfurling a map on the table. If we can anticipate their tactics, we can prepare to counter their every move, he adds, authority resonating in his tone. Beyond the table, she catches sight of some of the younger villagers, their eagerness evident as they lean closer to the discussions. Aeliana feels a rush of hope at this show of solidarity, recognizing that they are not just preparing for battle, they are building a stronger community. Let's also consider how to communicate during the confrontations. Myra suggests, her fingers dancing as she imagines her spells. Establishing signals can help us stay coordinated, even in the chaos. That's crucial, Aeliana agrees, envisioning the various systems of signals they could implement. We must ensure everyone knows how to respond, especially in fast-paced situations. As the discussions continue, Aeliana can see the villagers engaging with one another, pooling ideas and reinforcing the bonds that have been built through shared experiences. The sense of unity begins to reshape the atmosphere. They are collectively striving toward a common goal. Yet, amid the growing momentum, Kale still holds back, his arms crossed as he observes quietly. The real question is whether we can actually pull this off. We've faced challenges before, but those victories feel distant, he remarks, casting shadows over the enthusiasm. Aeliana meets his gaze, determination igniting in her. Every challenge is a lesson learned. Together, we will rise stronger. This time, we approach with foresight and preparation. The villagers nod, the energy shifting as the power of possibility fills the room. Aeliana watches their confidence bloom, understanding that she must continue to inspire faith in their collective purpose. Let's finalize our roles for the journey ahead, Aeliana declares, the conviction in her voice resonating with each member of the group. She knows that the strength drawn from their efforts will unite them, guiding them through the darkness on the horizon. With the meeting progressing and plans taking shape, Aeliana stands at the heart of the gathering, feeling a swell of pride at the unified energy surrounding her. The villagers are animated, sharing their ideas openly and confidently, their earlier doubts gradually fading away. Let's finalize the details of our patrols and establish a schedule, she suggests, her voice resonating with authority. The sooner we have everything in place, the better prepared we will be for whatever may come. Jarek nods, glancing at the map spread out before them. I propose we divide the village into sections, assigning each team to specific areas for monitoring, he states, his pragmatic approach outlining a clear structure. That makes sense, Myra replies, enthusiasm glowing in her eyes. And we should make sure everyone feels empowered to speak up if they see something out of the ordinary. Aeliana watches as the villagers begin to discuss logistics, voices intertwining as they brainstorm the best ways to implement Jarek's plan. The atmosphere shifts from anxiety to determination, solidifying their resolve to stand together against the unknown threats. However, amid the growing momentum, Aeliana senses Kale's quiet skepticism still lingers. What happens if the rival faction retaliates before we're fully prepared? We don't have time to waste with half measures, he interjects, his tone challenging yet cautious. Aeliana takes a deep breath, meeting his gaze with unwavering determination. We adapt, Kale. We can't allow fear of the unknown to hinder our progress. Each moment counts, she asserts, her voice filled with conviction. As the discussions continue, she feels the communal spirit strengthening. More villagers express their willingness to participate, the unity among them blossoming as they commit to the cause. Let's ensure everyone is on the same page, Aeliana encourages, her heart swelling as she watches the energy shift. With every voice contributing and every action taken, we are fortifying our village. The camaraderie palpable among the gathering revitalizes Aeliana's confidence. and she feels ready to navigate whatever challenges may lie ahead. This moment, filled with hope and determination, marks a turning point, reminding her that together they can rise to meet any threat that approaches, united in their purpose to protect Eldoria. Chapter 31, Returning Home. Aeliana stands in the village square, the sun beating down as she prepares for the gathering to address unresolved conflicts and solidify the community's strength. The energy is vibrant, but tinged with an undercurrent of uncertainty, shadows from previous struggles still lingering in the hearts of the villagers. As the townsfolk begin to assemble, Aeliana feels a mix of anticipation and determination swirling within her. "Thank you all for coming today," she calls out, her voice rising above the chatter. "This meeting is crucial for us to address the challenges we've faced and mark our path forward." The villagers hush, turning their attention to her, and Aeliana can see a mixture of hope and anxiety reflected in their faces. She steps forward, ready to guide them through the complexities of their current situation. "I know many of us have experienced fear and loss," Aeliana continues, her heart heavy with empathy. "But we must confront these feelings together. It's time to repair and strengthen our relationships. Each of you has been a vital part of our community, and together we can reclaim our strength." One villager steps forward, uncertainty etched across their features. "But how do we rebuild trust? What if we can't overcome the past?" they ask, their voice trembling slightly. Aeliana looks directly at them, feeling the weight of their fears. "Rebuilding trust takes time, but it begins with honest conversations. We must acknowledge our past to move forward," she responds, her voice warm yet resolute. Another villager joins in, their eyes scanning the crowd. "What if those who doubt us refuse to participate? We can't let their fear hold us back," they point out, tension threading through their words. "Then we focus on those who wish to grow. We need to support each other through this journey," Aeliana replies, her determination anchoring the group. "Every small step toward unity matters, and we will be stronger together." As the villagers listen, Aeliana feels the atmosphere shift, the collective energy starting to rise. Conversations begin to flow, filled with hopes, ideas, and even fears, weaving a tapestry of connection as they open up to one another. Aeliana senses the deepening bond among them as they share their stories, the hesitance giving way to willingness. This moment signifies something more than just a gathering. It represents a crucial turn in the community's journey, a chance to step into the light of renewed trust and connection. With every voice that joins in, Aeliana feels a weight lift from her shoulders. Together, they can face the darkness in their past and continue to build a future filled with hope, strength, and resilience. This moment marks the beginning of their next chapter, and Aeliana is ready to lead them onward. As the discussions grow more animated, Aeliana watches the villagers begin to open up, their earlier fears transforming into a desire to rebuild their community. "Let's address the specific concerns we have and find constructive solutions," she encourages, her voice resonating with warmth and authority. A villager raises their hand, palpable uncertainty in their expression. "We've lost people before. How can we ensure everyone here is safe moving forward?" Aeliana feels the weight of their past experiences, the fear still clinging to many. "I understand the pain of loss," she replies, her voice steady. "But we've learned valuable lessons from each challenge. We must work together to create a stronger defense." A ripple of nods runs through the crowd, and the tension begins to ebb. Aeliana senses the shift, gratitude filling her heart as she sees the villagers start to engage with one another, sharing ideas and voicing their anxieties. "If we focus on training everyone in practical skills and magical defenses, we can empower each individual," Mira adds, her tone confident. "Training can also promote teamwork. We need to ensure everyone feels capable." "Yes," Aeliana responds, invigorated by the unity blossoming among them. "We can organize workshops where those with more experience teach others. This way, we build trust and capability within the community." Another villager jumps in, their enthusiasm rising. "I can lead a workshop focused on physical defense techniques. We can practice together." "Perfect," Aeliana beams, the group's energy sparking with collective resolve. "And let's pair that with magical training, so everyone feels equipped to fight if they need to. We'll ensure that every villager has the opportunity to learn." As they solidify their plans, Aeliana feels the camaraderie evolving, every contribution reinforcing the bonds within their community. This meeting is transforming into a chance not just to prepare for potential threats, but to cultivate resilience and trust that will shape their future. Let's make it a point to check back in regularly, to share progress and any new information, Yarrick suggests. Aeliana nods, recognizing the importance of ongoing communication. With the villagers rallying around her initiatives, Aeliana feels a renewed sense of hope. Together, they are building not just a strategy for defense, but a community fortified against fear and united by purpose. As they prepare for their next steps, Aeliana is filled with determination, ready to embrace the path forward, ignited by the bonds they've formed and the trust they've cultivated. With the meeting in full swing, Aeliana feels the energy rise as villagers eagerly share their stories of courage and fear. The tales spill into the space, weaving a tapestry of experiences that connect them all in shared struggle. Last winter, we faced a pack of wild beasts, an older villager recounts, gripping the edge of the table. There were moments when we thought all was lost, but we banded together and held our ground. Aeliana senses the strength in this memory, knowing how crucial it is to remind everyone of their resilience. Exactly. Every challenge feeds our ability to rise up, she emphasizes, her voice ringing with conviction. A young villager raises her hand. And what about the shadows that linger? They seem to come back, no matter how hard we fight. Her tone carries a tremor of fear, echoing the uncertainty that still clung to many hearts. Aeliana leans in, determined to address the unease in the room. While the shadows may come and go, our unity remains. We must continue to prepare and adapt. Each step we take together builds a stronger defense. Mira, inspired by Aeliana's words, adds, "We should also highlight our successes during training, remind everyone how much we can achieve when we work as a team." Yes, Jarek agrees, his eyes brightening. We can gather stories from past victories to reinforce confidence in this fight. As they brainstorm ways to uplift the community, Aeliana feels a sense of clarity emerging amongst the chatter. Each shared story and every voiced concern solidifies their collective purpose, reminding her that they are all in this together. Let's make the next gathering a celebration of our strengths, Aeliana suggests, excitement bubbling within her. We'll highlight our progress and share our triumphs to bolster everyone's spirits. The atmosphere begins to shift, hope flaring among the villagers as they contemplate this new focus on unity and celebration. Aeliana watches their faces light up, feeling the warmth of connection knitting them closer together. In this moment, she understands that fostering resilience isn't just about preparation for battle, it's about nurturing the heart of their community. Each voice matters in crafting the narrative of strength and hope that will carry them through the darkness, and she is determined to lead them into a future defined by trust and solidarity. As the discussions continue, Aeliana feels the collective resolve of the villagers solidifying around her, their earlier apprehensions giving way to a sense of determination. Let's not forget the importance of communication as we move forward, she reminds them, grounding the conversation. We need to establish clear signals for our patrols, Jarek suggests, taking the lead. If we can alert one another quickly, we can respond efficiently to any threat. Absolutely, Aeliana agrees, feeling a thrill of excitement at the prospect of unifying their efforts. We'll develop a system that fits our strengths. Those who are scouting can keep watch while the rest of us prepare. A few villagers express their eagerness, their voices bubbling with enthusiasm as they discuss their contributions. I can create magical barriers to protect the village, one villager volunteers, determination lighting their eyes. Excellent idea, Aeliana praises, adrenaline coursing through her. The more creative we can be about our defenses, the better prepared we will be. Kale, still standing on the periphery, watches with narrowed eyes but remains silent, the tension between him and Aeliana still palpable. She notices the skepticism in his posture, but she chooses to focus on the group's commitment instead. Just then, another villager speaks up, a hint of anxiety in their voice. But what if the forces come sooner than we expect? What if we're not ready? Aeliana steps forward, her heart resonant with empathy. It's natural to be afraid after everything we've faced. but the strength we gather here today is crucial. We're preparing for both the known and unknown, she reinforces, her tone unwavering. The group collectively responds with nods, the trust among them solidifying with each passing moment. Aeliana feels energized by their willingness to engage, understanding that this moment signifies a turning point for their community. Together, we will not only defend ourselves, but reclaim our strength as guardians of Eldoria, Aeliana proclaims, her voice rising with passion. As they finalize their plans, Aeliana feels the warmth of solidarity enveloping them, realizing that each step taken in preparation, every commitment made, reinforces their collective power. This gathering marks not merely a meeting of minds, but the forging of a spirit able to confront whatever darkness lies ahead, united as one. The future awaits, and together they will face it head-on. As the sun sets, casting a warm glow over the village, Aeliana gathers the villagers for the evening meeting, feeling the weight of the moment settle in. The openness of the square fills her with a sense of possibility, even as apprehension lingers among some of the faces before her. Tonight, we come together to solidify our commitment to each other and to our community, Aeliana begins, her voice ringing with confidence. We've faced many challenges, and today we focus on healing and rebuilding trust. The villagers nod, and she can see their resolve beginning to strengthen. Each of us has something valuable to contribute, and together we can forge a path forward that addresses our fears and thrives on our strengths. A murmur of agreement spreads through the crowd, raising Aeliana's spirits. She spots a few familiar faces, friends whose journeys have intertwined with hers, and feels a grounding connection with each of them. We also need to remember those we've lost as we step into this new chapter, Yarrick says, the gravity of his words resonating in the quiet space. His expression is serious, reflecting the scars of battles fought. Aeliana's heart tightens at the reminder, but also reinforces her conviction. We honor their memories by continuing to protect our home and working toward a safer future. That is our promise to them. Suddenly, a voice calls from the back, filled with tension. But what if we fail again? What if we can't protect ourselves? A flood of anxious murmurs rises, echoing fears that still resonate throughout the crowd. Aeliana takes a deep breath, stepping closer to the source of uncertainty. Fear is natural, but we cannot allow it to chain us down. Every journey begins with a step forward, no matter how daunting, she reassures, her voice firm. Cale crosses his arms, skepticism glimmering in his eyes. And what makes you think this time will be any different? We need more than just promises, he challenges, testing her resolve. Aeliana meets his gaze, unwavering. This isn't just about promises. It's about action, commitment, and standing together. Together we have learned from each setback, and together we will rise stronger. The villagers' expressions shift, some softening as they begin to grasp her message. Aeliana feels the walls of doubt starting to crumble, replaced by a burgeoning sense of community. Let's unite to ensure everyone feels included, she adds, watching as the tension begins to ease. Our strength lies in our solidarity. We will fight for what is ours and support one another. As the discussions resume, the atmosphere gradually brightens with hope. Aeliana can sense the collective resolve strengthening, the villagers beginning to see the value of their contributions. This moment marks a turning point, reinforcing the bonds they share and illuminating the path forward as they prepare to face any challenge together. As the villagers gather around, Aeliana feels an electric energy pulse through the crowd, their earlier fears replaced by a determination to unite against the challenges ahead. She stands at the forefront, her heart swelling with pride as she takes in the resolve reflected in their faces. Thank you all for your willingness to come together, she begins, her voice steady and clear. Tonight is about forging our path as a community and empowering each other as we prepare for what lies ahead. The villagers nod, their expressions growing serious as they focus on her words. We have faced adversity before, but this time we will harness our strengths collectively. Each of you has a vital role in protecting Eldoria, Aeliana continues, feeling the weight of leadership anchor her intent. A few villagers step forward, eager to voice their support. I can help organize watch shifts, one shouts, excitement bubbling in their tone. Let's break into teams to cover all areas of the village, Yarrick adds, a smile of determination breaking through his earlier apprehension. As Aeliana listens to their suggestions, she feels the energy of the room shift. These moments signify a blossoming unity, the villagers actively participating in the ongoing conversation. We also need a way to share information quickly, Myra interjects, enthusiasm dancing in her eyes. If we encounter any trouble, we must communicate efficiently. The group begins to brainstorm ways to implement a signal system, each suggestion weaving into their shared goals. Aeliana sees the light of possibility grow brighter among her friends and the villagers, a collective spirit that has transformed their fear into proactive resolve. Yet, despite the momentum, Kale's skepticism lingers, his arms folded tightly across his chest. This is all well and good, but if we're caught unaware again, what then? He challenges, the concern in his tone grounding the conversation. Aeliana recognizes the importance of addressing his concerns. We won't rush in blindly. Our goal is to prepare effectively, using all the knowledge we've gained, she assures him, her voice filled with conviction that reflects the lessons learned in their journey. The villagers listen, the energy of hope and determination swirling in the air. Aeliana feels the threads of trust weaving tighter within the group, understanding that every conversation and interaction will shape their ability to face the darkness that looms ahead. Together, we will turn our goals into action, Aeliana proclaims, her heart uplifted by the palpable spirit of unity in the clearing. As they finalize their plans, she recognizes that this gathering is not just about preparation. It signifies the dawn of a new chapter for the community, one anchored in collaboration, resilience, and shared strength. Chapter 32, Mending Ties. Aeliana stands at the edge of the village, her heart swelling with a mix of anticipation and nostalgia. The sun rises over Eldoria, casting a golden light that dances on the rooftops and glimmers in the eyes of the villagers gathered around her. Today marks the beginning of a new venture, and she can feel the excitement in the air. Today we forge ahead together into uncharted territory, she proclaims, looking out at the crowd. The villagers, who have transformed from uncertain individuals into a unified community, watch with eager expressions, ready to embrace the change that lies ahead. Many of you have faced challenges and fears, but it's time to step into the future, Aeliana continues, her voice filled with conviction. Let's start by sharing our plans for what we want to achieve as a community. The crowd buzzes with energy, villagers exchanging ideas and stories of hopes for the future. One by one, they raise their voices, speaking about ambitions both personal and collective, rebuilding their defenses, cultivating friendships across the lands, and reinvigorating their cultural practices. As Aeliana listens, her heart feels lighter. Each shared aspiration signifies the growth they've experienced, the way the bonds created through trials have woven a fabric of strength that cannot be easily undone. I propose we form small teams to explore new opportunities in neighboring areas, says one elder, their voice steady and tinged with wisdom. We've learned that collaboration is our strongest asset. We should continue to seek alliances. Yes, another villager chimes in, enthusiasm igniting the air. We can gather resources and build relationships that will help us stand firm against the challenges that lie ahead. Aeliana feels a wave of hope wash over her, the realization hitting her with clarity that this gathering is about much more than survival. It's a chance to cultivate a thriving community where everyone has a stake in its future. Together, we can shape the village into a place of safety and opportunity, she states firmly, her conviction bolstering the growing excitement around her. As the villagers continue discussing their plans, Aeliana feels an electric connection among them, a reminder that they are no longer just individuals, but a united force ready to face the uncertainties of the world. In this moment, she grasps the significance of their journey, realizing that every step taken from now on will pave the way for their next adventures. She is determined to lead them into this new season of hope and growth, filled with the promise of what they can achieve together. As Aeliana stands in the square, the villagers begin to engage in lively discussions, their words brimming with hope and excitement for future possibilities. The atmosphere is charged with energy, a sense of renewal palpable as they contemplate what lies ahead for Eldoria. Let's share our ideas for what this community can become, Aeliana encourages, her voice buoyant with enthusiasm. We all have unique strengths, and it's time we harness them to build a future that we can be proud of. One villager steps forward, a spark of determination in their eyes. I want to help create a school for teaching the young ones about magic and how to defend themselves, they declare, looking around to gauge the reaction of their neighbors. A chorus of agreement rises from the crowd, and Aeliana feels her heart swell with pride. That's a fantastic idea. Education will empower our future generations. She responds, energized by the shared vision taking root. Another villager chimes in. We could also host festivals to celebrate our victories, not just the battles, but the friendships we've forged along the way. Aeliana sees the twinkle of excitement in their eyes that fuels the hope for unity. Myra nods vigorously. And we could include demonstrations of our training. It will show everyone that we're stronger together. The ideas flow freely, each voice adding to the momentum, carving a shared vision for their community. Aeliana steps back for a moment, taking in the scene unfolding before her. She recognizes that these conversations carry the power to reshape their village, moving beyond the shadows of fear into a future bright with possibility. Let's make this our new reality, she declares, her heart ignited with purpose. We will create a community where everyone feels safe and empowered, ready to face whatever challenges come our way. As the villagers rally behind her words, Aeliana feels the warmth of connection binding them together. Each idea shared pulls them closer, transforming fear into hope. They are not just participants in this journey, they are architects of their destiny, and Aeliana stands proud to lead them into this new chapter. As the villagers continue to share their visions for the future, a palpable excitement fills the square. Aeliana stands at the center, feeling the vibrant energy flowing through the crowd. Each idea exchanged serves to weave a tapestry of hope and connection, enlivening her spirit. Imagine hosting a festival to celebrate our strengths, a voice calls out, sparking a ripple of enthusiasm among the crowd. We could showcase the skills we've learned and bring everyone together. Yes, Myra adds, her eyes alight with inspiration. We can have games, performances, and demonstrations of magic. It will show our unity and foster a sense of community. Aeliana feels her heart lift as the villagers build upon each other's ideas, the earlier fears slowly dissolving. What better way to reinforce our resilience than to celebrate our victories together, she encourages, her voice ringing with conviction. Another villager steps forward, a thoughtful expression crossing their face. And we can invite the surrounding communities. This will show them we're strong and that we can work together, they suggest, giving life to a sense of wider collaboration. Aeliana nods in agreement, the possibilities swirling in her mind. That's a fantastic idea. The more we can showcase our strength, the more allies we'll gain, she replies, excitement bubbling over as she envisions how the festival could unite everyone in the region. Let's set a date and start planning. It will give us all something to work toward, a villager exclaims, enthusiasm radiating from them. Aeliana watches the group rally together, their laughter and chatter creating a symphony of hope. The shift in their spirits is palpable, and she feels the bonds forged through shared experiences solidifying further. As they discuss the details of the festival, Aeliana understands that they are not just planning an event. They are laying the groundwork for a resilient future. This gathering feels like a complete transformation, moving from fear and isolation toward unity and strength. With each laugh and idea shared, Aeliana feels invigorated, recognizing the profound importance of their journey. She stands at the forefront, ready to guide them into this new chapter where hope thrives. And together, they will embrace whatever challenges lie ahead. As the villagers continue their spirited discussions, Aeliana feels the momentum grow, knitting them closer together in purpose. Excitement ripples through the air, tangible and infectious, as they contemplate the festival that promises to unite them. Let's not forget the importance of involving everyone, Aeliana interjects, her gaze sweeping across the gathering. We should find ways to engage even those who are hesitant. This needs to be a celebration that everyone feels part of. Myra nods, her enthusiasm unyielding. We can set up booths for games and performances that anyone can join. That way, it's not just about showcasing skills, but also about building connections. That sounds fantastic, Jarek adds, his voice filled with earnestness. If we encourage participation, it could create a sense of belonging, which will help dissolve any lingering fears. Aeliana feels the warmth of their shared vision envelop her, their unity forging a path toward a brighter future. Encouragement spreads among the villagers as they exchange ideas, discussing the details of potential activities and ways to promote the event throughout the region. What if we invite the other villages to participate? They could bring their own talents, one villager suggests, sparking a ripple of energy. Absolutely, Aeliana exclaims, sensing how this could broaden their community impact. Reaching out to neighboring villages would not only strengthen our alliances, but also showcase the spirit of cooperation we're fostering here. The villagers enthusiastically rally behind her words, excitement building as they imagine the connections that could blossom from such an event. The air fills with laughter and spirited discussion, transforming the atmosphere into one of hope and possibility. Aeliana surveys the scene, her heart swelling with pride. Every idea shared reinforces their resolve, reminding her that they are collectively shaping their story, a narrative built on trust, resilience, and the promise of unity. With the groundwork laid out, Aeliana recognizes that this festival is more than just a celebration. It's an opportunity to solidify their bonds and ignite a shared future. She feels a renewed commitment as they prepare for the next steps, confident that whatever comes next, they will face it together, stronger than before. As the festival preparations gain momentum, Aeliana feels a wave of excitement ripple through the village. The atmosphere is filled with chatter and laughter as villagers gather to discuss their roles and contributions. Colorful banners flutter in the breeze, and the scent of freshly baked goods wafts through the air, signaling the promise of celebration. Are the performers ready? Aeliana asks, catching sight of a few musicians tuning their instruments nearby. Their enthusiasm is infectious, and she can sense the energy building in anticipation of the festivities. They're all set, Myra replies, her eyes sparkling with joy. And I've coordinated with several villagers about the magic show. It's going to be incredible. Jarek approaches with a stack of flyers in his hands, ready to spread the word about the event. I'll help organize the games. If we can keep everyone engaged, it will reinforce our unity, he responds, determination coloring his tone. The camaraderie surrounding them swells, and Aeliana feels an overwhelming sense of hope. Together, they are forging not just a celebration, but a movement, a chance for the community to come together in the face of adversity. Let's make sure everyone knows how much their participation matters, Aeliana urges, her voice filled with conviction as she gestures to the bustling crowd. This festival is our opportunity to showcase our strength and resilience. Just then, a few villagers step forward, their faces beaming with excitement. We can help with setting up the food stalls, one volunteer exclaims, their enthusiasm infectious. Absolutely. The more involved everyone gets, the stronger our bonds will be, Aeliana affirms, her heart swelling at the sight of eager faces ready to contribute. As preparations continue, Aeliana feels the challenges they've faced fading into the background, replaced by a vibrant sense of community. Each contribution, no matter how small, builds the foundation for a unified future. Let's keep the momentum going, she encourages, feeling a spark of anticipation ignite within her. This festival represents not just a moment of joy, but also a pivotal turning point for the village, a testament to their collective strength and resilience in protecting what they hold dear. As the sun begins to set, Aeliana knows they are on the brink of something extraordinary. The bonds forged through this effort will illuminate the path ahead, and together, they will embrace the possibilities of a new dawn. As the villagers finish setting up for the festival, Aeliana takes a moment to step back and absorb the scene unfolding before her. The square is alive with activity. Colorful banners sway gently in the breeze, laughter floats through the air, and the tantalizing aroma of freshly prepared food wafts from the stalls. Aeliana's heart swells with pride as she watches her friends and neighbors engage. Their earlier doubts transformed into a commitment to celebration and community. She feels a sense of purpose guiding her as she moves through the gathering. Let's make sure to thank everyone who helped organize, she prompts, her eyes shining with appreciation as she observes the hard work and dedication of those around her. Jarek stands nearby, helping to hang the final decorations. They'll appreciate the acknowledgement. It's important for them to know their efforts mattered, he agrees, his enthusiasm infectious. Aeliana spots Myra mingling with a group of children, sharing stories and laughter that light up their faces. You're doing great, Aeliana calls out to her, feeling a sense of warmth at the interaction. As the sun dips lower in the sky, casting a golden glow over the celebration, Aeliana gathers the villagers in the center of the square. Thank you all for being here. Today is more than just a festival. It's a symbol of our strength and unity. We've faced challenges, but together we will continue to rise, she announces, her voice resonating with a conviction that fills the air. The villagers cheer, their spirits lifted by Eliana's words, and she can see a renewed sense of hope shining in their eyes. Their journeys have woven them into a resilient tapestry, each thread representing a connection that will not easily fray. As festivities begin, Aeliana feels the ambiance shift into one of joy and celebration. Music fills the air, and the laughter of children intertwines with the lively tunes of the performers, creating a symphony of unity and strength. She smiles, knowing that this day marks a turning point in their community's journey, a moment when fear transforms into hope, and every individual contributes to the collective spirit. As the villagers dance and celebrate, Aeliana stands among them, ready to embrace this new chapter, knowing that their adventures are just beginning. Chapter 33, A New Beginning.